Wait, I don't get it. You won. Um, hello. Exactly. Okay. Shit. That was the wrong one. Hi. Um, I'm back. As predicted. Um, I'm doing great. I am uh kind of tired. Not gonna lie. I'm okay. All right, Dad. I don't know. Uh like I don't know. I think I've been playing too much Tetris in my spare time, and it's affecting everything. Like when I zone out, my head just like starts to do Tetris. uh I don't store my clothes at all. I just pull them out of the laundry and wear them. Don't you know I only have one set of clothes? Duh. Speaking of, I was actually thinking of removing that. Okay. All right. So, we're back. What happened? A good question. So it wait, hold on. It's different. Huh? That's why you wear the same clothes every stream? Yes. That's why. I only have one pair and I wash it um daily. Okay. Well, oh. 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 So, what happened? Well, there was a lot of tomato juice. That's what happened. Um, and we basically went through the entire thing again, but like with like slight variations on what uh yeah. A lot of deja vu. It was yes. Many things were the same. But we did not realize all we had was deja vu on our side. Um, we got to kiss a boy, which is exciting, and that's the only good thing that happened. um, uh, there are some parts that are different, though I don't think it's too much. I feel like it's too much to go over every specific thing, like I did last time in my 30-minute recap. Um, but generally, it seemed like the entirety of Act 2 kind of focused a bit more on Genzo, or at least like our relationship with Genzo, since um what do you call it? Like since at the like before we went down to Wonderland, we hung out with him up for a bit, and then he was kind of like he was a bit more like present everywhere, I guess. Must be nice. Yeah. Uh, I don't know. I mean, like I feel like seeing how things seem to be repeating, if there is or will be any specific scenes that happen where I'm like, oh, I remember this happening before, I'll just let you know then instead of doing a 30-minute recap. Mostly because a majority of the things are the same, except for like a few dialogue bits, and also the situations with Gidget and Orlam were also a bit different. Gidget, who didn't die this time, but like also put her finger in our eyes, which is very uncomfortable. But she didn't die. And then Orlam, who did die that time and was killed by Genzo after he decided to torture us with a electric zappy zap thing. That would be too long. My dad wouldn't even listen to my recap. But yeah. Um, unrelated news. Tomorrow, Thursday, as in September 22nd, 2024, at around this time again, on the official Sheet Discord server. Yeah, sure. Um, we're gonna watch Alien. Yay! Completely unrelated. So, gentle, harsh reminder. You better be there. Okay. Last time, did you say? I mean August. I mean August. August. My mind jumped ahead a month. I'm sorry. Okay. But also, wow, the title screen is different. There used to be a tiny Iggy over here, but now it's Genzo. Whoa! The more, the more. Wait, that's not. Yep. In a month. No! I meant tomorrow. I meant tomorrow. I said tomorrow too. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just making sure I have water. Whenever okay, this is also off topic, but like whenever I play Tetris, when you get too into something and then you don't blink, my eyes like burn when I play Tetris because I don't blink. Be funny if you didn't show up tomorrow. If you didn't show up tomorrow, I'll be well, I won't be mad or disappointed if you really can't. But Um, but it'll be very awkward because last time we tried to do like a Gartic phone thing in the server and then or Jackbox or whatever it was, and it was only me and Miko, so we tried our best. But yeah. Anyway. We're back. We went through the whole thing again, spilled a lot of tomato juice, and we came back home. Um, I think pretty much everyone died except for us, Iggy, and Gidget because she wasn't there. Any means necessary. No pressure, really. Okay. Even as my brain tends to latch on to the fleeting sense of something very important, something you don't want to forget, something, it's gone, replaced by the dull scratch of Mrs. Darwish's trash can as she rolls it down the driveway. There must be something stuck in one of the wheels, because with each rotation, the bin lurches upwards and smacks heavily against the pavement. Roll, roll, smack, roll, roll, smack. Not this again. I groan and shove my pillow over my head as I wait for the sound of something to drop. I pause. Why would I? I hear her stop. Pick whatever it is up, then toss it back inside the bin. Roll, roll, smack, roll, roll, smack. I lie there a moment, brows furrowed against my closed eyes, but ultimately shake it off. I love that song by Taylor Swift. Okay. I push myself up in bed, rub the sleep out of my eyes, and look around. My room. Yes. Yes, this is my room. The same as it is every morning. So why does it feel so empty? Yes, because I'm at standard temperature and pressure. What? I'm sorry. Like, look, man, I last took chemistry like 6 years ago. I pull my knees up to my chest and just sit there, taking everything in. A strange feeling of loneliness is tugging at my chest, as though I've lost something important. Something I don't know if I'll ever be able to get back. I shiver. I chew on the inside of my cheek, then reach over for my glasses on the bedside table and lob them across my nose. I wander off toward the kitchen to start the coffee pot despite the dull heaviness weighing down on my heart. It feels like something's missing. Something about 5-1. Maybe I really did drink too much yesterday, making my head all weird. Once the coffee is percolating, I empty the last of my chocolate rice snappers into a bowl and take to it like soup. Pause a moment mid-slurp to look around again. Why does it feel so strange? Why does staring down into my slowly marbling milk make twinges of tears form along my lashes? I shake my head. I don't have time for this. You know, Iggy, if you had like a menstrual cycle, I was gonna say this feels like PMS. But um I'm guessing you don't. I finished with the snappers and head for the bathroom. I look awful, but then again, when don't I? I lazily blob my toothbrush into my mouth, washing away the chocolate and rinsing out my mouth. Once finished, I splash 3 good-sized handfuls of water onto my face, hoping to wash away the clawing feeling of sadness while I'm at it. Before pulling away, I take another look at my eyes. I half expect to find them lined with bruises, but of course they're not. Why would they be? The thought makes me shiver. I spend an extra moment just rubbing at the skin beneath my eyes. Oh no, I'll fix you, Iggy. I'll spin around, but of course there's no one there. Why would anyone be there? I'm starting to lose it. The coffee is ready by the time I step back out, but even as I grab it and start to head for my desk, I find myself just not wanting to work. Same. I also want chocolate. I want to eat. Sweets craving. I have to stop myself physically from buying it. I have to work. I have deadlines, projects due. I stare at my monitor until my vision starts to blur, then walk back into the kitchen. He's just like he's just like me for real, for real. I too eat my cocoa pebbles and cry into the mirror. I'll work eventually. Maybe I'll just take a little time first to clear my head. I sit down at my kitchen table, hands perfectly curled around my mug, and wait. 1 sip, 2 sips. Red fish, blue fish. I stare at the wall, stare at the grease-mottled front of my microwave. Oh, wait, wrong button. Stare at my fridge and the takeout menus held askew with developer joke ascribed magnets. 3 sips. If you buy sweets, then you get sweets. And stimulating the economy, you be an American hero. Um, let's not kid ourselves here. What am I waiting for? I don't know. But I'm definitely waiting for something. My mind drifts to Genzo for some reason. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he at his shop? Something inside of me really wants to see him right now. But thinking about it sets off a mini alarm bell in the back of my head. So I give myself a shake, snap myself out of it, and go back to my staring. I don't know why, but I feel so demotivated. Doing anything seems like a chore, and I just feel empty. At that moment, my phone goes off. Fuck, shit! The sudden noise about gives me a heart attack, and in my jolt of surprise, I splash hot coffee up and onto my hand. Dan, can we ever answer the phone without a coffee accident? I was thinking like, oh nice, we're not working, so this time when the phone rings, we won't spill coffee on our carpet. I guess we didn't. We just spilled it on ourselves. God fucking... I managed to answer it anyway, nursing the smarting skin as I balanced the phone between my shoulder and ear. Hey, Hunter, what's up? I asked without even confirming the name on the caller ID. But the sound that comes through the receiver doesn't match my jovial tone. Coffee spilling is a premonition. It has to happen. There were like every replay, there's like specific points you need to hit, and coughing spilling is one of them. Sobs, harried civils, a cough. Hunter, he's crying. The oh shit, right. This is I bring a hand to my forehead, massaging the deepening creases. It's Bucks, isn't it? My insides start to twist. This triggers another cough from Hunter. What did you? But then he must decide it doesn't matter because he continues all the same. The world would shatter if Iggy doesn't spill his coffee. I don't know what to do, Iggy. She's gone, gone. I hear his voice crack through the receiver. She took Sadie. There's no sign of them anywhere. I've called and I've called and I've called. I shake my head, trying to collect my thoughts. Sorry. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I'm having trouble figuring out what to say. I mean, did she say anything? I mean, last night. And his voice shakes. Nothing. Nothing. We had a bit of an argument, but by the time we went to sleep, things were mostly fine again. And I didn't wake up once. Sadie, she never cried. He paused. He pauses, and I can hear him swallow. I have a really bad feeling, Iggy. Something's not right. Something's happened. I run a hand through my hair. You feel that way because you're nervous and scared, but I'm sure things are fine. But even I'm not convinced by my words. I feel sick. Maybe something came up. Maybe her parents called or something, and there was some kind of emergency. I hear Hunter sniff through the phone. It's been hours now. I don't know what to do. I rub at my face, my eyes, trying to stay focused on Hunter. What do I say? What can I say? I'm sorry, Hunter. I really don't know what else to do. I'll keep calling her, though. If we all keep trying, I'm sure one of us will finally get through. I'm sure. I cringe but continue. Everything's fine. The line is quiet for a moment, then soft as a whisper. Okay. He sounds so despondent. I don't blame him. Keep me updated, okay? Sure. The line goes dead. I bring my hand down with a sigh, staring at the brightly lit display of my phone. I could have handled that better, but somehow I can't help but feel that it wouldn't have mattered. As the quiet returns, so does the feeling of emptiness. It gnaws at my insides like a rat trying to escape. All of a sudden, I just really need to hear someone's voice. And not only that, and try again. Try again? Try what again? I start scrolling through my contacts. Yeah, maybe I can call someone. But who? It's not like I've got a lot of choices. My thumb pauses over Genzo's name. No. I shake my head. No. Continue scrolling. Someone else. Someone I haven't tried yet. Dun dun dun! I scroll down to Orlom's name in this list. Normally, I'd be hard pressed to call Orlom about, well, anything. Ew! But somehow it feels different this time. I can't explain it. Almost like something needs me to call him. So, with only a moment of hesitation, I jab my thumb against the screen and watch as the cheerful phone icon starts to bounce. I bring the phone to my ear. Think about what I'm going to say. What am I going to say? I'm going to ask about Bucks, of course. What else would I ask about? You can maybe show some interest in him for once? I grimace. True. I call him for the first time in, like, forever, only to jump straight into concern over someone else. That would certainly paint me in a sympathetic light. Okay. I get so lost in my own back and forth preparation that I don't even realize no one's picking up until the line switches over to voicemail. I'd rather experience Kenzo again than try Orlo. No, we have to talk to Orlo. Dude, like, so basically, the the conclusion that I came to at the very end was like the the issues that Orlom and Gidget too are having are like kind of low key indirectly caused by both Genzo and Iggy, right? Genzo bullying Orlom and Iggy telling Gidget like girls shouldn't code, blah blah blah. um and among other things. Uh and like god damn dude I need to talk it out. Like I'm just like, all this death could be avoided if. Okay. Man. Alright. I blink. The others retain their experiences like you do. No. Maybe like a little bit. When we went back with Genzo during Act 2, he also had like a little bit of like, deja vu at like certain points. But it like not as much as us, I don't think. Uh, hmm. but yeah. So so we know that Genzo does feel a little bit of deja vu. Um, but we don't know anything about Gidget or Orlong because we never meet them outside of Wonderland, other than the barbecue. And and there was this other thing that I was like theorizing about because um because both Gidget and Orlong are like very extreme when in Wonderland, like you know with the killing and the whatnot, with the killing and the cannibalism and all that. And it makes me wonder because in my head I'm thinking, well, yeah, you know, they probably don't feel too hot about their current circumstances outside of Wonderland, right? But like I can't see them like actually committing those acts like outside of Wonderland. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like something about being in Wonderland and like having your wishes fulfilled also makes you go crazy. Either that either that or like because their wishes also are dependent on Iggy and Genzo, right? Gidget who wants Iggy to like reciprocate her attraction to him, and then Orlam who wants Genzo to like I don't know, apologize and like stop being a dick to him, right? But like because Iggy and Genzo are their own separate people, they can't like they can't like be brainwashed to do like what Gidget and Orlong want, right? But Wonderland is supposed to be the place where all your wishes and dreams come true, right? So in a sense, them not like reciprocating or them not like bending to whatever Gidget and Orlong want is like I don't know, like it's like um it goes against like the whole Wonderland thing, right? Which is my theory as to why things keep going to shit. Basically a tantrum. um, sure. But yeah, it's like something about Wonderland where it's like, ooh, you better follow the rules. Just do the thing. I don't know. You better follow the rules. It's more like you better just play the Wonderland game. Anyway, we call Orlum and it goes to voicemail. I blink, pull the phone away. Weird. Guess he's not around? So I'm assuming then that means that Orlum and Gidget, since they got to Wonderland before we did, so they must have gone like the day, like this day, instead of the day after this day, which is when we go, usually. So, another 10 explanation. Thank you. I try my best. The digital voice on the line tells me to leave my message after the beep, and in a semi-panic, I blurt out, "Hey Orlom, call me back, okay?" I hit the end call. Oh, I hit the end. I hit the end call button. Then wince. Did I really need to leave a message? And one like that to boot? I didn't even say why I was calling. Well, whatever. At least you should call me back now. I run a hand through my hair with a sigh and trudge back over to my desk. Who leaves voicemails nowadays? Yeah, actually. Guess I could try to work. Head still a bit all over the place, but that's not something my clients are going to care about. Might as well try to focus as much as I can. Flop down at my desk and snap my headphones over my ears. Now let's see what I can get done. Once I find my groove, time passes quickly. 1 hour, 2 hours. I yawn and sit back with a stretch, gazing proudly upon the custom API I'd just gotten done debugging from a Mr. James Addleston. It's only as my thoughts are returning to reality that I realize Orlam still hasn't called me back. I check my phone just in case I somehow missed it, but nope, no calls. I chew my bottom lip, brow furrowing, not caring that it may look a bit weird. I find his name on my recent calls and try him again. Still no answer. I don't leave a message this time. But the message my stomach sends me is plenty, all gurgling butterflies and hissy soda bubbles. This really doesn't seem like him. What if something has happened? What if he never even made it back from the party last night? I rub at my eyes. That's ridiculous. But still, where does he live again? I swipe open my group chats. I vaguely remember him giving us all his new address when he moved. Was that last year or the year before? 2.5 years. Dang. I open the address in my phone map to check out the route. A bit far to walk. It's all the way over on the other side of downtown. I could take the bus though, get off at the Kant Street shop. Am I really doing this? But apparently I am, because I'm already wandering off to change into a decent pair of pants and find my shoes. And to have a little adventure. Oh boy, here we go. Oh wow! Arc 3! Thank you! There's no response at my first knock, which makes me feel all the more ridiculous. At my second, though, I hear shuffling on the other side of the door. It pops open against the lock, and I see a single green eye peeking at me curiously. It shuts, then opens again, this time with the lock undone. Oh, he's actually here! Never mind. Okay, so he didn't go down a day before us. What? Orlam stares at me as though— oh shit, I just realized I have my desktop audio muted. I'm sorry. Oh no! He works on half a brain, the other is on autopilot. Orlam stares at me as though he'd never seen me before in his life. He's an absolute mess, hair jutting out in greasy clumps, cheeks a sickly gray, and eyes sunken atop boulder-sized bags. Well, there wasn't much audio. There wasn't much, like, BGM earlier anyway, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. He's wearing the same shirt as yesterday with nothing but boxers and socks beneath. Iggy? He blinks. I raise a hand with what I hope is a friendly wave. Hey, Then when I have no idea what else to say. I called earlier? He squints, tilts his head, then seems to snap to attention, frantically searching his pockets. And when he doesn't find what he's looking for, he throws a glance back into the apartment before returning his gaze sheepishly. I seem to have misplaced my phone. His eye twitches. Did you need something? Well, is everything okay? I guess I got worried when you didn't pick up. Another twitch. You were worried about me? He blinks. Yeah, I mean, sure. I shrug, cock a brow. You don't look so hot. He laughs, though it's more skittish than his usual laugh, almost nervous. I'm fine, just a bit under the weather. Drank too much yesterday? I asked with a grin. He smiles, except it's not quite a smile, more like disguising a grimace. Sure. I suddenly realize how awkward it is just standing in the doorway. It's, I mean, can I come inside? If it's not too much trouble. His eyes dilate and he stands up just a bit straighter. You wanna come in? Another set of blinks. He throws a hesitant glance back into his apartment. Finally steps back. Sure, go right ahead. He tries to curl an airlock of bang behind his ear. It falls back out. I'm scared. It's like, don't look in the fridge or the bathroom. I swear there's no any dead bodies in here. I mean, what? I step inside. Am immediately met with a sordid smell. It's not awful, but it's just kind of there. Damp and bitter, and curling up inside my nostrils as I look around. Wow, looks just like my place. The apartment is just as much of a mess as Orlam himself. Clothes piled on the floor, sheets and blankets half falling off the bed, and clutter everywhere. The average gamer room. Empty fast food wrappers, unopened mail, weird little trinkets, bottles, cans, glasses. Even the curtains look ready to give up the ghost, half falling off the rod and leaving a crescent moon of sunlight on the opposite wall. I don't say anything, but surely it's all over my face. Right. That's right. I can make fun of myself faster than anyone. Surely it's all over my face. Orlum just stands there, wringing his hands. Another sweep of his hand through his hair. He darts towards the bed and pushes back the tosses mess of blankets and sheets. You can, sit here. He pats the newly cleared space. I do as I'm told, mostly because I'm not sure what else to do. If I felt awkward in the door, it was nothing like what I'm feeling now. Orlum scratches his head. You want anything? I must look at him blankly. Coffee or something? Or water? I think maybe I've got some Coke too. Oh, coffee's fine. I mean, if it's no trouble. It's fine, it's great. I'll just, put a new pot on. He scratches at his arm, almost like a dog scratching at fleas. This room is a biohazard. Then skitters off towards the kitchen. I stare at the entryway he disappears into for a few moments before redirecting my attention back to the room. It's a lot smaller than my apartment. At least, I have a separate room for my bed. Though his might not seem as small without the junk everywhere. What? The junk makes it look smaller. Okay. There's a desk in the opposite corner with a dusty old laptop and an empty bottle of whiskey. Piled up next to the desk are what look like 10 or 12 empty delivery boxes. I let my gaze follow the wall back and around until it meets the bulletin board hanging over the bed. In between the fast food menus are scattered postcards, strange papers, and cutouts I can't for the life of me understand the value of, and the occasional photo. One in particular catches my attention. Oh. Oh wait, was this prom or something? It's us. The 6 of us. The group picture we took after prom. Hunter and Bucks had been the only two to go to actual prom. The rest of us had just crashed the party afterwards. Our high school always held an all-night event of games and food in the gym after prom, I guess to keep the students from going off to party and drink on their own. We looked pretty smart, even me for once, with my little sport coat. Genzo's got his arms around Orlum and Ai's shoulders, thumbs jutting out to the side like some kind of 90s frat boy. He just got her hand on her hips, looking mildly irritated at something. Gee, I wonder. And Bucks is dying of laughter at something, practically falling over on Hunter's shoulders. Man, does that feel like a lifetime ago. Bit of a strange night, though. I remember Genzo being super clingy for the first few hours. He'd snuck in some alcohol and kept making all these off-color remarks as he'd gotten progressively more wasted. Then he just disappeared, Orlum too, and I'd been left to hang out with Gidget the rest of the night. She'd kept leaving me unsubtle hints about how much she wished she could have gone to prom, and, oh, look at Donna's dress, wouldn't it have been magical to wear something like that? And then, later that night... A hacking cough from the other room jolts me back from my nostalgic reverie, and I throw a worried glance in the direction of the kitchen. It continues for a good 10-15 seconds, one of those wet, phlegmy convulsions that racks your whole body, and it only ends when something thuds hard against the countertop. Orlum, you okay, bud? Worrying gets the best of me. I dart to the kitchen entryway. Hey, everything alright in there? Orlum spins toward me in surprise, one hand to his mouth, and a faint glimmer of tears in his eyes. He seems to tense. It's fine. Another cough. His gaze flits around the room nervously. My own eyes follow. It's a small kitchen, and strangely bare, especially compared to the clutter of the adjacent room. My attention goes first to the puttering coffee maker, and then to the table with its 2 folding chairs. One of those industrial-sized bottles of bleach is on top of the table, a wad of wet towels clumped up next to it. Orlum lurches toward me before I have a chance to inquire. Coffee's almost done. His eyes does that twitch thing again, and he keeps clasping and unclasping his hands. I take the hint and back away. Not that I really mind, I'm feeling uncomfortable enough as it is. Instead, I wander back to the bed, taking the opportunity to rub my eyes beneath my glasses once I'm seated back down. When I reopen them and my vision clears, I see Orlum staring at me from the entryway. He's tapping his wrist against his thumb anxiously. First right wrist to left thumb, then left wrist to right thumb. Did we think coming here was a good idea? Might as well try something different, because last time it didn't work out. Well, the last 2 times, nothing. Okay. When our eyes meet, he turns back to the kitchen. I chew on the inside of my cheek, brows furrowed. Finally, Orlum returns, carrying a mug of coffee between his hands. He's almost painstakingly careful in the way he walks, making sure it doesn't spill out and onto the floor. I can't help but find this funny. I can't help but find this funny given the current state of the apartment. Oh. Here. He hands it over just as mindfully, making sure I can get my fingers around the handle. I hope it's okay. Thanks. The mug is orange and sports a Garfield face on one side. Ew. I bring it toward my chest and peer down at the steaming liquid. Orlum takes a seat beside me. He sits close, too close. His bony knee touches mine, and I can hear him breathing not far from my ear. He pushes his bangs back again and again. What is that thing that's next to Orlum? What is this? Are you gonna drink it? I'm just waiting for it to cool down. Oh. More hand wringing. Sorry, it's a bit of a mess in here. I don't, have company often. It's fine. It's my fault anyway, coming over unannounced. What's wrong with Garfield? Nothing's wrong with Garfield. It's only wrong when his face is on a mug. I can see his stocking feet roll against each other atop the carpet. It makes the muscles of his gangly legs lurch beneath the skin. You were worried about me? He repeats the same question from earlier. I pause in the middle of blowing on my coffee. Yeah, I tried calling, but you didn't answer. I even left a message. He brings his hand to his knees, gaze pointed downward. Pretty wild party yesterday, huh? Not sure I'd call it wild, but it was fun, yeah. Nice to get out a bit. Yeah. The side of Orlum's mouth twitches. A pause. Then, surprised you're not with Gidget. Huh? Why's that? Figured you'd go and console her. Girls are the most vulnerable when they're upset, you know. His eyes widen. And that's when you go for the knees. You take them out just like this. I roll my eyes. All the more reason for me not to go then. Take a sip of coffee. Me and vulnerable don't mix. He functions to have a brain problem. Functions with negative 20% of... No, not negative. Negative 120% of his brain. Yeah, he has negative brain. What would that even be? You're kind of weird. You know that, Iggy? Oh, I'm weird? I, of course, hit up the bars afterward. You know me, party animal. Once I start, I just can't stop. Wouldn't have expected any less. Must have had like 10 girls hitting on me. Absolutely voracious, these ones. The sexiest girls you've ever seen. Oh yeah? 2 of them even wanted to have a threesome with me, but I had to refuse. Bed's just not big enough, you know? But I'm thinking of getting a remodel, something that screams me. A real love shack kind of thing. Sounds pretty sweet. I thought you were seeing someone at work. But he was talking to the by girls he means the female raccoons. And here I thought it was gonna be because you were seeing someone at work. His eye twitches. He frowns. Smiles. Of course. Right, and because of that... Take another sip. He leans in close, eyes growing wide as he watches me drink it. Pause. Slowly turn towards him, one eyebrow raised. He sits back, clasps his hands, unclasps them. Do you want something to eat? I could order something? I'm fine, really. I look at him for a moment. Really look at him. Really look at him. From the greasy points of his scrangly bangs to the greenish tinge of his cheeks, to the way his knobby knee keeps knocking against mine. Orlon, I finally say. Are you seriously okay? He blinks, laughs. What are you talking about? Except in the next episode, his body lurches forward and his hand goes to his mouth. The sudden movement makes me jerk backward, spilling about half my coffee up and onto my shirt. Good job, Iggy, the second time today. Oh! Excuse me, he manages before abruptly sliding off the bed and racing for the bathroom. What the fuck? I don't even mind the coffee. I set the bug down on the floor and take off after him. Then reach the door just in time to see him throw up the contents of his stomach into the toilet bowl. Oh god, not the sound effects! It sounds awful. Each heave a horrifying gag that sounds like it's ripping his throat open. His shoulders shudder from the force of it. Fuck. After a minute or so, the convulsions begin to die down, and his body slumps down into the toilet seat, head hanging half into the bowl. I don't know what to say, so I don't say anything. Instead, I kneel down next to him, one hand to his back. I can feel the knobs of his spine through his rumpled shirt as I rub up and down, and when he sits back, vomit, saliva, and snot drip down his face and chin, his whole body shivering. The color in the bowl is worrying, a horrible greenish-brown. Hey, come on, I finally say, pulling him over toward the wall. I sink to my seat, and he slumps against my shoulder. It's quiet. Quiet except for the occasional sniff, the occasional hiccup. There's a towel half wadded, half hanging from the rack, just a short ways overhead, so I grab it and use it to wipe at his mouth and chin. You're fine now. For some reason, this makes him smile, chuckle. I see him bite down on his lip, hard. I did it to myself, you know. It's barely more than a whisper. I don't say anything at first. Then, what do you mean? Another chuckle. This one sends a gooey chunk down his chin. It's satisfying somehow, watching all of that come pouring out of me, like I'm washing myself clean. I'm frozen now, one hand to his back, the other still clutching the towel. It's the only way to make all the bad thoughts go away. Fuck. I close my eyes, open them again. Fuck. My mind jumps back to the bleach on the table. Orlum, you can't. It's worse every time I see him. He cuts me off. His smile fades, twists downward. I can see his lip trembling. Every time, I hope it'll be different, but it's always the same. All those feelings come rushing back. He brings his head to his hand, fingers digging into his scalp as though trying to scoop something out. I wish I would just die. My grip on his shoulder tightens. You don't mean that. Who's he talking about, Genzo? Genzo had certainly given him a lot of shit over the years, but had it really been that bad? Guilt tugs at my conscience. I hadn't been the angel of innocence either, never telling Genzo to stop. I'd sometimes even gone along with him just for the laughs. And then when Orlan's mom had died, and she killed herself, I still remember the day he'd come back to school after that. Genzo had gone over to him, face a picture of worry and arms outstretched. In Orlam, for the first time, I'd seen this little glimmer of happiness in Orlam's eyes, even through the bleak and the tears. And then Genzo had grabbed the back of his shirt collar and jerked it upwards like a noose around his neck, imitating music from Psycho and saying suicide was genetic. But maybe things had been worse than I remember. I look down at Orlam's hunched form and see this sort of weird heat building up in the base of my belly. Anger. Anger at myself. Anger at Genzo. Anger at life in general. I'm not normally an angry person. Probably the exact opposite, actually. A little too easygoing. A little too blaze about things. But that thought just fuels my anger. Because maybe if I hadn't been like that, maybe if I'd actually done something or said something, things might not have ended up like this. I knead my thumb into Orlam's shoulder with a sigh. He gives a little hiccup, his back jumping. No one's ever done something like this for me before. He glances back at me with a smile, and for a second I see the old Orlam, the high school Orlam from that photo, who might have still been a jumpy, mousy, whiny little thing, but at least when he'd smile at you, there'd be some genuine joy and happiness behind it. I return the smile and pull him in against my side with a squeeze. Hey, what are friends for? I get back to my apartment a bit after dinner time, but even back in the safe familiarity of my home, I can't stop thinking about Orlon. I told him to call me if he needed anything, even if just to talk. But I have no idea if he's actually going to take me up on it. I feel like I should be doing something, telling someone. But who? And would it even help? I just don't know. I sit at my desk and rub at my eyes, belly a tumbling froth of guilt, uncertainty, and anger. Anger is still there, like a simmering soup just beneath my consciousness. I stare at my computer monitor, not comprehending the text on the screen. I need to work. I'm so behind at this point, and yet, somehow I just don't care. It seems so pointless. What will doing any of this accomplish? New API for James Alliston? James Alliston can go fuck himself. Yeah. I push back from my desk and stand up. Maybe I'll play a game. I wander over to my shelves. I have a few that I've started already. One that I got tired of grinding in, so I'm stalled out right before the final boss. A few dozen I've bought, but just haven't gotten around to playing yet. They all seem like so much work. I'm not in the mood to try jumping back into a story I've half forgotten. Nor am I in the mood to start something new. I let my fingers fall from the shelf. Maybe I'll watch TV. After grabbing myself a bowl of peanut butter ice cream from the fridge, I plop myself down on the couch and jam my thumb on the remote. It's gotta be something good on. I can't take it anymore. I never thought I would stray from Natasha, but I can't control myself when I think of you. I must have you. Oh, Clark, I need you inside of me. She's still no one for who the fuck? And Cialis for daily just lets you be ready for any time the moment is right. What? Oh, is he changing channels? Last week on Big Male Sibling, things got hot and heavy when Veronica and Cornelius found themselves alone in a hot tub. I let the spoon bob up and down between my legs. Then switch over to Netflix. Switch over to Netflix in camel case and start the Shawshank Redemption for probably my 100th time. I descend further and further on the couch throughout the course of the movie, until by the time the credits are rolling, I'm slumped over with one leg propped up on the back and one hand hanging over the side, barely keeping its grip on my empty ice cream bowl. Damn, it's not even that late. How am I so tired? I can't help but feel like there was something I was supposed to do. Something important I should have been thinking about. But even that feeling is quickly drifting away. My eyes droop. Somehow my half-lidded gaze goes toward my messenger bag slumped against a far wall. Wait, why is it? I swear I see it move. Oh, this again. This also happened last time, and the last time. Okay, but I'm too tired. Whatever, too tired to care. Right now, all I want to do is sleep. I end up dreaming. I'm in the woods and someone's calling me. I chase after the voice in the darkness, but every time I think I'm getting close, it comes from a different direction. Just a mimic. Iggy! I run faster, the branches whipping at my face and the roots underfoot threatening to send me stumbling into the dirt. I'm here, Iggy! I run and I run and I run. Run until the forest seems to open up in front of me. Something... My gaze travels upward, up, 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 higher and higher. Something's there. Something huge. My breath catches and I take a stumbling step back. Defeat it! Huh? Defeat it? How the hell am I supposed to defeat this thing? What is this thing? It's the size of a house. I hear it snort. See it rear back. Then something's coming at me. I barely have time to leap out of the way, and I hit the ground with a bone-crunching thud that takes my breath away and makes my vision swirl. There's no way! What am I supposed to... I feel something in my hand. When I glance down, I see a doll. A tiny doll. Just sitting there limp in my palm, its button eyes staring up at me. This is... In that moment, it sits up. First its limbs jerk to life, then its back rises, its head lolling forward. It looks me straight in the eyes. Please kill me, Iggy. I gasp and sit up. Only now I'm back on the couch and the sun is reflecting off the window straight into my eyes. Okay, so it's somewhat of the same dream from last time, but instead there's something up huge up in the sky, a giant. I don't know. Dude, like we're holding the doll and then the giant is holding us. It's a chain. Wonderland itself? Oh, like a personification of it? Hmm. Hmm. I wonder. Wonderland, the Kajinka. I groan. Fuck. My body feels like it was stuffed in a trash compactor, and my ears are killing me from sleeping with my glasses on. Embodiment of souls that are trapped. Oh, like there's more than just us. Well, I don't think it's not hard to leave Wonderland. It's hard to go back in because you can only go in as a child, right? I don't know. I rub out my eyes, taking a moment to collect myself, then check my phone. 10:06. Damn, I slept a long time. There's a nice big splotch on the front of my shirt from where I must have spilled ice cream last night. I cringed, then dragged myself to the bathroom to clean myself up. As I'm showering, I remember Orlon. He hasn't contacted me since yesterday. Sorry. On my side, Discord is open and Nick is crying about Sunday. Not that he needed to, but still. The thought sends anxious tugs of worry up and down inside my belly. I should check on him. So, once I'm done and back in the kitchen to start the comforting percolations of coffee, I pull up my phone and give him a ring. It cuts to voicemail after the fifth dial tone. I gnaw at the inside of my cheek. The bubbles of worry are starting to turn into a froth. I try twice more, once after another 30 minutes, then again after forcing myself to wait a few minutes shy of an hour. Fuck. Didn't he say he misplaced his phone yesterday? He probably just hasn't found it yet. After a whole day? Surely by now he's found it. Then maybe he's still sleeping. But it's afternoon already. I scratch at the back of my neck so hard I wince. Something's wrong. Before I fully comprehend what I'm doing, I'm grabbing my shoes and keys and headed for the door. I just know I won't be able to think clearly until I make sure he's okay. I don't know. Could Orlov have, like... Well, actually, I don't know, because he did come to the barbecue. I was thinking, like, did his, like, phone break and he just, like, never got around to replacing it? I don't know. Wake up until 2 p.m. so it's possible. Orlov! My knock sounds uncomfortably loud in the empty hallway. Orlov, it's Iggy again! But there's no response. Even after 4 or 5 knocks, it remains shut. And when I push past the discomfort of looking like some kind of stalker to press my ear to the door, I hear nothing. No sounds of shuffling, no coughing, no padded footsteps. Fuck. I let my forehead rest against the wood paneling. In my mind, I see him splayed out across the bathroom floor in a puddle of blood. Ridiculous. Orlom would never... I knock again, more frantic this time. Orlom, please, if you can hear me, make a noise or something. My ear goes back to the door, straining, but there's still nothing, not a single peep. And so I do the only thing I can think to do. I swallow my building social anxiety. Oh boy. I was like, is he about to kick down the door? And I was like, wait a second, I don't think he can. Oh no, we're gonna go talk to people. And march down to the main office of the apartment building. It's a small office, not much more than a desk, some shelves, and a few cupboards. The shelves are full of packages, no doubt waiting to be picked up by the apartment residents. Oh, there's a woman inside reading a magazine at the desk. She looks like she's in her 20s, though perhaps a rough 20s. Her eyes look tired and her posture reeks of a complete surrender to apathy. Hello? She barely looks up at my entrance. I tap the tips of my finger together, all of a sudden losing the initial gumption I had on my trek over. Her gaze wanders back up. She blinks.
Can I help you?
Yeah, it's just that my friend lives here, but he's not answering his door and I'm worried about him. She stares at me for a moment, then returns to her magazine.
Sucks for you, then.
I press my lips together, brows flattening. You don't understand. I really need to get in there.
And I need a sugar daddy to get me out of this place. But that won't be happening anytime soon, hon.
Something snaps inside of me, and I bring my hands down on the desk, a little harder than I meant to. He might have killed himself! This makes her stop. She sets down the magazine and gives me an incredulous once-over, then sighs.
Come on, this is not what I needed today. What's the apartment number?
418. She pulls out a manila folder from one of the desk drawers and begins rifling through it. Slides out a form, studies it a moment. Then,
Oh my god, that creepy little fucker?
a laugh.
I assume he didn't have any friends.
I bring a hand up to scratch my arm awkwardly.
So gross. Gives me the heebie-jeebies every time he comes in to pick up a package.
I scratch harder, to the point I can feel his skin cells building up beneath my fingernails.
Would probably do the world a favor if he offed himself.
You know, I'd really appreciate if you can can the commentary. I finally spit out. She just rolls her eyes and swivels back around to the locked file cabinet behind the desk. I bite down on my tongue to keep from saying anything more as I watch her comb through the maintenance keys. She must find the right set because she stands up and grabs her phone, stuffing it in her back pocket as she leads me back out into the hallway.
Whatever. Let's go get this over with.
Once back at Orlam's door, the nervousness renews its dance across my neck. What's taking her so long? Now she's going from key to key to key, taking what feels like hours to inspect each one. I shift my weight to the right, to the left, wipe at the cold sweat dappling on the skin on my forehead and throat.
Oh yeah, duh.
She says with a laugh, then pushes one of the keys into the lock. It opens with a dull click. I bump the door open the rest of the way before she even has a chance to pull the key back out. Orlam? With 2 large steps, I'm inside. The clutter is the same as yesterday, along with the smell. I rub my fingers inside my damp palms, look around. Orlam, are you here? The main room is empty. I make a beeline for the bathroom, bracing myself for just a moment before pushing the door open and switching on the light. There's nothing. He's not there. Just a towel on the floor that I cleaned him up with yesterday. I shuffle back out, check the kitchen, but it's equally as empty. Nothing and no one. My brows sink in confused worry. He's not here.
Damn. And here I was hoping I could at least go home with a story.
The apartment woman is leaning up against the doorframe, her gaze wandering the room. Her lips curl in a thinly veiled disgust. But maybe there's some kind of note, or maybe he left something. I run a hand through my hair, attention turning toward the desk. Seen Wonderland already? I feel like he must be.
Not my problem. Saves me the cleanup if he did somewhere else,
She said with a huff and pushes away from the frame.
But if you want to keep looking, knock yourself out.
Like I care what happens to this fucker's place. I watch her walk away, jaw tight. How could she just... I feel my fingers curl toward my palm with a shuddered twist. But ultimately, the feeling fades, and my shoulders slump. I toe the door shut and begin searching the room. The desk, the bed, the kitchen table, but there's nothing. No hint of anything that might tell me where he is. Everything looks exactly the same as yesterday. I try calling him one last time, somehow hoping that maybe this time it'll work. That this time he'll answer and ask why the hell I've called him so many times. But upon the first ring... Oh. A sprightly ringtone breaks the silence of the room. What the? I follow the sound, kneel down, and pull his phone out from underneath the bed. I just stare at it for a moment before clicking it off. The screen jumps back to the main menu with his background photo of a brown, droopy-eared rabbit. Check through his phone. I mean, I'm assuming it's locked. I don't... Whatever. I pause, just looking down at it for a moment. I wince. Bite down on my tongue. It feels wrong, but at the same time, what if there's some kind of clue or hint? I mean, you never know, right? So, with a twinge of guilt still dancing along the back of my neck, I start swiping through his apps. Oh wait, what? We get in? Does Orlam not lock his phone? The first page is mostly just games, social media stuff. Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Candy, Cudgel, Farm Progress Show, a couple of anime-style icons that could either be gacha or dating sims. I swipe to the next page. It's full of hookup apps. Tinder, Blender, Grindr, and even some ones that I never heard of, like 3Fun and Field. I scratch my head, starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. I'm all scared to swipe to the next page. I instinctively hold my breath. Oh, just Tumblr. Well, that wasn't super helpful. Why was Tumblr on the third page and not the first one? It's an order of what you want to hide the most. First, it's just normal social media stuff, right? Nothing to see there. And then dating apps is like, okay, it's a little bit, keep it a little bit more hidden. And finally at the very end of the box, Tumblr. Sorry. He barely seems to have any notifications either, just some missed calls from me. Nothing else. Feels a bit sad, actually. All these hookup apps, yet they're all silent. I chew on the inside of my cheek, then toss the phone down on the bed. Somehow I feel even worse. I sink to the floor, back against the bed and knees folded up against my chest. I don't know what to do. I don't know where he is. He could be... I don't let myself finish that thought. Instead, I just sit there, arms wrapped around my knees, and wondering how the hell it could have gotten this bad without anyone noticing. I think to Genzo. The five of us. The apartment lady. Her words still sting in the back of my brain. Orlo's not gross, is he? He's just different. Doesn't really fit in. Kind of like me. I stare down at my shoes. Somehow, I'd flown mostly under the radar, while he'd gotten the brunt of it. I hadn't exactly been the greatest friend to him growing up. None of us had. But we had our moments, hadn't we? I'd like to think that. Didn't know where else to go. I closed my eyes. Is it okay if I stay here for a little while? When had that been? Fourth grade? I don't remember. Orlom's standing on the front porch, looking like he'd just crawl out of an alley somewhere. It's hot. Hotter than normal for April, and beads of sweat dot his forehead along his hairline. His shirt is a rumpled mess, and his left eye is surrounded by a deep red circle. I can see parts of it already starting to transition to purple. I glance back in the house. My mom is in the kitchen ironing and watching TV, then step out on the porch. What happened? I sniff and wipe my nose. I'm just getting over a cold. Orlom glances left, right, tugs at his rat tail. I fell. Oh, why can't you go home? Another cringe. My dad's mad. Oh. We stand there for a moment, not saying anything. Finally, I jerk a thumb back in the direction of the house. We can play in my room, I guess. Really? This brings out a smile. And he grows instantly shy. Okay. Mom! Orlom's here! We're gonna go play in my room! I shout as we start back in and up the stairs. Dinner's in an hour, I hear right back before I close the door behind us. Wow, you have so many toys. Orlom picks at his nose. I don't play with some of them anymore. My parents don't let me have any toys. None? I sit down in the middle of the room, and Orlom follows hesitantly behind. He doesn't respond, instead of looking wide-eyed at my shelves of toys and basket of stuffed animals. What do you want to play? I don't know. We can play Town Square, I say, and reach for my box of action figures. I dump them out on the floor. What's that? All the guys live in houses and, talk to each other and stuff. Oh, okay. I start placing my little critter and Berenstain Bears picture books face down on the floor in a circle. See? These are the houses. Orlon picks up a Quasimodo figure from the pile, then another small one, and an even smaller one. He looks confused. That one was from a different set, and, that was a Happy Meal one. Oh. But you can be them. They're usually a family. Okay. He places the trio of Quasimodos in a circle atop one of the picture books. I start sorting through the rest of the figures, assigning them to various groups based on what movie they're from. Orlon watches for a moment, then starts to help. I see him put Lando and Aladdin in one of the houses. I frown. Not like that. What's wrong? Those two aren't from the same movie. Oh. I pause. Orlon's wringing his hands. He looks really flustered. He picks Lando back up and I can see him trying to figure out where to put him. I scratch at my bare knee. I guess it's okay. I then smile. Then you can decide where to put them, okay? This brings his head back up, and I see his smile start to form again. Again? Sure, it's not like it matters. We can make our own rules. He's beaming now. And I see him go instantly to work making various groups of the figures, assigning them to their little houses, deciding what their occupations will be. We spend more time setting them up than we do actually. Wait, we spend more time setting them up than we do actually playing. In fact, by the time we have the system of government outlined and finished cutting out small golden bits of paper to act as money, Orlam's eyes are starting to droop. I see him yawn. You're tired? We can take a nap, it's okay. Okay. I stand up and step carefully around to our extravagant city to reach the bed. Come on, you can even hold Pink Bunny. 5 minutes later sees us curled up atop the sheets, breeze from the overhead fan playing with her hair. Orlam's holding Pink Bunny against his chest. He rubs his head again and again. Have you done the social studies homework yet? I shake my head. Not yet. And I hate it. It's so boring. I always do it last. Mrs. Akers scares me. I do it first so I don't forget. Silence. I see Orlam's gaze fall to the mattress. His eyes flutter shut, then back open, focusing back on me. Does Genzo ever talk about me? What do you mean? A shrug. Just wondering. Genzo talks about everyone. A smile. Yeah, that's true. And he's pretty cool, isn't he? Yeah, he's pretty cool. Orlam buries his chin in the top of Pink Bunny's head, fingers curling into the fluff of his torso. I feel my eyelids start to sink. I'm tired too. And the heat isn't helping. The overhead fan is sending lovely brushes of wind against my cheeks. A series of pounding knocks from downstairs jerks me from my reverie. I half sit up, face skewed in confusion, listening. Across from me, Orlam is squeezing Pink Bunny into his chest with a worried frown. I hear the front door open. The worn timbre of my mother's voice, followed by the harsh bark of a man's. I can't make out what they're saying. Then there's footsteps on the stairs, sharp and purposeful. The door to my room swings open. B? Orlam sits up, voice cracking. Uh, 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 uh. Oh god, I can't go. How deep can I go? Get the fuck out there. Do you have any idea how long your mother and I have been looking for you? Orlam winces, starts to slide himself out the bed. I'm sorry, His dad grabs his wrists and yanks him off the rest of the way, nearly sending him stumbling to the floor. I'm Batman. George? George! My mother's voice from the hallway. She's coming up the steps. Is this really necessary? They were just... Orlam's dad storms out the room, Orlam in tow. When my son is here, you fucking let me know. They disappear from view, but I hear them on the stairs, loud and angry, before just as quickly fading into nothingness out the front door. Here and out in about 30 seconds. Just like the tornado that took off our roof when I was in 2nd grade. I sit quietly on the edge of the bed. Pink Bunny is lying on the floor. His ear has knocked over the smallest Quasimodo. Jackass, I hear my mother mutter to herself out in the hall. Then, Iggy, food will be ready in 10. Could you come set the table? Okay, Mom. I push myself off the bed and pad toward the door. It's getting dark by the time I take the bus back to my apartment. It's quiet and empty, and the world outside the windows looks especially black, juxtaposed with the brilliant white fluorescent reflecting off the blue plastic seats. I stare unmoving at the opposite wall, my body jerking with each turn of the wheel or tap of the brakes. And when the bus nears my stop, I let it pass in silence. Don't even glance up at the button. We keep moving, gliding through the night like a shuttle cutting through the nothingness of space. I chew on the inside of my cheek. I'm gonna stop. The driver keeps us rolling without so much as a pause, as though he'd never considered stopping in the first place. My legs swing beneath the seat as we round the corner to the right, engine humming against the walls. We're almost there.
I hit the button to stand up, and in a few more blocks, and the bus finally does grind to a halt, I step out the door. It's dark. Dark and cold. The bus chugs away, leaving me standing in the circle of light beneath the bus stop lamp. Where the hell am I? But with only a quick sweep of my surroundings, I know. There. Development close to my old folks, my folks' old house, just south of the outcropping of woods that somehow hasn't been built over even after all these years. My palm tingles, a pinprick-like scratching that jumps from one nerve ending to the next and makes my fingers twitch. I curl my arms around my chest in an effort to dull the growing spark. Why did I get off here? And why does all of this feel so familiar? I begin walking, melting into the night, the scattered houses like towering shadows against the light-polluted sky. I walk and walk. Walk until I reach a gap. The gap. The one leading straight back into the vacuum of the forest beyond. I don't even stop, already tromping across the uneven track. Somehow this isn't new to me at all. And neither is the glint of orange floating about the shoulder height. What? Neither is the glint of orange floating about shoulder height in front of the trees. I stop for a moment, hair prickling upon the back of my neck, and feel my fingers instinctively curl in toward my palms. Then march forward, heels digging into the grass. Hey! Genzo doesn't even have a chance. Genzo doesn't even have a chance to turn at the sound of my voice before I grab him by the shoulder. Holy fuck! I feel his entire body tense beneath my grip. I swear to God, I only got $5 on me, and I got the worst hygiene regimen you've ever seen, so I'd be the last person you want for a new skin suit. I roll my eyes and spin him around. Have you heard from Orlo? Genzo pauses a moment, cocks his head, and brightens. Oh, it's just you. Next time, make yourself sound less like a homicidal maniac. I don't say anything. You know, it's actually funny. I half feel that I expected you to show up. How weird is that? Almost like it happened before, in the past. 2 times. Here I am doing who the fuck knows what. Then you show up doing who the fuck knows what. It's almost poetic, really. Quixotic tryst of sublime fuckery. I ask if you heard from Orlon. Genzo pushes his glasses up his nose, smile unwavering. How long have you known me for, Iggs? Would I be in this sanguine mood if his unique brand of nightmare fuel had seeped within 5 feet of me today? I reach forward before I can stop myself. Grabbing the collar of his jacket and yanking him up on his toes. He's missing! Genzo's glasses slide down on his nose, and I see him blink up at me in unfocused concern. This quickly fades, his lips curling up into a grin. Damn, it's my birthday? How else could I get that lucky? I groan in aggravation and push him away. You know, you could show even a hint of concern for once. Genzo smooths down the front of his jacket. He ain't 5. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. If he's not at home, he's probably shackled up in some shithole hotel, paying to get his dick sucked. We just saw him 2 days ago. I'm not worried. I press my lips together. No, he wouldn't know. How could he know? And even if he did know, he wouldn't care. I bite down on my tongue. I can feel the anger that had been fizzling just beneath my consciousness begin bubbling up toward the surface. Well, maybe... Genzo cuts me off, tapping a finger against his lips. He was also doing who the fuck knows what, and, just like us, dances squirrely little fuckboy feet here. Or there, really. I mean, it's awfully serendipitous, don't you think? Despite his tone, his words do give me pause, and I find myself turning my gaze toward the darkness of the woods. You mean there? Well, I don't mean the Vatican City. I scratch the back of my head, curl my toes inside my shoes. Do you think we should go check? You ask as if both of us weren't planning to go already. He's right. Fuck, he's right. I bring a sweaty palm to my forehead, taking a moment to close my eyes. Why the fuck does all this feel so familiar? And what's even worse is that some part of me is scared to death, like a muffled voice in the back of my head screaming at me to turn around, head back to my apartment, lock the door behind me. But I can't. Already I'm moving toward the trees. Already I'm crossing the threshold between light and dark. I need to find Orlon, make sure he's okay. Except that it's more than that, and even I know it. Well, let's go then? I finally say, my voice shuddering. Either way. I throw a final glance at the black void between the trees, then step inside. Hydrate, stretch. Oh. You know, I was gonna say this earlier, but like, I don't know what, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just a general overall vibe, but like, to me, like, Orlov doesn't look that different from anyone else. He's just like maybe it's his general demeanor that puts people off a little bit, but like, I don't know. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, what, 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 what? And then I was gonna make a joke and say, oh, it's because he's ginger. No. What, just because he has orange hair? Okay. The air instantly cools. Cools? Cools. It's a damp chill, the kind that sticks to your skin and weighs down your chest. I press forward through the scattered brush, using my hands to keep from walking face first into a tree. I can hear Genzo's cane whipping through the grass and snapping against bark behind me. The sound of it grinds on my gears, and when it happens to catch my ankle one time, I snap back at him. Hey, watch it! Or, Jesus. I bite down on my tongue, and plow forward faster, somehow not even caring about the trees and branches scratching at my cheeks. My body seems to remember which direction to go. I reach forward, seeking out the bark of the next tree, only this time, when my fingers touch the jagged edges, it sends a spark all the way up my arm and into the back of my throat. I stop. Genzo's cane wafts against my ankles again, and he stops too. We're here? Yeah, I answer, breath strangely ragged. The biggest tree in the forest, faced like a giant boulder choked on with widening roots. Let my fingers trace over its surface as I circle around, careful not to trip on the gnarled outgrowths. Halfway around, my hand hits air. I come to a halt. Familiar edges are there, rounded gap in the side, the whole echo of stagnant air, the far off scent of something sweet. It's open. I take a step back and hear Genzo approach. Jesus. My whole body is crackling with energy now. Even the breeze seems to have shifted, everything moving toward that hole in the side of the tree. When was the last time? Genzo's voice is a whisper. I don't remember. Except I should. It was a day ago. It was technically a day ago. It was the same day, but just the other time. In the past. But not really the past. It's still... Ah! I throw a glance at Genzo. I can just make him out through the darkness. He's got a hand curled up under his hat, nails scratching at his scalp. Yesn't. I lick my lips, scratch my arm. Something feels wrong. Like, really wrong. And I can't tell if it's just because of the hole in the tree or the thought that Orlon might have gone inside said hole in the tree. I stare down in the hole. This is all feeling way too familiar. He really did go in there. He could be hurt, or worse. My voice hitches. Iggy, it's basically a magical playground for kids. What's the worst they could do to him? Force him to sit in a corner? Make him spill tomato soup all over his face? I'd be more worried about him completely fucking up the place with his freaky deaky fetishes. This makes me wince. Not just because Genzo's being an asshole again, also because the words ping something inauspicious deep in the back of my brain. Like two long-lost synapses finally finding each other and zapping to life. My growing cloud of worry morphs into a storm. Still, I move forward toward the hole, popping a squat amongst the weeds. There's that scent again, soft, sweet, like the tempting aroma of a candy store. It curls up inside my nostrils. I grab the rounded edges and peek inside, leaning forward on my toes. You're going inside, aren't you? Genzo from behind. It's phrased as a question, but I can tell it's not. Not really, at least. I just don't feel like we have much choice. Can't argue with you there. I just kneel there for a moment, gazing down in the blackness of the hole. Something both terrifying and exciting about it, like standing on top of one of those glass bridges and staring down at the ground hundreds of feet below your shoes. We can make our own rules. I don't know why that specific part of my earlier memory leaps back into my brain, but all of a sudden the walls inside the tree seem to be vibrating with the words, like an echo from deep down below.
You still there, Eggs?
Huh? I turn my head to look back, but whack my forehead on the top edge, and we fall in again. Do we like spilling the coffee? We have to fall into the hole violently every time. If we don't check this box, then it won't work. The last thing I hear as I begin to sway forward is Genzo's half amused. Well, I guess that answers the question. Before toppling straight into the hole. The darkness swallows me. If we don't spill the coffee, we break the cycle. If we don't spill the coffee, maybe everyone will not go down into Wonderland. I'm falling. Wind whips my hair, my shirt, summoning water to my eyes. My stomach feels like it's been sucked up straight into my bowels. On and on and on. Complete nothingness surrounding me, consuming me. But there's a strange sense of familiarity in the darkness too. Almost like an old friend is welcoming me back. It's both a comforting and strangely powerful feeling. This was our place. A place where we belonged. A place where I belonged. Away from the all-seeing eyes of society.
Iggy, it's me again, your favorite little squeaky voice.
I opened my eyes. That voice again. Again? Yes, again. It's been waiting for me.
What do you want, Iggy? Please fucking tell me this time. I'm so fed up asking you every single.
What do I want? What kind of question is that?
What do you wish for more than anything else in the world?
Literally Kingdom Hearts. Is it? That's... I don't know. I think about my life, about my clients and the work waiting for me at home, about my parents, my friends, Bucks and Hunter, Gija and Genzo, Orlum with his head shoved inside the toilet. I clench my eyes shut tighter. Everyone always wants something from me. Just leave me alone. I don't want anything. My fingers are starting to tingle. First tiny nibbles of numbness, then building into incessant zaps of electricity. He started getting going down the abyss like you're mysterious. You know, man, if that's a lot of games. That's a lot of stories. Also, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I keep wondering to myself, like why Iggy doesn't wish for anything. Well, I know that like what he actually wants is just like for him to not exist or something like that, or like for him to just right all his wrongs or something if he just wasn't there, etc. But but in like situational things, right? Like for example, like looking for Bucks, right? Why wouldn't Iggy just wish, oh, I wish that Bucks and Hunter end up okay, or like Bucks is okay and Sadie is okay, or something like that. Uh, I've never been on this screen for this long. I heard this part of the music, and or like the ending last time with everyone dead. Like why wouldn't he wish for everyone to come back to life, or like for Genzo to come back to life? I don't know. I don't know. Or like in this case, it's like I feel like if you're like, man, I gotta look for my friend, I'm really worried about him, and then you tumble into a hole and a mysterious voice is like,
What do you wish for? What do you want?
like, I feel like my first thought would be, well, I hope my friend is okay. Well, I wish that my friend is okay, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. When it says like, what do you want more than anything in the entire world, it gets a little broad, and you're like, okay, well maybe it's not exactly that, and I should think more, you know, in a larger scope. I don't know. Then there will be no game. uh, First tiny nibbles of numbness, then building into incessant zaps of electricity. Up, 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 my arms they go, growing and growing into my chest, into my stomach, shooting down into my legs. And loud, so loud, I can't hear, can't think. This is when I think I can't take it anymore. My mind goes blank.
Iggy.
Something soft below me. A furry worm curled up and rested against my back like an oversized lumber pillow.
Iggy!
What a strange dream. I almost feel like I've been sleeping for a long, long time. What's the point of waking up now, though? Let the world keep on spinning without me for a few more minutes. I roll over with a groan.
Fuck's sake, Iggs, you're gonna get yourself buried in there.
My eyes snap open. The stuffed animals again! This isn't my bed. This is my room. And that definitely wasn't a dream. I let my gaze turn toward the pile of stuffed animals I'm currently curled up in. A sad gray rabbit with droopy ears is staring up at me. Oh. Oh. I blink in silence, until a shadow overtakes my view. I look up to see a familiar orange-capped head.
Don't tell me that fall knocked a few screws loose. You're looking at the rabbit as though it's about to start talking.
I blink, look at Genzo. Look from Genzo to the rabbit, then back to Genzo. Wait, then I jump to my feet, or perhaps stumble would be a better word considering the way my legs almost buckle beneath me.
What's to do? Oh, element. Here, I'll do it for you. I hold my head, waiting for the room to stop spinning before attempting to walk. And easy on the sudden movements there, bud.
Genzo just laughs and brings a hand up to my shoulder for support. I barely register what he says, my attention more focused on our surroundings. The hardwood floor, the rounded windows, the crackling fire. Everything is the same as I remember. Even the table is still covered in half-eaten cookies and cake from our final feast. Fuck is all I say.
Stole the word right out of my mouth.
Genzo gives me a corroborative pat on the back. Second step toward the table, then toward the stove, and stop. Is Orlum here? I begin twisting my head back and forth.
Genzo rolls his eyes. How the hell am I supposed to know?
But I don't acknowledge his response, instead already busying my search. I check out all 3 sets of windows. Nothing. Out the door, nothing. I even check beneath the fucking table as though he could somehow possibly have been hiding there. But he's nowhere to be found. My shoulders sag for just a moment, then rise. Perhaps he left some sort of clue for us? I restart my search with renewed vigor, this time checking the shelves and cupboards, behind the doors and furniture. Genzo watches me the entire time, arms curled across his chest.
Iggy, seriously.
You know, you could be helping, I huff as I push myself back from checking on the bed.
One,
Genzo begins counting on his fingers.
I don't fucking care. 2, I don't fucking care. And 3, I really don't fucking care. I'm a little more concerned about figuring out what the fuck's going on here than I am about Freckles McFuckface.
He continues simply watching me as I move from a set of cupboards filled with boxes of cookies to a crooked chest of drawers. Dust and moss from who knows what else escapes in a cough-inducing cloud that gets sucked straight into my lungs as I open first one drawer, then another. I blink back the water that springs to my eyes. They're all empty. All empty except I yank up at the bottom one and hear a whole pile of cylindrical objects go rolling at the force. Crayons? There's hundreds of them, and they clatter and rattle against each other with the movement of the drawer. That's interesting. I grab a handful. All of them look like they've seen use, some even worn down to nubs, and see more flashes of color beneath where they lay. Drawings. Pages and pages of them. I drop the crayons back in and start extricating the papers instead.
The hell is all that?
Enzo wanders over. Somebody's drawings.
Well, I can see that. I'm not He stops. I stop. I look up at him. I've only just now noticed he's not wearing his sunglasses.
Oh.
Enzo turns away.
Into his hat and massaging his scalp underneath.
It's, you know, the wish and all. It's just a temporary thing.
I blink, look down at the drawings, look back up at Genzo. It's actually weird now that I think about it. I hadn't even noticed. Almost like I expected it. The thought a gurgle of unease from my belly. I shake my head to force it away. It's no big deal. I'll laugh. I mean, what else were you gonna wish for, right?
Right. Yes, thank you for typing it out. I can definitely pronounce it now. Anyway, help me get these over to the table?
Sure. The 2 of us gather up as many of the drawings as we can from the bottom of the drawer, dumping them on the top of the table. cookie and cake crumbles go tumbling to the floor in the process. The drawings are crude, to say the least, but from the splash of orange decorating most of them, it's clear who made them. I didn't know Orlon was an artist. Genzo bites down his lip as though holding in laughter. When did he do all these, though? I don't remember any of us doing any drawing during our trips here.
Maybe he came by himself.
Genzo scratches his forehead.
Nothing kept us from coming whenever we wanted.
Pause.
No, not that I ever came by myself. He turns away with an unsubtle cough.
I feel my own cheeks heat up. I come by myself more than a few times. Sometimes just to get away from things. I have a place to myself to think. To escape. To shout at the top of my lungs where no one could hear me. But I never thought about the others, if they'd done something similar. I turned my gaze back to the drawings. There's so many of them. Most of them sporting Orlon and the rabbits, playing outside, going on picnics, reading stories in bed. A good number of others are simply of a single brown rabbit with droopy ears. Not a Wonderland rabbit, or normal rabbit. Drawings of it smiling, sleeping, eating leaves, some of them with Orlon and the rabbit, holding it, petting it, feeding it.
I really love that rabbit.
I finger through the pile, moving more into view. Hey, isn't this you? I point out one of Orlon and what looks like Genzo, holding hands with a smiling sun overhead. Isn't that sweet? I say with a grin. Genzo scowls and shoves it away, so hard it flutters to the floor.
Stupid.
Give him a hard time, ignore.
Well, the theme of this act seems to be, enacting karma.
I can't help but the tingle of amusement playing with my thoughts.
Oh, illicit. Right, yes, of course.
Oh, come on, it's cute.
Genzo just grunts. It's dumb is what it is.
I start poking him in the shoulder, lips curling into a playful grin.
He loves you. He wants to date you. Okay, this is not the direction I thought we were going in.
Genzo's eyes flash.
Just fucking drop it, okay?
I pull back, returning the frown. Fine, whatever. Then roll my eyes and go back to my riffling.
That was not the direction I thought it was going in. I thought it was just...
Never mind. There's more and more drawings. So many of them. Holy shit. I stop at on one of the tall figures holding the brown rabbit in the air.
Wait, it's K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
Where do you think he was going?
I thought it was just gonna be... I don't know. I didn't think he would pull out the tree. I thought it was just like a more platonic thing.
I don't know. I stop on one of the tall figure holding the brown rabbit in the air. Beneath the figure, a tiny Orlon with tears running down his face. Genzo and I just stare at it. I keep going. The drawings are getting weirder. Lots of black, lots of blue, lots of dark scribbles of Orlon crying. Of the tall figure from earlier with his hands raised, and another shorter figure looking at the ground with a giant frown. Of the shorter figure standing in a pool of red. I reach the final drawing, and suck in my breath. It's nothing but jagged red and black scribbles. He attacked the paper so hard it's actually torn in pieces. And I can see upraised mounds of wax where pieces of the crayon had become lodged in the resulting grooves. Genzo and I don't say anything. I let my hand fall back to my side with a slump.
Whoa, what? That went from 0 to fucked up. Wait, that went from 0 to fucked a little too quickly for my taste.
I don't respond. I don't know what to say. All I know is that there's a big cold stone forming in my gut. I'm not able to dwell on it long, however, because at that moment, the sound of footsteps interrupts my thoughts. Heavy, march-like, steady and methodical. I throw a glance at Genzo, then dash toward the window. Genzo follows suit, and soon both of us have our fingers on the sill and our heads squeezed inside the round frame, eyes seeking out the source of the sound. They come 2 by 2, boots bruising the dirt, long ears bouncing left, right, left. Oh no, here we go again. They round the curve of the well-trimmed path, kicking up dust with each synchronous step.
Hey, aren't those the rabbits?
Wait a minute. Rabbits. Something dings in my head. A strange connection I hadn't even known was there. Something about the rabbits and Orlon. Yes, there's definitely a connection there.
Yes, almost like perhaps he he's in control of them or something. Like he's the king or something. Maybe I think you got kidneys. He's just like, it's a metaphor.
What I don't know, but it's enough to propel me to my feet and toward the door. Maybe they know where Orlon is, I say as I bring my hand to the doorknob. But I don't have the chance to twist it before I'm shoved backwards and into the wall.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Genzo huffs, his fingers curled into the fabric of my shirt.
You can't go out there. Those things will murder you.
I feel my jaw tighten. Why the hell would they murder me? We used to play with them all the time back in the day. Genzo blinks, and I see the side of his mouth twitch as he throws a glance toward the door.
But because I just know, okay? I have a really bad feeling about those rabbits in particular.
He swallows hard. Oh, you have a bad feeling, do you? Maybe it's because you're doing something nice for... maybe it's because you'd be doing something nice for Orlon for once. Is that it? And your brain just can't take it. I push back against Genzo with enough force that it throws him off guard, and he takes a step back. His eyes go wide, then turn sharp. Another twitch.
This has fuck all to do with Orlon, okay? I'm just trying to keep us from getting killed.
Uh...
I don't know! I'm like, there's like okay, never mind. I feel like I'll die, actually. Maybe? I don't know. But fuck it, we're going out. I roll my eyes. Yeah. Take a step back toward the door.
You keep telling yourself that. More like you can't accept the fact that I might actually be worried about him. This time, as I bring my hand up toward the knob, Genzo jabs his elbow into my gut with such force it knocks the breath out of me. He slams my back against the door, arm tight against my chest and keeping me pinned. It's at this point that I hear the footsteps outside come to a hasty halt. Then voices, and not far away either. Genzo slaps his hand up to my mouth as though I'm afraid I'll say something. I can taste his sweaty palm against my lips. We just stand there, listening, waiting. The trickle of sweat works its way down the back of my neck, beneath my collar, tickling my shoulder blades. Genzo's breath is shuddered and holding just beneath my ear. They're shouting now. I can't make everything out clearly, but someone's mad, really mad. And then, squishy thuds. Again and again.
Okay, never mind. It turns out the same.
Ew. Another shout. Then the marching begins anew. As it gets further and further away, I feel Genzo's grip loosen. When he pulls away entirely, I slide a good couple of inches down the door, releasing the built-up tension in my shoulders. Genzo wipes at his face, rubs at his eyes. He seems really bothered. I push myself up and away from the door, smoothing down the front of my shirt and wiping the residual sweat from my mouth. Can we go now, Your Highness?
You know what? Fuck you too.
Genzo just grumbles, but I can't help but notice a strange pain in his eyes as he says it. Almost like I blink, and just for a second. The room goes dark, and Genzo is closer, much closer, so close I can hear his heartbeat, so close I can smell the scent of his jacket, so close my lips are the image vanishes.
Okay, so we do remember. Or, man, that deja vu is pretty strong.
And I'm back in the cottage, hands to my chest and fingers curled tight in the fabric of my shirt. I look at Genzo. He looks at me. I know he felt it too. But just as quickly as the feeling had overtaken me, it's gone. I huff and turn away, arms curled across my chest. This isn't the time to be letting my thoughts run away from me. This place is weird enough as it is. And we have more important things to focus on. Like figuring out what the fuck is even going on. And fighting Orlon. If he really is here. He has to be here. There's no way he's... I don't give myself the chance to finish that thought. I shake my head, give my hair a tousle. Genzo just turns his head away with a grumble.
Should we get going then, or what?
Yeah, let's just go. We walk out the door in silence. I keep wondering, like, I don't know, since last time there was a bit of a focus on Genzo, right? But Genzo's with us the entire time because he's our traveling buddy. But this time the focus is more on Orlan, right? And 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 because of that, then the focus is still. Explaining is hard. Basically, like, part of me in the back of my head is like, are we gonna go over Gidget's section? Because it feels very disconnected from, like, everything else. I don't know.
God damn.
The two of us are standing over the dead body of one of the rabbit guards. It looks like he's been bludgeoned to death, which would explain the sounds we heard from inside the cottage. It's fascinating, really. The way his head is dented inward, the way his veiny eyes bulge half out of his skull, the way blood congeals on his fur in thick, dark clumps. Not something you see every day, I muse.
Yeah, unless you're a serial killer.
Genzo squawks. He's kneading his cap between his fingers, eye twitching.
Not something you see every day. Except for us, we've seen it 3 days in a row.
He glances at me with a cock of his brow.
You done ogling the flayed corpse there, Iggs?
I snap out of my daze with a shake of my head, not even having realized I've been staring. Just grossing me out is all.
And rightfully so.
Genzo tugs his cap back over his tousled hair.
Let's keep moving then, shall we?
He looks first to the left, then to the right.
I say we go this way.
Something inside me snaps.
Oh, so you get to make all those decisions now, do you?
Genzo furrows his brow.
God damn, Iggs, what's wrong with you? I was only suggesting we don't follow the homicidal rabbits, but go off.
What the fuck? I blink. I did it again. Where did I even come from? Why should I care what direction we go in? It feels like literally everything is setting me off. Sorry, I rub up my eyes. There's a strange residual heat dancing in my chest from the receding flash of anger. That's fine, yeah, let's go that way. Genzo looks at me for a moment longer, chewing on the inside of his cheek. And starts off down the path. I follow after him. It's quiet as we walk. The tall clusters of fiery red corridor us in as the river of dirt directs us left and right like the waters in a canyon. Above us, the sky glitters a sunny orange, and on our either side, strange flowers of blues, purples, and teals dot the grass between the trees. I catch Genzo glancing at me. What? He turns back to the front, shrugs.
Guess I almost hesitate to ask, but what'd you wish for?
Oh, right. I blink, frown. Well, I'm not gonna... We're just gonna keep it the same. Nothing, I finally say.
Nothing?
I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I don't want anything.
God damn, Mr. Perfect over here.
Genzo laughs.
Here, I had about 50 different things I could have wished for.
I don't respond. Even now, I can't think of what I could possibly want. To make sure Orlam's alright. But that's less than a want and more of a need?
Oh, okay. I guess that answers my question from earlier. So, like, it's like, oh, your wishes are powerful. You gotta wish for impossible things, not things that are possible, like finding your friends, which I guess is good.
Like, I just seriously need to make sure he's okay. Make sure he's not, you know. I let the thought trail off as my eyes drift toward the surrounding trees. As for myself, though, I just don't really care enough about my life, about things, about myself. I chew on the inside of my cheek. The guilt is tickling the back of my neck again. You should have cared, my inner voice hisses. That's your problem, and now you've let everything get fucked up. That anger again, but this time I quell it in a huff. We round another corner, and this time the path opens up into a small clearing. The outcropping of rocks overlooks a small pond on the other end. From its peak flows a miniature waterfall, light reflecting off the steady drizzle. I take a step toward the pound, only for Genzo to grab the back of my shirt. Okay, so the rabbit soldier appears again. Fuck, I know this. I definitely know this. Images of blurred trees of racing steps are flashing through my brain. Genzo must be feeling something too, because his arm tightens around me. Possessively, almost. But rather than providing comfort, it just makes me scowl. I don't need your protection. I can take care of myself. I jerk away, but must misjudge the amount of force required because the momentum sends me stumbling forward and out from the safety of the trees. My ass hits the dirt not more than 10 feet in front of the rabbit. Iggy! I hear Genzo shout from behind me as I attempt to scramble back to my feet. But the rabbit is already staring at me, looming over me. God damn, is he tall. I suddenly feel incredibly small. The rabbit's head cocks first left, then right. His ears twitch.
Who are you?
He finally demands. I start to bring my hands up, hoping to somehow wave myself off, then change my mind. You know what? I don't need this shit. This is our world. I'm not gonna let some old rabbit do as he pleases. I bring my index finger up and start to march forward. Yit! But I'm unable to finish. Genzo rushes out of the trees and yanks me back behind him with such force it momentarily jolts the air out of my lungs. He puts his hands up like some sort of football quarterback ready to hike. We're just passing through. Nothing to see here, he tries. But the rabbit doesn't seem to be buying it. He blinks, just staring at Genzo. Then his eyes dilate, widen. His ears go straight.
Wait a minute. You're that fellow the king told us to watch out for, he chuckles. And you've got yourself a little side dish, too. This must be my lucky day. A promotion and a trait.
He raises his spear with a slobber, points it straight at us, then charges. Okay. So I wonder, like, if the rabbit hadn't seen Genzo, like, would he just leave us alone? I don't know. Then again, they are, like, kind of carnivorous. Yeah. So, maybe he would have still hurt us anyway. I don't know. It happens before I can process it. 1 second I'm standing behind Genzo, and the next, something yanks my wrist with such force it's a wonder my shoulder doesn't pop clean out of the socket. I'm pulled out of the way of the charging rabbit just before the spear would have gone clean through my belly. I stumble forward, nearly topple against Genzo's shoulder, and his fingers clamp even tighter around my wrist as he takes off down the path, dragging me with him. Genzo! I choke out, barely managing to keep up, but he doesn't stop. Can't stop, apparently, because when both of us throw a glance back, we see the rabbit already after us, circling back around and renewing his charge. Fuck! The path leads out of the forest and down along the river, the water whizzing by on our right. We're going so fast we don't even notice the roadblock until it's too late. Genzo hits it first. I hear him give a startled oomph right back before I slam into the fleshy wall next to him. Both of us fall backward onto the ground. What the fuck? It's a giant slab of pink flesh, about waist high, just sitting there, blocking the entire road. And it's wet. Sopping. It looks like I start, only for Genzo's yelp to tear my attention back to the rabbit behind us. Up! Genzo shrieks and pulls me to my feet, fingers clawing at my shirt and practically throwing me up and onto the porous mass. I go head over heels, landing with a moist flop on my back, and just as I attempt to sit back up, Genzo follows, clambering up so quickly he loses his balance and crashes straight into me. Nice one, dude. I slam back into oozing ground with a sputtered cough, Genzo's full weight coming down on top of me. Fuck my life, I hear Genzo mutter. But he doesn't move for a second. And as I'm lying there, I feel my heart start to pick up, because I can feel him. His weight keeping me pinned, his legs straddling at my hips, I squeeze my eyes shut. All at once, memories of junior high are flashing back up in my mind and making my chest clench and my mouth dry. What if he... I don't let myself finish that thought. Kind of getting the best of me, I shove up and against his shoulders with an exasperated huff. Get off! Genzo groans and starts pushing himself to his knees, but it's not fast enough for me. I give him another shove, voice sharper than I intend. Get off! This jolts him, and he jerks backwards so fast he slips back to the ground with a splat. I push myself up onto my elbows and see him tug away, cough, his face red. Sorry, but got the air knocked out of me for a sec. My mouth moves before I can stop it. Well, maybe you should watch where you're fucking going. He winces, looks at me, then toward the ground. Yeah, sorry. He rubs the palm against his eyes, and I see him mouth what looks like multiple rapid rounds of fuck. But at this point, I'm beyond caring. We have more important things to be worrying about. My gaze goes first toward the rabbit. He's just standing there, at the edge of the flesh slab. Spear rigid and eyes sharp. He's not following us. So I let my eyes wander further, following the pink nodules of ground back and around and up toward the cliff face. That's when I see it. Mr. Eyeball again. It's round and wet and sitting there as though perched atop the throne. And upon our movement, its oversized pupil swivels with an almost audible rumble to stare straight at us. I think this is a tongue, I groaned, lips twisting in disgust.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
I throw a final look back at the rabbit to make absolutely sure he's not following us, then push myself shakily to my feet and try to take a step. Well, let's just try to get across.
Okay.
But walking across the gelatinous surface turns out to be akin to walking across a waterbed, a very gooey waterbed. I probably slip and fall face first into pink pulp. Saliva gushes up through jiggling pores. Next to me, Genzo is crawling forward on all fours, his face betraying his disgust. He turns towards me for a second, almost as though about to say something. Then he must decide against it, because I see him wince and jerk his head forward. I turn my own attention back to my hands, and the way my fingers are sinking into the tongue's flesh. Bile quickly rises to the back of my throat. Disgusting. But I shake my head and keep going. I keep my eyes trained forward as I crawl, try not to look or think about the viscosity seeping up beneath my fingernails. It's slow going, but we're making headway. Halfway there. Halfway across the vast ocean of pink. We just need to keep moving. It's at that moment the tongue moves. It starts as a low rumble. The salmon-colored flesh begins to undulate, giving rise to rippling rumbers that send our bodies bobbing. What the? My hands go slipping and sliding just as a veritable mountain of flesh rises up from the ground, taking us with it. Fuck! Genzo loses his balance and lands with a splat on his back, hands to his head.
Okay. I think this is all the same. The tongue moves, goes up, surge of flesh, ripples, crest, surge forward. I lose track of from up and down, slipping and sliding. Only once it's supposed to stop, my body slides limply down the side of flesh.
Hello again. This is the third time I'm seeing you.
Do I notice how close we are to that all-seeing eye? Genzo slides down next to me. Neither one of us makes a sound as the warbling pupil of the eye dilates focus and stares straight through us. I can see tiny twitches of movement, just ever so slight, jumping back and forth between us. Quiet. Moisture dribbles down my forehead and cheeks and past my collar to tickle my spine. Quiet. I close my eyes, take a deep breath. Then all of a sudden my jaw goes taut. I feel my brows furrow as my lips curl into a scowl. This fucking thing. I've had just about enough of this. This is our world. My eyes pop back open with a snap. Hey! I push forward, separating myself from the slick surface of the tongue and nearly toppling over. The eye's pupil jerks toward me immediately, dilating as it studies my wobbly frame. Iggy, what are you? Genzo winces and brings his hands to his cap. But I don't care what he's thinking. Our world, our Wonderland! Oh shit! No! And then the credits start rolling. I raise my fist with an angry grunt. Hey, you big stupid bowling ball! The pupil shudders. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You and this stupid tongue of yours. I stomp down on the oozing flesh beneath my feet, and it bounces with a gooey jolt. You think you can just block the road like that? I demand you let us through! The angry heat is back. It's bubbling and surging up through my chest, spreading out across my arms with a fiery tingle. I feel like I could take on anyone. Did you hear me? Another shake of my fist. You're gonna let us through right now! The eye makes a curious noise, almost like a confused dog. This is our world, and you answer to me! I'm pointing right at it now. I can feel the tendrils of heat lapping at my skin. I can almost feel them rising from me, like a backdrop of fire and brimstone. It brings a smile to my face. Another noise from the eye. Then it quivers. And the pupil rolls back, and out of view. Beneath us, the surface of the tongue unrolls and flattens with a rumbling flop. Genzo yelps and falls backward onto his rear end.
When he wobbles back to his feet, his eyes are as wide as dinner plates. Holy hell, Eggs, what was that? Anger in my chest is fading away, leaving behind a feeling of pride in its place.
Who knew all you needed was just to be assertive in Wonderland? I guess it never really occurred to me before, but like whenever any of these things, I guess for example the tongue, right? We just kind of kept quiet about everything. Like we didn't say like, "Hey, stop," or something.
I adjust the waist of my pants with a triumphant grin. Oh, just telling it who's boss. Kenzo blinks, cocks his brow, then finally returns a smile.
God damn. Gotta say, that's a side of you I've never seen before.
I shrug and start toward the end of the tongue, anxious to get back on solid ground. Just tired of being so mellow, I guess. Kenzo watches me for a moment, and attempts to jog after me, and promptly slips straight into a puddle of saliva.
Oh no, dude. Iggy's sudden, sudden? Like, aggressiveness, anger, and assertiveness, it reminds me a lot of that one episode of My Little Pony where Fluttershy goes to I forgot what his name is, but like this miniatures uh like assertive workshop training class, and he has like a bunch of catchphrases, right? But and he's basically teaching everyone like you gotta be more assertive, you gotta speak up for yourself when things go wrong, etc. But like, his catchphrases aren't very good, and it ends up with Fluttershy becoming like really mean. I don't know. Uh that's what it reminded me of.
Once clear of the ton, it's back to the road, which winds up and around, following the river to our right. Genzo tries to wring what he can of the viscous muck out of his hat as I brush my fingers through the damp ringlets of my hair. I still feel gross. Even my pores feel clogged. What I do for a shower right about now. As I'm peering out ahead of us, a flash of movement catches my eye. My gaze goes immediately toward the far bank. A dock has been erected on the sand, and a boat is slowly gliding its way over from the opposite direction. Genzo follows my gaze. He narrows his eyes.
That's curiously convenient.
He's not wrong, but at the same time, no, I remembered this. Sight of the miniature white riverboat is enough to bring fuzzy, shifting images bubbling to the surface of my brain.
Disgusting is how hard a liquid is. Very good, that's right. Oh wait, no, liquids aren't hard, fuck. No! Wrong, that's the wrong description, you're right, but you're also wrong. No. Anyway, Kenzo looks from the boat to me, then back to the boat. He opens his mouth, closes it. By the time he opens it a second time, I'm already off, jogging in the direction of the dock and boat. Fuck. He clutches at his hat and starts after me. I get to the wooden steps of the dock just as the boat comes to a halt on the other end of the pier. Jesus. Genzo huffs behind me as he runs to catch up. To the left of the dock is cherry red and white. To the left of the dock is yes, it's a sign. It's cherry, red and white, with the words Kitty Cruise on it. We've seen it. This is the third time we've seen it. Past it, I see the river fork, with the right channel leading back along the river we'd just come, and the left leading deeper into the unknown. You can take a sip every time Genzo says fuck. You wouldn't die. Take a sip, whenever anyone says fuck. I point toward the boat like some sort of overwrought tour guide. We can take this. Better than walking, that's for sure. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Stay out of here and get eaten then. See if I care, I snap. Fuck's sake. Genzo growls. Whatever. I grimace. I can't seem to stop lashing out. The words keep coming out of my mouth before I can stop them. I massage my forehead. Then start silently up the stairs. My ascent is halted, however, by a jovial, high-pitched voice from the other side of the railing. Here you go again.
Come and ride it.
I'm fine.
Come and ride a kitty cruise and sail the waves for days. Adventure like you've never had. The end to your malaise.
Like, no, stop. Dad, no more puns. Puns? I stop, blink, then lean over the railing for a peek at the ground below. It's a flower. Brilliant white petals adorn its oversized head, and its glossy green leaves shimmy with this dance-like movement. Genzo steps up to the railing next to me, blinking curiously. Weird. The flower twists atop its roots as though looking up at us.
Top of orange, scant of height. The pallid yearnings you cloak in trite are more glaring than your loss of sight.
I raise a brow. What's that supposed to mean? Means a cheeky little flower's about to get its roots split, that's what. I wonder if Genzo will actually rip the flower out of the ground in one of these runs. The flower brings its leaves up to its chalky yellow center, as though slapping its hands to its cheeks in fright. It recoils at Genzo's approach.
This gentle flower locked in its earthen cage warrants not the fruits of your misplaced rage.
Genzo snorts. I can't help but laugh. It's just a flower again. No need to get so worked up. Says the one not getting ridiculed by it. Just ignore it, come on. Genzo huffs but calms. He readjusts his cap on his head with a calculated twist, nods once at the flower, then steps back toward the stairs. The flower waggles its leaves, this time turning its attention to me.
Though with force and fury your long journey may ease, it'll take longer than that for your heart to unfreeze.
The flower's words send a spark of electricity straight up my spine. You fucking... I turn with a flash, stopping back down the steps and making a beeline for the flower. Iggy! Genzo just manages to grab the back of my collar before I go homicidal gardener on the poor plant. Never mind, we're the ones who almost rip it out. He pulls me back toward the steps of the dock. I let out another snort, face red with indignation. Damn, Iggs. What was all that about just ignoring it, huh? Genzo laughs, but I don't miss the anxious trill just beneath the mirth. You seem a little high-strung. I huff and rub at my eyes, but I don't respond. Whatever, let's just get on the boat. I finally grumble and start wandering toward the end of the dock, Genzo falling hesitantly behind. The boat is still anchored at the end of the dock, almost as though waiting for us. It bobs up and down gently in the current. Looks fine to me. Once again, Genzo looks from the boat to me, then back to the boat. He doesn't say anything. Whatever. I'm not just gonna stand here for hours. I step forward, tossing a leg over the side and half stumbling into the bobbing boat. Genzo reaches out as though wanting to help, then just as quickly pulls back. He waits for me to sit down on one of the wooden benches before clambering in after me. For a moment, I worry that it might sink beneath our combined weight. We're quite a bit larger than we were the last time we rode, but it ultimately holds true. Is there something we need to do to get it started? Genzo takes the seat across from me and glances around. Like I remember. Genzo's gaze drops to the deck. Fortunately, we're not left in the dark for long. Only a few seconds later, the water wheel in the back slowly chugs to life. With a shudder, the boat begins to glide across the water. Okay, we're back here. The river is calm, smooth, and the boat cuts through the water like butter, slowly but steadily. Once it reaches the fork in the river, it turns left automatically, taking us further away from our cottage, the rabbit guards, and the giant eyeball. Genzo's still quiet. He's got his hands shoved in his pockets and is gazing somewhat morosely at the passing scenery. I scratch my bare arm. I'm starting to calm down again, the heat dripping out of my pores. The gentle sway of the boat is helping, back and forth, slow and smooth. We round the bend, now drifting dreamily past colorful scenery. Why is there a fork in the river? Who left it there? Not that fork. Knolls of gold and green slope upward and away from the riverbank, and red and purple trees stretch toward the orange sky. Decorated in the ground are flowers of all shapes and sizes, cattails, tufts of white cottonweed, all of it seemingly untouched, with no signs of life to disturb it. When I turn back around, I see Genzo staring at me. Blink. What? He looks away, guilty almost, as though he'd been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to. Guess I'm just still not used to it. Pause. Being able to look at you, I mean. Oh, I say simply. I guess, it must be weird. Yeah.
Weird. He looks up at the sky, then back at the deck. Coughs.
And I mean, you know, it's nice, like, seeing how you turned out. As for me though, I could have gone without seeing. I'm ugly as fuck. I mean, wow, I kinda wish I never found that out.
I roll my eyes. You're not ugly.
Maybe compared to Orlon, I'm sure he really takes the cake. He was ghastly enough as a kid.
My anger flares up again before I can stop it, and jerk forward with an almost audible snap of my spine.
For fuck's sake, would you give him a fucking break?
Genzo's eyes go wide, his face flushing.
Then his gaze turns sharp. What the hell's wrong with you? It's just Orlon. Just Orlon, just Orlon. Has it ever occurred to you that Orlon's a person too? That he's one of our friends, and you treat him like shit? Well, sorry. Didn't know you were in love with a guy, for crying out loud.
Genzo grinds his teeth.
And also, what the fuck? Last I checked, you never cared about him before. Where was all this, oh, woe is Orlon back when we were kids? I never saw you stand up for him.
I press my lips together, heart twisting. It's true. It's fucking true. That's a horrible fucking person.
Yeah, well,
I wrench my guess away.
maybe I'm trying to make up for it.
Genzo rolls his eyes.
Oh, well, good for you, Mr. Saint. But just because you're having an existential crisis about it, doesn't mean you have to take it out on me. Stop that! No! I don't want to make this decision! What? That! Ah! Ah! Should I escalate the topic or no? I don't know. Because this is one of those things where it's like if I say something, it'll definitely change a lot of things, right? Or I would hope so if Genzo is like a human being. But like but it's kind of like not my it's like not my business to tell him, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. It's like it's not something that you should go around spreading to other people. Or something. If you see something, say something. Yeah, to like, you know, professionals, not his childhood bully. I don't know. Ah! Ah! Okay, fine. It's okay. I saved. If I if I die, it's okay. Professional childhood bully. I jump to my feet before I can stop myself, the momentum rocking the entire boat. He tried to kill himself, Gen! Genzo stops. His face has gone white. He just stares at me. Though not really at me, more like pointed in my direction, but watching something else entirely on the surface of his eyes. Finally, he jerks away. Oh fuck. He closes his eyes, opens them. I slump back down, my face in my hands. I hadn't actually meant to say it. It's not my secret to tell. Wow, exactly what I said. But it had just popped out. Genzo tugs his hat off his head, kneading the fabric between his fingers. He looks like he's gonna be sick. Stupid Fogger. I can barely hear him mutter. He's just staring at the bottom of the boat. We continue on in silence, the air heavy on our back. Oh, the air heavy on my back and shoulders. I can still feel the rage down in my stomach. Rage at Genzo, rage at myself. It's churning and frothing just beneath my diaphragm. Genzo grunts softly. He's looking at something along the right-hand bank. What's that? Huh? That's Lauren. I let my gaze follow his and spy a small wooden sign with the words Collector's Territory ahead, painted on it in heavy red strokes. Who the fuck knows? I muttered, disinterested. I don't remember this collector guy from before. Well, if he tries anything, I'm gonna tear his fucking head off, I snarl. Genzo flinches, recoils. I just wrap my arms around my chest, staring fiery daggers through the bench in front of me. On and on we glide. And on, the aura of animosity floats over my head like a cloud. Past tree after tree, bend after bend. Even past this strange yellow hillock covered in what appears to be
slowly smoking trash. I say nothing. Genzo says nothing.
Eh? Wait, so we don't have to close our eyes? What? Huh? Finally, the boat slows to a stop, and I look up to see a dock, identical to the one we embarked from. This is where we get off, Genzo says sullenly and pushes himself to his feet. I run a hand through my hair, scratching at the back of my neck. The hair there is standing straight up for reasons I can't fathom. And I swear I feel someone watching me the entire way off the boat and onto the dock. I shake it off, shrug my shoulders. Genzo has his hands in his pockets and is staring down at the wooden planks. I don't say anything as I walk past. Past the dock, a valley of dirt winds itself off and away from the river, bordered on either side by more trees. Come on, I finally mutter and start down the path. Genzo falls in step next to me. Behind us, a set of black tentacles curled around the boat's frame slowly sinks back into the water. Wind like wind? Well, oh, yeah, that makes sense. I forget that aren't those two words spelled the same, but they're pronounced differently depending on the context. My brain did not make that connection. I'm not sure how long we walk. 20 minutes? 30? An hour? Time feels strange, almost as though it's not passing at all. Yet, when I think back to the cottage of discovering that hole in the tree, it already feels like a lifetime ago. And strangely disconnected? I try to think about my apartment, about work, about the party. They all feel fake. Did any of that really happen? Of course it did. That's my life. That's me. Look down at my hand as though it might reveal an answer to some unspoken question. My mind drifts back to that voice in the tree.
What do you want, Iggy?
I don't know. I still don't know. I think back to the encounter with that eye. How satisfying it had felt to tell that thing off. For some reason, this makes me think of Orlan. Maybe if I'd been able to tell Genzo off like that years ago, things would have never gotten so bad. Well, think of what my own life could have been if I had that kind of gall. Not coding websites in that tiny apartment over in Brookside, that's for sure. Not spending my nights falling asleep on the couch and waking up to ice cream stains on my shirt. No, I might actually have accomplished something with my life. Gotten over my insecurities, and forged myself a place where I could actually feel like I meant something. All of a sudden, my footsteps changed in the timbre. Okay. I wonder, like, if this new assertive Iggy would, like, tell Gidget off too. I glance down to see the dirt path has given way to cobblestones. I stop for a moment, studying the new pavement. That tingle in the back of my neck is back, almost as though some part of me knew that this was coming, and knows what's going to happen next too. Next to me, Genzo half-heartedly kicks at a pebble. Guess we're finally getting somewhere. Through the foliage veiling the upcoming bend, I spy a splattering of bright colors, too bright even for the otherworldly trees. There's something there. I expend the energy for a short jog, taking me around the trees and in front of what I can only describe as a gigantic billboard. I stop, take it in, and feel my brows curl on themselves. Jesus. Genzo trots up next to me, equally as stupefied. It's Gidget, only larger than life and very little clothing. She's lying on her side, head propped up in her hand, and holding a martini glass in her other. Next to her are the words, "Come visit Wonderland's hottest goddess," in bright purple print. I grind my teeth together, fist clenching. That's a side of Gidget I've never seen before. Genzo's brow reaches for the sky. What the fuck is this? It's a billboard, Eggs. Oh, stop with the fucking jokes already. I mean, what is it doing here? Why is Gidget on, like, some fucking porn star? I throw an exasperated hand in the direction of the board. You're asking me like I have any idea either. Genzo rolls his eyes. What is she even doing down here? Does she think this is some kind of game? Genzo rubs at his shoulder with a frown, but doesn't say anything. Not only is the sign pissing me off, it's also making me uncomfortable. I have to put up with enough sex being shoved in my face in my daily life. Now here's my good friend revealing much more than I ever wanted to see of her, and making my stomach turn flip-flops. I bring my hands to my arms as uncomfortable prickles begin turning my armed hair skyward. I shake my head and turn away, looking instead further up the path. It's bordered by other smaller placards that stick up and out the ground like signposts. All of them sport Gidget, some in gorgeous dresses, some in bright summer ensembles, some in ridiculous get-ups that look like they've come straight out of a fantasy or horror movie. Right, okay. I see Genzo chew on the inside of his cheek. Guess that confirms Gidget's here. I huff, but then realize, if Gidget's here, the chances that Orlam is also here are much higher. In fact, Gidget might even know where he is. I start quickly down the Gidget-lined path. Jesus! I hear Genzo yelp before his shuffling footsteps rush up behind me. This ain't the Boston Marathon eggs. 20 placards later sees us at the entrance to a small village. I survey the quaint white and dark wood cottages, the puffing chimneys, the curving cobblestone roads and vine-dappled walls. I remember this, though not quite as clearly as the Kitty Cruise, more like out-of-focus snapshots. For once, we're not the only ones here. People are milling about, walking from building to building. But none of them so much as glance up as we look around. I walk down the street with purpose, my gaze going sharp as I take in our surroundings. Next to me, Genzo is adjusting his cap as he puffs to keep up with my forward pace. I round the next corner and stop. A crowd of people is gathered outside one of the more ornate-looking homes. There's a good 15 to 20 of them, and though they whisper among themselves occasionally, their attention seems fixed on the door. Okay. Genzo promptly rams into my back. God fucking... I ignore him, because I know who's gonna come out at that door, and I can already feel my jaw tighten. Wow, it's Gidget again.
Good morning, darlings!
The door flings open to reveal Gidget, with her hand raised above her head to greet the crowd. The previously quiet gathering erupts in cheers and applause.
Thank you so much for seeing me off today. Another shoot, blah 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 blah. Another shoot, can you believe it? The scouts here just can't keep their eyes off me.
She dances down the steps, crowd parting to allow her room. Immediately, there's hands reaching out, thrusting papers and books for her to sign, trying to catch a passing torch of her arm or shoulder. A passing touch. Fucking. We love you, Gidget!
Marry me, Gidget!
Gidget's mouth curls in an over-exaggerated frown as she waltzes through.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm quite rushed today.
She pauses, smells with a wink.
But I suppose one or two autographs wouldn't hurt. Hee ha ha ha.
It's all the same. The crowd goes wild, flinging their pens and photos and exposed skin at her with even more vengeance.
Me first, Gidget!
I'm your #1 fan, Gidget! She turns toward the person standing nearest her, a teenage girl with a bouncy ponytail, and decked out in pins, stickers, and accessories, all featuring Gidget's name or face. Okay, stretch. Make the same pose that Gidget is doing. The girl wrings her hands in excitement as Gidget signs her name in her autograph book. By this point, I've just had about enough. I stomp straight toward the crowd and that bouncing waterfall of blonde hair. Gidget! Gidget turns at the sound of my voice. But before she can respond, my hand is on her wrist and I'm tugging her out and away from the crowd. The air turns instantly tense, and I hear cries of anger and disappointment begin bubbling up from the crowd. Gidget flashes them a somewhat confused smile and waves her hand to calm them down even as I continue pulling her away.
It's alright, darlings. This is my friend. I'll be right back.
Another tug, this one cutting her off as I spin her toward me and bring my hands down on her shoulders. I stare at her. She stares at me. Her eyes blink at me in abject stupor.
Iggy!
She finally says, almost nervously.
You're here. I can't believe it.
Then with a tiny wince.
Is something wrong?
What exactly do you think you're doing?
What do you, mean?
She chuckles with a quick glance back to her crowd of irate friends. This! I gestured toward her dress, her perfectly coiffed hair. This! Then toward the crowd and house beyond. What are you doing down here? Why are you... I bring a hand to my forehead with a sigh. How long have you been down here? Gidget looks away with a guilty frown.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. The days have all kind of run together.
Her gaze jumps back up with a cheery gleam.
But I'm having so much fun. This place is so amazing, Iggy. Like, even better than when we were kids. I'm happier than I've been in, well, since as long as I can remember.
A laugh.
And now that you're here, things can only get better.
She finishes with a wink. I feel my gut twist in what could either be anger or discomfort. It's at this point that Genzo finally manages to push himself through the crowd next to us. He gives a little yelp as he twists away, nearly falling to the cobblestones in the process. God fucking damn. Let a guy walk here. How many times has Genzo fell down in this one? I feel like he keeps tripping and falling. He scowls and smooths down his rumpled clothes.
Oh, you're here too, Genzo.
He just smiles. Genzo looks up at us, and I grip on Gidget's shoulders. When he brings a finger up to say something, I let her go and cross my arms with an annoyed huff. I see you've already given the privilege of experiencing Iggy's newfound attitude.
He does seem a little high-strung.
Gidget laughs.
Seems like someone could use a little Wonderland cheer of his own.
Cheer? I squawk, my hands displayed in disbelief. We were almost killed! Genzo taps his chin. You just have a point about that.
Oh, come on. Killed? I think you're over-exaggerating a little bit.
Gidget raises a brow.
This place is like a giant playground. There's nothing down here that would hurt a flea.
Yeah, maybe not in this sheltered Garden of Eden you've created for yourself here, but have you tried stepping outside for just 1 second? I throw a finger back in the direction we came. You're warping this place into a nightmare! Gidget rolled her eyes, hands going to her hips.
Maybe it's your attitude. If you just try to enjoy yourself, maybe you'd have a little bit of fun.
I bring my hands to my hair with a frustrated rumple. I mean, I don't agree with everything she's saying, but I do have to admit that you need to chill out a bit, Iggs. Genzo raises his brow in very concern. I've never seen you like this before. Shit! I start turning my gaze toward the sky as though it'll provide me an answer. But I don't finish. I can't finish. My throat feels so tight with anger that I can't seem to get the words out. So instead, I grind my teeth together and jerk my head away. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna go get a drink, I say before stalking off in the direction of the inn.
You go do that. You go do that. I'm gonna have a fantastic shoot down by the pier.
Gidget shouts after me, then turns away with a huff of her own, blonde hair fluttering behind her. Genzo must find himself at a loss because he watches me for a moment, watches Gidget, then gives a little wince and jogs off after Gidget. Good. I just want to be alone for a little while. I don't need any of them. Oh boy. Where are we going? Where are we going? I'm not sure how long I sit in the inn drinking. Oh, wait, wrong button. 1 hour. 2 hours. I start with a beer, but after I realize how full it's making me, I switch over to whiskey. The woman behind the counter just keeps bringing more, and I don't tell her no. I'm not a heavy drinker. In fact, I wouldn't even call myself a drinker. I like the occasional beer with friends, and sometimes when I'm in the mood, I'll buy myself a bottle of wine and have myself a little movie night. But I'm not normally one who enjoys that feeling of losing themselves to the drink. Now, however, something about the anger and frustration dancing around my belly is making me crave it. That feeling of disconnect that grows with each passing drink. What's wrong with them? All of them! Why are they acting like this is some sort of game? All they ever think about is themselves, and they don't care about who they end up hurting along the way. I don't want your attention. I don't want your protection. I can take care of myself. Maybe if they give even a fraction of the unwanted attention they've always showered on me to Orlon, none of this would have happened. Fuck, Orlon. I'd completely forgotten to ask if Gidget had seen him. Oh well. They'll be back here soon enough. No doubt to fret and dote on me some more. I down another shot of whiskey and feel it burn its way down my throat. The heat is throbbing in my chest, and already everything has a slightly fuzzy, lethargic feel to it.
Hey, Iggy?
I don't even have to turn around to know who it is. And my suspicions are confirmed when I find Gidget and Genzo staring at me in concern. There's a weird kind of pity in their eyes. Come on, Iggs. Why don't you come join us at the table over there, huh? Genzo motions toward an empty table near the far wall. Now I see what this is. I sniff, rub at my mouth. Gonna have an intervention or some shit. You're so sweet. I slide off my stool with a slight stumble. Both of them jerk forward to catch my fall. I scowl and yank myself away, waiting until they pull back before meandering toward the table in question. I slump into the nearest chair. Oogs. Genzo sits down across from me, clasps and unclasps his hands. He looks nervous.
Is everything okay?
You're not acting like yourself, Iggy.
Gidget this time. Like myself. What does that even mean? I rest my chin in my hand. You mean not going along with your little game of dress-up? Maybe I don't want you dragging me around like it's some doll, huh?
Why are you... It's not even...
Gidget's face goes red. And you! I turn to Genzo this time, who sits back with a little start. Maybe I don't want to go along with all your little smart-ass comments anymore. Maybe I think you were an asshole all these years. Kenjo's eyes twitches. He looks away, looks back, looks at the table. Which reminds me, I was actually meaning to ask. I continue, turning back to Gidget. You haven't seen Orlam around, have you? Oh fuck, I should have known! This was about that fucker. Genzo jolts to his feet, hands coming down hard on the table. It's Orlam this and Orlam that with you, isn't it? That little weasel doesn't deserve half the energy you're putting in freaking out about him. I stand up to match him, enjoying the height advantage I have over him.
That's the one who made him the way he is. What the hell did he ever do to you, huh?
Genzo's face goes red, redder than I've ever seen it. He bites down on his lip, tears of frustration glimmering in the corners of his eyes. Maybe I don't need to tell you, huh? That's just between me and him. Just know that that little fucker has ways of getting exactly what he wants, and if you...
Guys!
Gidget's voice cuts him off, right before our arms come between us.
Just calm down, okay? Everyone's staring at us.
I throw a glance out into the inn and am met with wide-eyed stares of the majority of its patrons.
Whatever, those people aren't real.
My face grows incredibly warm. My face grows incredibly warm, and I drop quickly to my seat, tendrils of sweat weaving down the nape of my neck. Genzo follows suit. He tugs at the collar of his jacket, wipes at his forehead.
Thank you.
Gidget sighs and takes her own seat, fingers laced together on top of the table. I need a smoke. I see Genzo's fingers shaking as he pulls out his cartons of cigarettes and puts one between his lips. I'll be right back. Then shoves his chair back and heads for the door. Vision and I watch him leave, an awkward silence hanging over the table.
Anyway,
She curls a lock of hair behind her ear, all of a sudden acting shy.
you wanted to know about Orlam? He's here.
This brings the first light of hope into my heart since stepping foot into this godforsaken place. Yes? Oh, thank fucking god. I lean forward and grab Gidget's hands in a move that must completely take her back, because her eyes shoot wide open. Fuck, you don't know how worried I've been about him since yesterday. And he's, like, alright and everything? He's doing okay? Gidget glances down between my grip on her hands and my close proximity to her face. Her cheeks go pink.
Is he okay? Iggy, he's like in charge of everything. To be honest, I'm surprised you don't know yet.
In charge of? This gives me pause, and I release my grip on Gidget to sit back in my chair, blinking.
Yeah, he lives in this huge castle. It's just across the lake, actually. I've been up there a few times. Amazing dinner parties. Dancing, you name it.
Wait, really? How long have you guys been down here? I guess time does pass differently. I guess, like, a couple days in Wonderland is like a day in the real world or whatever. She brings a hand to her chest with an awkward laugh.
Though I haven't been up there in a little while now, since last time he tried to get me to sleep with him. I mean, that was awkward enough already, but also all the other women I've talked to at those parties say he's in the...
But what? I haven't been up there in a little while now, since last time he tried to get me to sleep with him. I mean, that's awkward enough already, but also all the other women I've talked to at those parties say, oh, okay. Her gaze drops, rises, drops again. Finally, she looks back up.
bad stuff.
Aren't most guys gross? Where's the option to say, yeah, I don't really care? Okay. I'm not sure if I say it to defend Orlan, or if I say it to somehow make myself sound normal.
you know, like I actually know what I'm talking about. But either way, I try to laugh it off. Aren't most guys? I force a chuckle. He just looks away. Then back.
No, I mean like on himself.
I blink. And I feel my cheeks heat up about 500 degrees. That's
Anyway, this conversation is getting too weird. But you guys should definitely go check it out. I'm sure he'd invite you to one of his parties.
where's the option to say, but aren't most guys again? I'm kidding, I'm joking.
I'm sure it won't be quite so, awkward.
A pause.
Well, I guess I'm not so sure about him.
She throws a nervous glance at the door.
Seems like there's some stuff going on between them.
Tell me about it. I run a hand through my hair. I'm not sure if it was the argument, the embarrassment, or just the general awkwardness of this whole situation. But the accompanying lull of the alcohol has already started to wear off, leaving nothing but exhaustion in its wake. And now that I know that Orlam is okay, some of the anger has also begun to recede. I scratch at my neck, sweat soaking into the grooves under my fingernails. Sorry, for snapping. I guess I was just what? I don't even know, to be honest. I'd just been overcome with so much anger. Anger I couldn't control. I throw a glance around. This place. It's this place. Ever since I woke up here, I felt weird. Like all my emotions are heightened. I need to be careful. If even someone as easygoing as me could get lost to a little spark of anger like that, I can't even imagine what real fury can turn into. Or any other extreme emotion for that matter. Not to say I was right about everything, but... Sorry. This is the first time this has ever happened to me, okay? Usually my predictions are all just nonsense. Almost as if on cue, I feel the touch of skin on my hand, and I jerk my head up to see Gidget's fingers curling softly around my wrist.
It's okay. Everyone's worked up. I understand.
I smile.
To be honest, I'm really happy to see you here, Iggy. I've been thinking about you for
Are you also surprised that my prediction is correct?
I've been thinking about you a lot while I've been down here.
I blink, press my lips together. You have?
I mean, I guess I have had a lot of time to think.
I laugh. Her face softens.
About my life? About the things I want?
Yes. That's, Fortunately, at this moment, Genzo returns. His face has settled into a sallow sort of gray, and his eyes look dark and just slightly pink around the edges. Hey, sorry it took so long. He stops, however, when his gaze lands on the table, or more specifically, on Gidget's hand on mine. Oh. He looks up, away, towards the ceiling. His eyes tighten, making his face look, if it's even possible at this point, even more disfigured. Shit, sorry. I pull my hand back, sticking it between my legs as though wanting to hide it away. It's nothing. We were just talking. A pause. Gidget, said that Orlan's here. Oh. Yeah, I guess I'll, maybe try to go see him tomorrow. I see. It grows quiet again. So I cough and push my glasses up on my nose. Maybe for now we call it a night, though. I don't know about you guys, but I'm fucking exhausted. Yeah, I'm pretty beat too. That's not a bad idea. Genzo tucks his hat off, scratches at his scalp. After a few more moments, we both turn to look at Gidget. She stares back blankly, then jumps.
Oh, right, of course! They've got rooms here you can both stay in. Come, let me just go ask Mrs. Graham.
She stands up and begins making her way toward the back counter, Genzo and I shuffling along behind. I'm wondering more about the emotions thing. Like, making it feel more extreme, right? And like... Actually, never mind. I don't know. Basically, I was wondering like if it goes in the other way too, like I don't know. Do emotions like cancel each other out like that? I'm not quite sure. Like a spark of anger can make you feel extremely angry, right? But maybe like it can also like what do you call it? Like a bit of sadness can make you feel really depressed, or like a bit of courage can make you really courageous. I don't know. I don't know. If like everything's just like times 100. Is that how it works then?
Miss Graham, my friends were wondering if they could have some rooms for the night?
Of course, dear, anything for a local goddess.
The older woman says with a wink before procuring 2 sets of keys. What's sure? Thank you. I'm so glad that I'm speaking in words. He just blushes.
Thank you so much.
Then turns to us.
Here you go. The rooms are just upstairs. And you can find your room number on the key.
I grab my key from Gidget. Thanks, this is really great. See you in the morning then? She nods with a smile, and I don't miss her gaze go pointedly toward the etched in numbers on the top of my key as it passes her hands. I palm it quickly. Yeah, thanks. Genzo takes his. Both of us are trudging our way up the steps, coming off the landing into a quiet hallway lined with doors. We reach Genzo's first, and he turns toward it with a little sigh. I chew on the inside of my cheek. Hey, I'm sorry about downstairs, I finally say. It's okay. He doesn't even turn to look at me, instead focusing on getting the shaky tip of his key into the lock. I watch him for a moment, then turn away once he gets it in and clicks it open. It's not coming back. Anyway, good night. I murmur as I start down the hall. Iggs, about me and Orlon. I stop. Turn. See him staring at the wood paneling off his door. When he finally glances toward me, his eyes are tight. He shakes his head, looks away. Never mind. Get some sleep. I watch him push open his door and step inside. You too. The door shuts with a click. I sigh, then carry on to my own room just a few doors down the hall. I have to wonder, because, I don't know. Because before, like, I guess, like, in the first round, right? When Genzo was getting dipped in boiling hot water, and then he kept making fun of Orlom despite literally dying, right? And saying like a bunch of not cool stuff. And then in my head I was also wondering, like, well, there must be a reason why Genzo keeps bullying Orlom, right? But at the time his reason had just been something like, it's just because Orlom is weird or whatever. It's just because everyone else bullies Orlom, so he also bullies Orlom or something like that. And I'm like, that's fucked up, man. But like, but like this makes it seem like, yeah, there's like a proper reason, probably, for why Genzo doesn't like Orlom. though I can't really see what could have happened, because from my perspective, it seems like Orlom has always thought Genzo was really cool, right? Because like Genzo's kind of the type of person that everyone likes, right? Because everyone likes like a kind of jokey, funny guy, right? So from my perspective, I feel like Orlom wouldn't. I don't know. Like, unless he's snapping back and he said something off kilter, but like, in which case it's probably because Genzo said something first. Like, I don't know. I don't really understand. The only other thing that I have in my brain is that I'm thinking back to like that one flashback, or like it was like some memory that Iggy was thinking of. So like right after Orlom's mom had committed suicide, right? He came to school and everyone or I think like, or like Genzo was saying like he was worried about him. or something like that. And then Iggy said that Orlum had like almost like a smile or like a weird happiness about it, right? Or something, which I'm assuming is just because like people haven't really cared about him before, and now it's like, oh, suddenly attention that I never had before, even though it comes from something really sad. I don't know, whatever. But then Genzo turned around and decided to make a really bad joke. But that's the only other thing I can think of. But and then again, like I can't understand why that would tick anyone. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The one time he was nice to him was when Arms. Yeah, the one he was nice to him for a bit, and then Orlam like was happy about it for a second, and then yeah, and then Genzo went back to being an asshole to him. So I don't really know. Hmm. Oh, so many questions. Please answer them. Okay. Too much think, brain hurt. Also, I'm not looking forward to this part again. If Gidget is going to walk in here again. Well, then again, right now Iggy is kind of assertive, so maybe he'll kill her. I mean, no. uh, when I twist the key in the lock and push open the door, I find myself in a cozy room outfitted with a bed, wardrobe, and desk. I step inside. Quiet. It's wonderfully quiet. I'm finally alone. I hadn't realized how much I needed this until right this moment. I can practically feel my chest unclench itself, muscle by muscle, as I let out the longest breath of my life. I meander toward the bed. It's decorated with a thick red quilt and crowned at the top by two fluffy-looking pillows. I sit down and feel the mattress curve delightfully beneath me, then take the opportunity to examine the room. The walls have been built with thick, rounded logs. It reminds me of the old cabin I stayed at during camp one summer. Rustic. My body is still really relishing in the quiet. I kick off my shoes and swing my legs up and onto the bed. God, it feels so good to get off my feet. I let my eyes wander toward the ceiling and that white swath of nothingness I wish my brain would get lost in. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll finally be able to see Orlam. To ascertain with my own eyes that he is, in fact, okay. That thought brings me some peace. As crazy as things are around here, at least I can latch onto that.
He's like in charge of everything.
I curl my top lip upward, stretching my toes inside my socks. Orlam? In charge of everything? It's a strange thought for sure. It's hard for me to imagine mousy Orlam bossing anyone around, let alone everyone. And yet, I'm kind of glad for him. He deserves a chance to call the shots for once, even if it can only be in a fantasy world like this. It's like, you know what? Orland's been bullied his entire life. He can eat a couple humans. It's alright. My brows furrow. Yeah, in a fantasy world like this. We still need to figure out what the fuck is even going on. Maybe he'll be able to help with that too. Maybe he'll even know where Bucks is. Something tells me she's the key to all this. It all started with after that call from Hunter, after all. There's a knock at the door. I grimace, but somehow it's not like I didn't know it was coming. I swing back around reluctantly and slide my feet back into my shoes. How about we just don't answer the door? Coming, but I don't want to. I shuffle toward the door, fumble with the doorknob. I forgot Bucks is why we're in this mess. Yeah, Bucks is the only one that I've got like zero theories on. But that's also because we barely see her too. Pull it open. Gidget's shy smile greets me on the other side. Hey, I say.
Hey, she says back. Sorry, I mean, is it okay? We kinda got interrupted earlier, and I just wanted to talk.
I wince, but don't really feel like I can turn her away at this point. Sure, okay. I move to the side so she can come in. She walks to the middle of the room and looks around.
These rooms are nice, yeah? I stayed in one my first couple of nights here, before everyone prepared that place for me in town.
Yeah, it's nice. I stared into the doorway, unsure of what to do, then finally slid my way toward the bed. I perched myself on the edge, expecting her to take the chair in front of the desk. She sits next to me on the bed instead.
Yes, you can, Iggy. Just say, actually, on second thought, I really need to sleep. We can talk tomorrow morning. Goodbye. And then slam.
I don't move. My face feels like it's frozen in place.
You're leaving tomorrow then?
She asks softly, gaze centered on her lap. It's, well, I guess I'd like to check on Orlon, you know? For personal reasons. I shift my legs, lay my elbows on my knees.
You seem really worried about him.
Do I? I mean, it's not any more than normal, really. I scratch on my cheek.
He seems to be doing really well for himself down here, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. And again, he has always been a little different.
She laughs at this.
Kind of the odd one out, you know? I mean, he has orange hair to begin with. Can you imagine that? Different colored hair?
I pause.
To be honest, he's always kind of weirded me out. The way he'd just follow us around like a little mouse all through school making weird comments. And that ugly rat tail.
Okay, but I don't want to say any of these lines. What? Why can't we just say he can have a rat tail if he wants? Like, what? I don't want to call it cute because it's not cute. I don't like rat tails, and it's not just because it's Orlon. It doesn't matter what character it is, right? And is it pretty? I don't want to. What? God damn it, Iggy. Why can't you take like a neutral option? uh, 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 uh. Not even Ganyu's? No. I don't like the Genshin ones. I don't know. Like I feel like I'd rather just have the short hair. Ganyu's is a bit different since it's more like a jellyfish. When I think about like rat tails that I like to just cut off, I think of Zhongli and I think of Toma. And I'm like you guys don't have to have that, you know? Just like in the back of my mind, I'm just thinking, just like either keep it long, like full out, or just cut it off. Because like when you look at them like facing forward, right? Like facing their face, you know, you don't even see that they have a rat tail, and it's like, oh, okay. It's like I don't know, whatever. Off topic. Oh, okay. Damn it, I don't want to say any of these. Alright. I chew on the inside of my cheek, feeling those uncomfortable twinges of guilt begin rising up in my belly. Okay, but the rat tail has a lot of character, you know? And it's admittedly kind of cute.
Cute? Oh, please, Iggy. The 80s Colin wants his hairstyle back. Sorry, but to me it just screams greasy slime ball. To be honest, it's no wonder he's never had a girlfriend. He might as well have girl repellent hanging from the back of his head.
I simply look at her at a moment, blinking. Damn, I never realized it was such a source of vitriol before. While I'd never found it particularly attractive myself, I don't find, well, much of anything attractive. So maybe I'm not the best judge. Still, some part of me perhaps always wondered what it'd be like to run my fingers through it. Welcome. This thought brings a flush to my cheeks. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Want to run my fingers through another guy's hair?
Another guy? Iggy, oh, what are you thinking?
I bring a hand to my own hair as though those will somehow hide my embarrassment. Gidget, however, must take this as a sign of disapproval, and I see her own face fall.
But I mean, I do know he's gone through a lot. I remember when his mom...
Yeah. The silence returns. Gidget brings her hand up. presses her thumbs together.
Anyway, I meant what I said downstairs. I really have been thinking a lot about a lot of things.
A pause.
Maybe it's because of this place. There's not really a lot to worry about down here, you know? So I feel like my mind's been a bit clearer.
I rub at my wrist, gaze lifting from the floor to center somewhere around Gidget's knees.
Also, like, finally getting something I'd wanted for so long. How happy it's made me. Kinda makes you think about the other things you've been wanting, you know?
I don't respond at first. But when Gidget glances up, I give it a little grunt. Wait, what? I give it a little grunt. Okay. She smiles.
Seeing you here finally, it made me really happy. And then downstairs when you held my hand so tightly, I couldn't help but think that you too.
She brings a hand to her cheek, face red.
Iggy,
She swallows, takes a deep breath, seems to be girding herself, then brushes the straps of her dress off her shoulders and slides the fabric down towards her belly. My eyes grow about 5 times their size. Gidget seems horrifically embarrassed. Her face and neck have turned bright red, and at first she can't seem to stop wanting to hide herself with her arms, but finally she lets them fall, baring her entire upper half. Gidget, I choke. My own face is probably the same color.
I don't like them very much, but I thought that you might, so...
You really don't have to do that. I eke out, bringing a hand up to my eyes to half shield them. My whole body has gone tense, a cold chill working its way up my spine and making my skin crawl.
It's okay. I want to, Iggy.
I see her smile, pull her legs up onto the bed, turn toward me.
I want you to see me, Iggy. I want to make you happy.
I bite down on my tongue so hard I can taste blood. I'm starting to shiver. Uncontrollable quakes shoot up and down my arms and legs.
All of this? I did all of this for you.
Why? I finally managed to croak. I'm still trying to do my best to not really look at her, but also not completely look away so as not to be rude. Gidget pauses for a moment, a look of confusion crossing her face, then smiles shyly.
Because I like you very much, Iggy, and I've always hoped that maybe you like me too.
Her cheeks go even redder.
I'm sorry if it's a little forward, but I thought since you're leaving tomorrow...
A pause. Then she seems to get flustered. Is this where she stabs us? In a bit.
But you don't need to give me an answer right away. I know you guys, you need your time to think and all.
She crawls forward, one hand on my thigh, as the other goes to my shoulders. Mom, come pick me up. I don't want to be here. This is where she stabs us, but stabs us where?
Maybe tonight I could take care of you.
Then leans in, her lips going to the side of my neck.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
The touch sends cold needles all up and down my shoulder and chest, cinching tight the knots in my stomach. Mom, pick me up. I feel my throat constrict, which forces an undignified gasp of air hissing between my teeth. Gidget, could you please put your clothes back on? I say with a shudder. Gidget stops, pulls back, blinks.
I'm offering you no strings attached sex. You do realize that, don't you?
I realize that very well, thank you. And I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't really, it's just, I'm really fumbling. My whole back feels like it must be coated with sweat, and my fingers shake as I run them across my clammy forehead. Gidget stares at me for a moment, then narrows her eyes.
You think I'm disgusting, don't you? I knew it!
I see her brows furrow as her top lip begins to tremble. What? I squawk. I never said...
How could you, Iggy?
She brings her arms to her head, clutching at her hair.
Everything! I did everything for you, Iggy!
My heart stutters in my chest, and the spark from earlier returns. What are you even talking about? But she's barely listening. Instead, she's tugging at her hair, pulling at it, yanking and yanking until 2 giant handfuls snap away between her fingers.
This stupid hair! I hate it! This stupid dress!
Now she's grabs the folded fabric slumped around her belly and begins pulling at it.
I hate it!
Gidget, stop! I reach forward to stop her from ripping the fabric apart. But this just seems to incite her tirade further.
And I hate these stupid fat lumps.
She grabs at her chest, fingers forging divots in the soft skin.
But I thought you would, Iggy. You of all people. I give up everything for you. I wanted to be perfect for you.
Something inside me snaps. Oh,
Here we go. Who asked you to do that, huh? Because I sure as hell didn't. I point my finger right up in her face, unable to stop. Unable to keep the words from tumbling from my mouth. I don't want any of this. I don't want sex. I don't want people throwing themselves at me. I don't want people expecting things of me. I don't want you. Gidget's face goes white, then red, then purple. She opens her mouth and screams. It's so loud and shrill I have to clamp my hands over my ears to stop my head from ringing. She screams and she screams and she screams. And she grabs the lamp off the table. Oh god. And throws it straight at my head.
I hate you!
It hits me square on the crown, and for a second, it feels like a knife is searing its way into my brain. White-hot stars flash across my eyes as the point of impact pulses up and down and inside my skull. Fuck! I shout, eyes quickly filling up with tears. He's already reaching for it again, falling like a spider across the mattress toward the dented lamp. But through my warped vision, I managed to kick it away, sending it flying across the room and cracking against the far wall. Now's my chance. I go scrambling off the bed, one hand still clutching at the back of my head, and race for the door. The bed groans as Gidget flies off, then I hear footsteps, clattering, the sound of the desk drawer being opened, but I pay it no heed. All I focus on through my pulsing vision is the door. Get out, get out, get out! I sail at it so fast I ram my shoulder into a wooden paneling, which takes the air out of me again. Then I'm fumbling with the knob, my fingers like clumsy sausages. I turn around to check on Gidget. Oh, only to find myself thrown back against the door. She's there. She's here. It all happened so fast. So fast I didn't register the pain. I glance toward my right shoulder as I see a large pair of scissors sunk handle deep just above my armpit. Gidget's fingers curled so tightly around them, her whole hand is shaking. Shit. A deep red puddle is forming across my shirt, oozing out like a scarlet pit stain. A scarlet pit stain. Gidget! This must snap her out of it, because her wild eyes go suddenly clear, and she steps back, letting go of the scissors and just staring at me. Staring at the bloody handle of the scissors trembling in the air. Gidget must never learn to not run with scissors. Gidget, now Gidget, that's not how we hold scissors. We have to hold it with the blades pointing down, or else we might hurt someone.
Iggy,
she says softly. I take advantage of this moment to reach across and yank the scissors out of me. And stab them straight into her neck.
Oh,
she gurgles, coughs. Her hand goes to her throat, and she pulls out the blades, letting loose a waterfall of blood. She drops the scissors and limps back toward the center of the room, gagging, choking, coughing, both hands to her neck and trying to stop the deluge of blood. She drops to her knees, falls onto her back, eyes bulging and pleading at the ceiling. She's shaking, twitching. Her throat rattles and retches as though she's trying to say something. All the while, the puddle of blood beneath her grows. I wander over and pick up the scissors off the ground, kneeling down next to her. I'm strangely calm, just staring at her. I barely even feel the pain in my shoulder, and my muscles aren't shaking anymore. In fact, I'm perfectly still. Gidget's eyes turn toward me. I can see the veins bulging, see her mouth something inaudible. What? It's strange though, this time, like, after Gidget stabbed us, like, she didn't, like, she pulled back afterwards. You know? Like, it's... I don't know, but I don't know what was different this time. Like, like, damn, we were just assertive and all of a sudden...
No.
But, like, I don't know how she's gonna recover from that, though. So maybe that was the wrong choice.
Something catches inside of me. Wait, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? I suck in my breath, eyes tightening. I feel strangely disconnected from everything, as if none of this is even real. Except that it is real. The pain pulsing back into my shoulder is evidence enough of that. I clench my eyes shut, shake my head, again and again. No, 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 no. This isn't me. This isn't me. A shiver runs from the base of my spine all the way up to the crown of my head, and I drop the scissors to the floor. Bring my palms to my forehead, fingers clenching in my curls. I sit there and breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe. I notice I no longer hear the sound of Gidget gasping. So I open my eyes, glance down. She has the scissors. That's the only thought my mind has time to process. Before she slams the scissors straight into my eye. I jerk back. Pain. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. Shit. Shit, I fucked up. I don't understand. I don't understand. My sluggish nerves are suddenly furled back into immediate action as throb after throb of icy hot daggers flare out from my eye. I can't see. I can't fucking see. I grope with my hands, trying to find the ice pick piercing through my brain. But by the time my fingers find Gidget's wrist, she's already yanked the scissors back out, taking my eye with them. There's a half-audible gasp as she rips at what? There's a half-audible snap as it rips free of the optic nerve. Then a gooey plop as it lands on the ground, rolling across the floorboards. I must lose consciousness for a second because every muscle in my body gives at the same time, and I feel myself falling. Slow motion almost, like a puppet that just had its strings cut. Then my head cracks against the floor and everything speeds back up. Fire. Across my face. Pulsing, pulsing, pulsing. My head a-whirl with colorful lights as my vision throbs. My brain screams. I slap my hands to my empty eye socket as blood pumps out of the gaping hole. My eye. Where's my eye? I have to put it back. But Gidget's on top of me now. I can feel her muscles shaking against me, blood still cascading down her neck, and her lips continue to gasp for air. But she's smiling down at my plight.
Eye trouble, Iggy?
Her voice crackles as blood leaks from her chin.
You always did have trouble seeing things that were right in front of you.
Girl, oh my god.
She raises the scissors back up, above her head, arms trembling.
Don't worry though. Now we'll be together forever.
And plunges them into my chest.
Oops. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you were scissored. Yep, that is one word for it. Okay. I mean, okay. But at least you don't have to worry about finding your eye anymore. Would you like to restart from? Yes, okay. Good choice. That was not me. I was literally just reading the game. Oh, shit.
Do it this time. Do it? Do what?
You know what you want to.
I blink. My lips.
It's only right after everything she...
Well, is this Gidget telling us? Talking to her? Right, wait, this is Gidget, right? I'm not crazy? She does Is it the same color? Or is it like, it feels like slightly pinker. Gidget's more purple. The voice in our head doesn't have a color though. I don't know.
It's only right after everything she's done to you. After everything she's put you through. She deserves this.
My fingers curl tighter around the handle of the scissors.
Oh, cool. I love having choices. Oh god.
Yes, that's right. She deserves this. And I deserve this. I lift the scissors into the air and plunge them into her chest. The blades snap in nicely, like sticking a knife into a pumpkin for carving.
Illusion of free will. And a red stain quickly spreads out and away from the hole, turning her white dress a dark crimson. She's not moving now, only small twitches, and the hands pressed against her throat have gone limp, allowing the blood to escape freely from the hole in her neck. I pull the scissors back out with a sick squelch.
Well done, Iggy.
I smile, then stab them in again. Blood splatters up and onto my hand, my wrist. Now even the small twitches have stopped. She's completely still. I blink. Let my hand fall away. Rivets of my own blood decorate the underside of my arm, mixing with the spray left behind from Gidget. A strange feeling. The room is so quiet now. So quiet I'm not even sure if I'm breathing. Then clunking footsteps outside, racing toward the door. Oh boy. Genzo, okay, look, you've literally been in this situation before. You don't remember it, but you killed Orlum, and it was very, very similar. It slams open. What the fuck? Genzo's standing in the doorway, just staring at us. I look toward him calmly, blood speckling my cheeks, my arms, dark and glistening on my shirt. We had an argument, I finally say when Genzo remains silent. Genzo winces, brings a hand to his already sweaty face. But before one of us can do anything else, the sound of commotion downstairs interrupts our standoff. Oh no, the zombies! I forgot! Oops! Oh my god. What now? Genzo groans and darts back outside. He's there a few moments. Then I see his eyes widen. He comes running back inside, slamming the door behind him. We've got big fucking trouble on our hands, Iggy. Oh, right. So, in the first one, Gidget dies when Genzo pushes her out the window and her body gets impaled by a bunch of glass. And after she dies, the entire town turns into zombies because the entire town is infatuated with her. She's this like pretty, supermodel celebrity, right? And the whole town loves her. So the moment she dies, they all turn into zombies and they start chasing us. Just before he manages to slam the door closed, I catch a glimpse of a person. If only they could be called a person. Their skin is gaunt and gray, and their eyes are puffy and red. They claw at the door. I hear low moans as the door shakes and rattles beneath their nails. Get up, get up! Genzo grabs me by the collar and pulls me to my feet. Then eyes the red puddle in the middle of my shirt. How bad is it? I yank the front of my collar down to try and get a better look, one hand roving inside to gingerly poke at the flayed skin. I think it's pretty deep. Stop. Enzo holds a hand up to my self-examination, the other to his mouth as his face goes slightly green. An extra zealous thud against the door makes both of us jump, and Genzo begins cursing beneath his breath. Fuck, think. He hits his fist against his forehead. I watch him for a moment, blinking, then wander toward Gidget, bending down to snatch the scissors from her chest. Oh, okay. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. I stir for the door. The sound Genzo makes would have been hilarious in any other situation, like a half-strangled, half-gasped, half-squawk. He leaps toward me, engulfing my wrist in his palm and jerking me backwards. The fuck you will, he hisses. Sure as hell, I'm not gonna watch you get ripped apart by those things. Well, somebody's gotta do something, and I'm getting a little bit tired of you thinking I need to be protected like some cowering rabbit. Genzo's face twists. That must have hurt. But I don't care. I'm getting sick of it. I turn back toward the door, only for it to come flying open with a horrifying slam that sends the door backwards and bouncing up the wall. Oh, there they are. The bodies come pouring in. There's so many of them. They crawl and lurch and moan like zombies, all of them with skin pulled taut across their bones and eyes sunken in pink. A whole pile of them spills over and through the doorway as they clutch and crawl over each other to get inside the room. Fuck, I hear Genzo screech next to me. And I have to admit, even my own eyes bug out at the sheer number of bodies reaching and groping for us. I readjust my grip on the scissors and raise them hesitantly into the air, only for Genzo to promptly knee me right in the gut. The air goes out of me like a deflating balloon, and in that moment of limp helplessness, he grabs me right around the middle and goes charging at the window. It's all I can do to cover my eyes before, with a gut-rattling impact on my backside, glass goes flying, splinters of wood go sailing, and the two of us go tumbling out through the shattered window pane and slam into the awning below. I mean, well, like, here's the thing. Genzo does have the right idea. If you've ever seen any zombie movie, like, you know that just scissors isn't gonna be enough to take on a horde of them. The combination of impact and weight must be too much for it, and not a second later, the whole thing buckles beneath us, and we go clattering to the ground in a shower of boards and shingles. I lay there a moment, waiting for my ears to stop ringing and my body to stop screaming. Then push myself to my feet, careful to avoid any errant nails and broken wood. Kenzo grows next to me. He nurses his shoulder as he sits up. Of my life. What the fuck was that? I half grumble, half moan, as I attempt to push myself shakily to my feet. Fucking saving your life was what that was. Though apparently I should have just left you there to get eaten alive, huh? Kenzo lurches to his feet next to me with a wince. What are scissors if not two knives? Yes, but also, two knives would not be as effective against zombies either. I take a menacing step forward, an index finger already ramrod straight, but the sound of groans from above is enough to stop my angry tirade before it even begins. I glance up to see Gidge's rabid fans reaching and groping out through the window. Yes, it would. No! Some of them are already attempting to pull themselves out after us. And the situation is not much better on the ground. More gaunt faces appear around the corners of the nearby buildings, limping and dragging themselves across the once cheery cobbles. God damn it, I hiss. Fuck. Genzo brings his hands to his hat, his gaze jumping furtively across our surroundings. His eyes sharpen. Come on, I have an idea. He takes off. I yelp at the sound of a body falling behind us, then quickly follow. I'm not sure where we're going at first. We're back. We round the corner and Genzo jerks backwards at the approach of another swarm of clawing, reaching hands. Other way, other way! We quickly reroute to the opposite road, circling around the set of buildings and just narrowly avoiding a convergence of two more paths. Then straight on, back to the main street, groans, moans, and guttural screeches filling the air around us. Where are we going? I try to think back to earlier, when I had left Gidget and Genzo on the street to start my bout of binge drinking. Gidget had gone when it comes to me. I'm not even sure how, but somehow bubbling up in the recesses of my brain, I see an expansive pier filled with bobbing boats, a horizon of water. And flashes, so many flashes, cameras everywhere. I shake my head. We're going to the pier. No sooner had this thought crossed my mind than we round another bend and the water appears. The blue one! Genzo shouts, pointing somewhere toward the left. The Gidget's fans are everywhere now, spilling out of alleyways, falling from windows to splat against the ground. All of them lurching and reaching, bones creaking, eyes oozing. I race to the edge and I see the little blue sloop Kenzo is referring to, its sail fluttering in the breeze. I don't even stop. I take a flying leap off the side of the pier to land against one of the boat's seats so hard, I swear I lose consciousness for half a second. Kenzo's right behind me, the boat sloshing in the water. I push myself back up, wait for my double vision until my double vision recedes and I can actually make out the pier and bodies swarming our way. Then, the same way the camera flashes had invaded my mind earlier, another image overtakes my mind. I shoot my gaze toward the rope keeping us tied to the dock. Oh yeah! Since we got the scissors this time, we can just cut it. Right? Genzo, the rope! I try to walk forward, dizzy and wobbling. I got it! Genzo lashes onto it, yanking and clawing at it in jerking tugs that send shudders through the boat's frame, but I know it's no use. Nothing he does is going to get that rope undone. I reach behind me and find the scissors sticking out my back pocket. I don't even remember putting them there, but something inside me must have known I need them. I whip them out and start toward the rope, snapping the blades down around the fibers. Cut, damn it! But my finger muscles ache and shake and can't seem to find enough strength to apply the necessary force, even as I chop and twist. Damn it! Who gave me kitty scissors? Shit, they're getting closer, almost to the water now, like a hungry wave spilling over the edge of a bucket. Shit. That's when Genzo's hands come down on mine, encasing them like baseball gloves and pressing. I wince as the handles of the scissors bite into my palm and fingers, but the additional force seems to be working. At first one fiber snaps, then another, and with a whip-like lash, the blades chop through the last remaining sinews, sending the ends of the rope flying. And the two of us careening backwards hard into the side of the boat. I feel a whoosh of air escape from my lungs upon impact, though I avoid the brunt of the hit thanks to Genzo's shoulder. The boat rocks, bobs,
then begins drifting away from the dock. I see those things gathering on the pier, reaching and moaning at us, but there's nothing else they can do. We're already too far away. Thank fucking God. I glance down. Genzo's arms are tight around me, and I can feel his face pressed into my back. I jerk away. Now that we're no longer running for our lives, anger has rekindled itself in my belly. Oh my gosh, Icky. I could have handled that myself, I snap. Genzo blinks at me for a moment, then narrows his eyes. Wow, sorry for trying to make sure we don't get killed. He nurses his shoulder with a wince, his face tired. Well, it fucking hurt! I bring my hands up, revealing the deep red grooves decorating my palms. Genzo's eyes widen with disbelief. Would you have preferred to get your hands eaten off? What the actual fuck is wrong with you, Iggs? Maybe I'm just sick and tired of you pushing your way into where you're not wanted. You ever thought of that? And then, because I've apparently lost all ability to stop myself at this point. And you're always touching me! Does touching me get you off? Is that it? Genzo's pupils go pinprick sized. His face turns red. Oh, that's fucking it! He pounces, and we both go down. He lands a nice shiner right on my chin that makes my head spin. And I respond with a punch of my own right across his eye. It's the sound effects. Sorry. His hand finds my throat as mine finds his hair, and we both go rolling. First he's on top, then me. He lands a knee right up in my crotch that brings tears to my eyes, and I follow up by wrenching his hair back so hard a solid handful comes off in my hands. This takes him out of commission long enough that I'm able to clamber back on top. And I reel my fist back, teeth clenched. Fine, I like you, okay? I stop. Stare down at him. He's not looking at me. Instead, his gaze pointed guiltily toward the side, and his eyes bristling with tears. I feel my stomach unclench. And maybe I do like touching you. He winces. But I never thought or expected you would like me back. I just didn't want to see you get hurt. He bites down on his lip, eyes tight. We just lie there, not saying anything. That doesn't say fist? Let's just assume it did. I finally let my fist fall. Why? Why? Why does this have to happen? Sorry, I just really fucked things up, didn't I? Genzo laughs, but I can hear the crackle of phlegm in his throat. I sit back and rub at my face. My insides are twisting uncomfortably. Maybe in another time. Maybe if I'd had time to process everything. Had time to work through my own feelings. I might have felt differently. But right now, everything's coming too fast. Too all at once. First Gidget, now Genzo. There's too much pressure. Even here in this boat, with the wide night sky stretching out above us, I can feel the walls closing in. I just want to be alone. I crawl away toward the far end of the boat and wrap my arms around my knees. I need some time to myself, okay? Yeah, sure. I hear Genzo's voice catch. I bury my face into my knees and close my eyes, shutting everything out. Also, about the zombie movies. Because I didn't have a chance to respond early. I don't know. In my experience, I feel like zombies, like when you hurt them, they don't really go down. They just kind of keep, because they're already dead and like kind of wounded. So if you wound them more, it doesn't really do anything. And that's why zombie apocalypse movies are popular. But like, yeah. Oh. For next movie that we're watching the Zombieland. Oh my god. Uh, sure, yeah, if we lose something again. The only thing that can take a zombie down is a well-trained plant. We float across the water all night. We don't talk. Eventually, I curl up with my head on a pile of rigging, hugging my arms to my chest to ward off the chill.
Okay. uh, alright. Maybe.
Eventually, I curl up with my. Okay, right, I read that. Kenzo takes the opposite side of the boat, facing away from me and using his hat as a pillow. I spend who knows how many hours staring up at the stars, my insides dancing a nauseating rhythm. All these people doing these things for me that I never asked them to do, wanting things from me that I was never prepared to give. I bring a hand to my chest. The stain on my shirt has grown hard and crusty, and the pain has morphed into a raw ache that mimics the one in my gut. It's not even that I couldn't ever see myself being with someone, that I don't crave touch sometimes, the warm and soft kind, just holding me, that closeness. But the thought of what comes with it terrifies me. They'll want things from me, want things that I won't be able to give. At least not until I'm ready, if I'll ever even be ready. Gidget was already evidence enough. Genzo would inevitably on it too. I close my eyes, stomach burning with something that's not quite anger and not quite not. Why did they have to put me in these kinds of situations? I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. Then feel myself drift off to sleep. Right. When I creak my bleary eyes open again to take in the sun on the horizon, all I see is a wide swath of blue as far as the eye can see. Genzo is already up, staring out across the water as cigarette smoke marbles above his head. He looks tired. And when he sees me awake, he tries to smile at first, but then simply goes back to staring. I don't miss him lighting up another as soon as he finishes his first, nor the way his fingers shake around the paper. We take turns rowing using a set of boards we find lying at the bottom of the boat. I'm unsure if it does anything, but at least it feels more productive than sitting there twiddling our thumbs. We don't speak about what happened. That would make it too real. Instead, we sit mostly in silence, rowing, resting, watching the sun rise overhead, then begin its slow descent back down. Oh, okay, no problem. Good night. Sleep well, and don't get stabbed by scissors. The sky has just started to turn a soft shade of pink when Genzo makes a noise. He points in a direction we're floating. Fires on the horizon. Land. I smile in spite of myself. Thank fucking God. We both set to rowing now, anxious to be back on solid ground. No problem. The floating spires turn out to be attached to a castle, a large castle. And as we row closer, it looms all the larger. Soaring walls, giant towers, twisting walkways, and glittering red peaks. This must be the castle Gidget had mentioned. Orlam's castle. Damn, it really is huge. Something about that towering presence makes me feel incredibly small. There's a scrapping rumble beneath us, and the boat slows to a stop. We've hit land. There's no dock or pier here. Instead, the lake simply glides up against a bank, almost like some kind of grassy beach. We hop out of the boat into the ankle-deep water and drag it the rest of the way. My feet squish inside my shoes. It's getting pretty dark now, and I'm not too keen on walking around this place at night. We should get to the castle.
Wait, you actually want to go to that place?
Genzo blinks incredulously. Where else would we go? Gidget said Orlam lives there.
Damn.
I find myself waiting for Genzo to follow this up with something smart, but he doesn't, instead letting it drift off into silence. So I lead us up the hill and in the direction of the buildings we saw earlier. It's not far. Already I can see what looks like fishing shacks just up the bend. And past that, a cobblestone road leading into the town proper. The place looks deserted. We follow the road toward what seems to be the center of town, more and more buildings lining our either side. But even here, the path remains empty, and the windows of the buildings are dark. The only sound is the fountain in the middle of the square, tinkling, tinkling, tinkling. I look left, right, searching down the neighboring streets. Beneath me, or not beneath me, beside me, beside me, Genzo has his hands shoved in his pockets and simply stands there, shuffling his feet. Fortunately, I can still make out the castle on the horizon, even against the darkening sky. I toss a finger towards it. I guess we just keep going that way. Works for me. And so we carry on, past the buildings, following the road out of the town, and up along the path leading toward the castle gates. Oh. I see I see what looks like twin guard posts come into view as we grow near. They sit on either side of the entrance to a bridge that connects to the other side of the moat and the castle gardens beyond. 2 rabbit guards with spears appear to be manning them. Genzo comes to a stop next to me. This, suddenly seems like a really bad idea. You didn't think a castle would have guards? I feel my brow arch. Yeah, sure, but not our friends. Not our friends, the homicidal rabbit fiends. Genzo's hands splay out in exasperated emphasis. My mind goes back to Gidget and what she'd said in the inn. I guess Orlam commands them? This is his castle, after all. And the fact that they tried to kill us earlier doesn't worry you at all? Genzo takes a step backwards. Come on, Eggs. This is really starting to give a bad feeling. The closer we get to this ice, the more I feel like I want to hurl. I'm not leaving until we see Orlam. I didn't come all this way and through all that. I gestured in the direction of the lake. Just to leave before we've even gotten any answers. And with that, I began walking purposely toward the bridge and the rabbit guards. Genzo brings his hand to his hat, fingers curling in the fabric. Then he lets out a nervous whine, almost like some kind of confused puppy before jogging after me. The closer I get to the rabbits, the taller they seem. Until once I'm standing right in front of them, they loom over me like skyscrapers. They look down at me with twin looks of bemused confusion. I open my mouth, close it. My earlier gumption seems to have disappeared completely, or I'm suddenly reminded of my encounter with the woman in Orlam's apartment. Genzo shuffles up next to me with a huff as I lift my hand to scratch at my cheek. Hello. We're, here to see Orlam? The rabbits stare at us a moment longer. What? Before erupting with laughter. Oh, this is, rabbits talking in pink? Wait, so then, was the thing earlier? It was a rabbit in our head! maybe it's just colored for ease, convenience reading? I'm not sure. Sorry, I had to cough.
Did you hear that? They're here to see the king. Awful ballsy for a couple of pipsqueaks.
Yeah, and your king is so much taller. The one on the left leans over, almost patronizing.
You think you can just waltz up here and get yourself an audience with the most powerful man in the land?
The other one brings his hands to his hips.
Yeah, you're lucky we didn't arrest you right now for even suggesting it. Beat it, Squirts.
Makes my brows furrow. We're his friends. He knows us. I feel my fists start to clench in frustration.
Oh, he knows you, does he? He knows everyone in this kingdom. He's the king after all. And you must think you're pretty highly of yourself to suggest His Royal Highness would even speak to a disgusting little thing like you, let alone want to fraternize.
The one on the left emphasizes this with a sharp poke of the butt of his spear right in my stomach. And I lurch forward with an oomph.
Yeah, look at this homely little rat.
The other one grabs a hunk of my hair, jerking my head upward painfully.
What is this, a walking corpse? The slop in the breakfast trout has more life than this.
Hey, this is one of my better arcs.
The first rabbit grabs Genzo by the collar and lifts him in the air.
And this one been in the trout too long.
Both rabbits erupt in another fit of laughter.
We're telling the truth. Just ask the overwhelming slime ball in there.
The rabbit holding my hair gives another yank that makes my eyes water, then pulls me in close, clicking his tongue against his teeth.
And waste his time? Nah, the closest you'll get to His Majesty is on his plate.
The other rabbit begins looking Genzo up and down, nose twitching.
I was gonna suggest we toss him in the stalls, but now I'm starting to think we keep him for ourselves. After all, there's no need to bother His Majesty with every upstart we have to deal with. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. One His Majesty doesn't know can't hurt him. And it's been a while since I've had a treat.
He's so close now.
Hey, okay, hold on. By the way, this just suddenly hit me. Like, we were here in Wonderland as children, and the rabbits played with us and everything. They were very nice as far as memories go. So, when the hell did they become cannibals? Or was it after Orlon took the throne and he was like, I don't know what to do with these guys. I guess you guys can just eat them. And then they got addicted to eating. I don't know. I don't know. Also, I said cannibals, but they're technically not humans, so I don't think it makes. Never mind.
He's so close now, his breath is fogging up my glasses. I can feel my heart picking up in my chest. And then, the anger. Anger bubbling and frothing. I jerk forward, attempting to wrest myself free from the rabbit's grip, attempting to throw punches at the front of his slick white armor.
You let us go right fucking now! Do you hear me, you big furry galuga?
Oh damn, this one's feisty.
The rabbit responds by lifting me clear off my feet via my hair. I let out an undignified squeak. The pain, it shoots straight down and through my scalp like a knife, sending tears to my eyes as my feet spin uselessly. He watches me for a second in my struggle.
Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this one. Been way too long since I've gotten to play.
Iggy, I hear Kenzo's voice shake. The rabbit holding him responds by giving him a fierce shake that sends his head rocking.
Don't worry, you'll get plenty of attention too. I have always liked that a little meat on my toys.
Fuck. I throw another useless punch, another useless kick. My entire head feels like it's on fire, and the tears are now dribbling freely down my cheeks. Oh, here we go.
What's all the commotion at the gate? What's going down there? What's going on down there?
A staticky voice suddenly bites through the air. The rabbits drop us instantly and jump to attention. Neither one of them moves, simply eyeing each other nervously. Finally, the one on the left hisses.
Answer it. Why do I have to be the one to?
Are you even listening to me? I asked what's going on. The voice crackles to life again. It seems to be coming from the guard post on the right. The second rabbit cringes and dashes off. He picks up what looks like a small receiver on the inside wall of the outpost.
Nothing important, Your Majesty. Just two nobodies trying to get into the castle. We've placed them under arrest and will take them to the stalls immediately.
There's a pause. Then, trying to get into the castle. That's a rare one. Who are they? The rabbit looks back at us, lying on the ground. He raises a brow.
There's a short, round one and a tall, sickly one. Your Majesty, sure.
Sir. Another pause. Then,
those are my guests. You're to bring them inside immediately.
If the rabbit could have gone white, he would have. His face twists, and he turns to look at the other rabbit, who looks similarly distressed.
Of course. Right away, Your Majesty.
And you two, come to my room once you've passed them over to my attendants. It seems we need to have a little chat. The line goes quiet, and the rabbit hangs the receiver back up with a nervous twitch. He walks back over toward us, face grim.
But we're to escort you inside. This way, please.
Genzo pushes himself to his feet, dusting off his knees with a little grunt. That's more like it. Then we fall in step with behind them, eyes wide and searching, as we're led across the bridge and through the grounds to the castle beyond. Okay. I wonder how this will go. I'm hoping for no death. I'm hoping for resolution. I'm really hoping for resolution. I get separated from Genzo at some point. One moment, we're walking behind a set of attendants down a wide hall lined with stained glass windows. And the next, another attendant appears and leads Genzo away, down a different corridor. All I can do is shoot him a look of confusion as my own attendants usher me further along the red carpet and towards an ornately marbled atrium. From there, I'm seen to by what seems to be the castle doctor, an older rabbit in a white coat and glasses. He cleans up the wound on my shoulder and stitches the hole closed in what couldn't be more than 15 minutes, his large furry hands strangely nimble as they work the dark stitches in and out. I spend most of those minutes staring at the far wall so I don't have to see the needle poking at my skin. Once he's finished, I got a wad of gauze med taped across my chest. I find Once he's finished and I got a wad of gauze, med tape across my chest, I find myself being led around once again. Always through arching hallways and ceilings. Always through arching hallways with ceilings that take my breath away, and past giant paintings and sculptures ornate enough to make the artists back in our world blush. I find myself a bit awestruck by the whole affair, and the attendants more than once have to clear their throats to get me moving when I stop to stare or ogle at something breathtaking. Before long, however, we make it to our next destination, which, as it turns out, is a bath. I'm guided into the most magnificent bathing room I've ever seen in my life. What? Why is this so different? Damn, I didn't know this castle had all these rooms. It's huge and round and brilliantly gilded, an enormous mirror taking up the entire length of the ceiling. And at its center is a swimming pool-sized bathtub lined with bubbling jets and water-squirting fish. My attendant hands me a set of plush bows, then leaves the room. I stand there a moment, unsure what to do, then turn toward the bath. Holy fuck, this is... I let out a breath and hear it whistle between my teeth. With a shake of my head, I finally snap myself out of it and slip off my shoes and pad towards the edge. I kneel down and dip a finger in the water to test it. Hot, but not too hot, just right. And the smell is heavenly, like a warm hug marbling up through my nose and lungs. I shrug myself out of my clothes quickly after that and slide in. The feel of water on my skin is indescribable. In fact, at that moment, I wouldn't even hesitate to call it the most amazing thing I've ever felt in my life. I glide towards the middle of the bath, sinking down to my neck in the ambrosial fluid, and let out a sigh that seems to last a million years. This is life. This is the life. My gaze goes toward the overhead mirror, and I cock my head in amusement. Not looking too shabby. I guess even the mirrors here make you feel like $1,000,000. Interesting. The sound of the door opening jolts me from my gratuitous self-study, and I turn to see a rabbit attendant leading in a man and a woman wearing nothing but bathrobes. My hand goes immediately between my legs, and I take an awkward step back, nearly slipping beneath the water.
His Majesty has prepared bathers to help you wash. You may choose whichever you prefer, or both if you wish.
The attendant gestures toward the duo next to him. My brows must reach toward the roof. I look back and forth between the man and woman, neither of whom are looking at me. They're both gorgeous, though, clearly having been chosen for their looks. The man tall and chiseled, and the woman with a sizable bust. Sorry. A sizable bust and flowing hair reaching toward her waist. I suddenly realize what this is. That's... My tongue seems stuck on the roof of my mouth. I really don't need, any bathers. I'm fine on my own. I scratch awkwardly at the back of my head. The attendant looks confused. He turns from me to the two at his side, then back to me.
Are you sure? They will attend to your every need.
I feel my face heating up. I don't have any, needs to be attended to. It's fine.
Very well then. I shall let His Majesty know.
He gives a swift set of claps with his hands to get the two bathers moving, then leads them back out the door. Once they're gone and I hear the click of the door, I let out the air I'd been unconsciously holding and sink down into the water. That was awkward. I blow out a stream of bubbles, watching them dance and pop on the water's surface. Fortunately, the rest of the bath goes by without interruption. I find a tray of soaps and shampoos next to one of the larger fish statues and use them to clean myself up, enjoying the tingly feeling on my scalp as I scrub my fingers through my hair. After a few laps pretending I'm a merman, I take a short 5-minute nap in one of the lounge chairs molded into the side of the pool. Then finally decide I've had enough and push myself back up and onto the tile, wrapping the towel around my midsection. Almost as if on cue, a trio of rabbit attendants enters the room and quickly ushers me through a nearby door and into an ornate vanity room. I'm seated on a plush throne in front of a giant mirror, where I'm giving the full pampering treatment. Powder, blow-dry, curl. Hell, they even trim some of my split ends. Once this is finished, I'm guided towards a set of standing mirrors, where another rabbit with a bundle of pins in his mouth is waiting with a measuring tape. He snaps the tape up and down my legs, across my arms, around my waist, all of it practiced and efficient, and done in about 60 seconds. Then it's on the move again, this time into another room filled with pillows and cushions, blankets, and even a few stuffed bears. Soft, relaxing music is playing from somewhere, and I sniff what smells like incense, drifting out from a small glowing bulb.
Until your suit is ready.
My attendant says, as though this is somehow self-explanatory, before bowing and once again exiting the room. My suit? He's already gone. So instead, I wander toward the giant pile of cushions and fall down into it with a soft push. This has now officially been the strangest experience of my life. I stare up at the ceiling, then crawl up on my elbows and grab one of the bears, holding it in my lap as I peruse the rest of the room. To the right, I spy fancy gold leaf trays filled with chocolates, fruits, and cakes, and to the left, buckets of ice with an assortment of wines, champagnes, and brandies. Don't mind if I do. As I pour myself some wine and lie back with a plate full of cake balanced on my chest, my mind goes against him. I wonder if he's being given the same royal treatment as me. Shit, wait. Now that I think of it, yeah. In my head, I have been assuming that Genzo has been going through the same stuff as we have, since usually when we arrive at Orlam's castle, he's like, come, and he like gives us both a bath and also feeds us, right? So in my head, I had just been assuming, oh yeah, Genzo's probably also taking a bath because that's just how it is. But like, wait a second. Because this is, again, like, this is way more than just a bath. It's very excessive. It's like pampering and stuff. So, oh no. Then a twinge of shame. Admittedly, I'm glad they separated us. Not only because of how awkward things became between us, but also now that I know that. For some reason, my gaze falls toward my toweled legs. Currently lying splayed out across the cushions. The growl of discomfort returns to my belly, and I instinctively bring my legs together. Yeah, that had been for the best. Not that I think Genzo would... But then again, Gijit... My mind goes back to her naked shoulders. Her naked... tits. I bring a hand to my face, rubbing at my eyes. Anger is twisting and coiling in my belly again. I take an extra large quaff of wine to quell it. 10 or so minutes later, my attendants return, one of them with a black suit draped across his arms. And that was quick, I chuckle in spite of myself. Then I'm led for a final time back to the mirrors, where I'm fitted into the suit like a glove, seams crisp and snappy, and ties smooth down my front. Damn. I stare at myself in the mirror, just to get a look at the back. I look good, which is something I'm not sure I've ever thought about myself, to be honest. Just looking at myself gives me a weird sense of joy and pride. I smooth my hair back, put my hands on my hips, smile at myself in the mirror. My self-ogling session is cut short, however, when my attendant clears his throat.
Shall we go then?
Go? Go where? I turn away from the mirror.
Why, to the ball, of course. It's already begun.
Ball? What ball? But I'm not given an answer. Instead, my attendant takes me by the arm and leads me toward the door, clearly hoping to get me there quickly. All I can do is gulp as I watch the scenery pass by, a big cold stone growing in my gut. Parties. Why does it always have to be parties? Why can't we just get dressed up for fun and go to the grocery store like a normal person?
Presenting Ignatius Walter Maxwell.
Damn, government name and all. I instinctively shrink in on myself. Did they really need to say my whole name like that? My cheeks feel about 100 degrees, and already driblets of sweat are working down my freshly cleaned neck. The size of the ballroom doesn't help. It's absolutely enormous, and bright. So fucking bright. Every inch of it gleams with gold and silver, glittering 12-tier chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and lilting music drifting from a string quartet in the corner. And the people! There's so many of them, all dressed to the nines with gorgeous dresses and dazzling tuxedos. And upon my triumphant entrance, every single pair of eyes turns straight towards me. I really want to disappear inside the collar of my suit. This is too much. Way too much. Already I can feel my chest grow tight, fuzzy dots dancing across my eyes.
Come along now.
My attendant tugs me forward, but my legs feel like they're made of jelly, and they refuse to move. I think I need a minute. My breath is coming out faster and faster. I'm gonna pass out. Until... Oh,
My dear friend.
the familiar voice makes my head pop up, and I see a crowd of people part, forming an aisle leading straight from the grand throne to the back of the room, in the back of the room. And there, walking down the aisle, his hands outstretched in welcome. Oh my god. Wow, it's the man of the hour. It's Orlum. He turns around in his swivel chair with his cat. Well, well, well. Like, do you have to do that every single time? My throat catches. He looks fucking regal. Yeah, like, man, maybe it's the crown and the cape, I don't know. Wait, is this cape longer now? Or not? Because before, it was really short, which made me laugh, because it was like a child's cape. Anyway. Crisp white suit practically molded to his body, ornate crown framing his orange hair, and a fur-lined cape draped across his shoulders. Somehow the sight of him, of that familiar face, helps to calm my racing heart, and my breath finally begins to slow. It is slightly longer. He smiles and walks toward me, little cape fluttering behind him.
It's been some time, hasn't it? I'm so glad you can join me here.
He brings his hands to my shoulders, then raises a brow at my clear discomfort.
A little overwhelming, yes, but you get used to it. Come, come.
He holds out his elbow, and I lash onto it like a spooked, fueled mouse. My gaze jumps back and forth between the throngs of fancy partygoers as he walks me back down the aisle. Everyone seems to be watching us, fanning themselves and talking in hushed whispers. My fingers dig deeper into Orlom's arm with every step. When we reach the middle of the ballroom, Orlom stops, turns toward me.
You'll have this dance with me, won't you? I do so love showing off my guests of honor.
His arm goes to my waist, and he pulls me in close in it with a possessive tug. Dance? I practically squat. I don't... But Orlom has already raised his hand to snap his fingers. And in that instant, the string quartet begins a waltz.
Don't worry, I'll lead.
His lips curl into an impish smile. Then he grabs my hand and dips me backwards. At this point, I'm not sure I could resist even if I tried. So, with a flutter in my heart and a clumsy stutter in my step, I do my best to try and keep up as he pulls me back up and begins to dance. Oh gee, I have no idea what I'm doing. But Orlom has clearly had plenty of practice. Arm around my waist keeps me held in close and guides our movement as his hand squeezes mine with the beat of the rhythm. I'm sure my feet aren't doing anything close to what they're actually supposed to do, but it seems enough to keep up with the sway and the turns and the lilting and to and fro of Orlom's hips.
You're looking well. I trust my attendants took good care of you.
That smile again, almost as though he wants to eat me whole. Yeah, they were fine. Everything is fine. I'm so focused on trying to find my words that I half trip over my feet. But Orlom just grins and pulls me back in, then sends me out for a spin that leaves me 20 times more discombobulated than before. Then tight again. Flush against his chest. Flush against his... Bruh. My face flushes. Sorry. And I jerk my head upwards to see Orlom just looking at me, brows low.
I noticed you didn't take me up on my offer in the bath. I did try to prepare both of them to your liking.
Beads of sweat work their ways down my forehead and temples. Well... Then Orlom sweeps me back up and into the dance again, and I'm forced to take a second to refine my steps. He laughs.
It's okay. I didn't actually expect you to. I was mostly more confirming things.
He raises a brow, sly grin stretching across his face.
You see, Iggy, I've noticed something. You and I are like two sides of the same coin.
We are? I croak somewhat unbecomingly.
You hate being around people. I love being around people.
Another spin.
You like to follow, I like to lead.
Then another. This one ending in a dip that nearly sends me to the floor.
You don't want anyone. You want everyone.
The look he shoots me sends a discomforting twist through my chest and straight to my bowels. He pulls me back up with a jerk. That's nice.
Great observation there, bud. Is all that I can manage to say in the moment, though the flush on my face probably says otherwise. Orlo must get a kick out of this, because his grin widens, and he lets out a chuckle.
You're a funny fellow, Iggy.
Am I? My brows arc. And then, because I feel the conversation going in an increasingly uncomfortable direction, I attempt to divert it with some small talk about our mutual friends. Well, one of these friends is dead. And the other one's getting— I mean, no! One of these friends is dead, and the other one might also be dead. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I'm more worried about Genzo since I don't know his status. So, where's Genzo? Throw a half-fake, half-legit glance at our environs. He should have, been along by now too, shouldn't he have?
Ah, yes, it seems our returned friend was quite tired. My servants informed me he went straight to his room to lie down after his pampering. Quite tuckered out, the poor thing.
He laughs at this. Oh. Okay. My mind can't seem to decide how it feels about this. Guilty, perhaps? Because maybe he didn't want to see me right now. Maybe he just didn't want to see me. But my wince quickly morphs into a scowl. As though it was my fault. I'm not the one who had to suddenly confess something so ridiculous. To make everything all awkward. Well, actually, Iggy, you were the one who who did accuse him of it first. I'm just saying. When I raise my hand, I see Orlum just wanting me, a smile playing on his lips.
Trouble on the home front?
That's... But my lips move before my mind has crafted an answer, and all that comes out is a saliva-thick mess of spluttering and fumbling. I feel my cheeks heat up.
Don't worry. I know about our friend's little infatuation. And from that reaction, I'm guessing you're finally privy to it as well.
He raises a brow, and I don't miss the way his hand seems to dip just slightly lower on my hip as he pulls me in to the left. I grimace. Yeah, he told me. He leans in.
And how did that make you feel?
The heat returns. I look away. I don't know. I've never thought about him in that way before. I bite down on my lip.
Oh? Thought about him how?
Orlum's grin spreads so wide, it's a wonder it doesn't take over his whole face. He twists his leg behind mine, sending me back into his arms.
Like this, perhaps?
Then pushes his thigh up between my legs.
Or like this?
My breath catches in my throat, and I can hear my heart pounding in my ears.
Because we both know what he'd want. Because we both know that's what he'd want.
Orlum. I'm getting dizzy again. My breath's coming out quicker and quicker. But then he jerks me back up with a laugh. I stumble against him, and he gives me a moment to find my balance and my breath. He takes this opportunity to lean in, whispering right next to my ear.
He does so enjoy taking what he wants.
I furrow my brows, look down at him. But he's just smiling. My throat feels tight, and I swallow nervously. Genzo would never... I grind my teeth together, the anger starting to bubble up again in the base of my throat. Before the rest of my thoughts are given the chance to form, Orlum gives me a little push to get me back into the rhythm.
You know, I never did get a chance to thank you properly for what you did.
His fingers give mine a little squeeze.
I meant it when I said no one's ever done anything like that for me before. Show me that kind of kindness.
I mean, sure, that's what friends do, right?
Yes, we are friends, aren't we?
I'm not sure what he means by this, so I don't say anything. Instead, glancing down at my feet when I feel them start to twist again to keep from stumbling to the floor.
I'm really glad you made it here. I admit, I was hoping I'd be able to show you what I'd accomplished. To be able to repay the kindness you showed me.
This is definitely quite the, setup you've got going here.
It is, isn't it?
Orlum bites down on his lip in what I can only imagine is barely restrained pride.
You should have seen this place when I first arrived. Nothing but chaos. Anarchy. It took quite a bit of incentive to bring the masses in line. But I've managed to build something out of nothing, to turn this place into a proper kingdom, with laws, a government, and ample food supply.
It's certainly impressive, I say as I trip again, this time falling forward against Orlam's chest with an embarrassing flourish. Orlam pauses a moment to let me catch my breath, ever-present grin on his face as he watches me fumble. I refine my balance and pull back, face no doubt 50 Shades of Red. You have to use 50 Shades.
Indeed,
He smirks, pulling me back into the rhythm.
yes, I'd say it's only missing one thing at this point.
What's that? Behind us, the music has started building into a crescendo, and Orlam takes this opportunity to give me one final spin before dipping me to the floor in a grand, spiraling flourish.
Someone to rule it with me.
The music reaches its peak, and then ends on a wailing high vibrato before snapping into quivering silence. The ballroom goes absolutely quiet. So quiet, I worry the entire crowd can hear the giant gulp in my throat as I stare up into Orlam's leering face. And the party goers begin to clap. Orlam pulls me back up, one hand rising to accept his guests' applause in modest deference, as the other finds my hip and tugs me in against his side.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, please, please, enjoy yourselves. Let the music and wine flow well into the night.
Next to him, I bring my hand to my face to hide my reddened cheeks, wanting to disappear into my collar. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Oh, Iggy, we're really in it now. I was afraid of this. I'll talk about it. Actually, I don't know when I'll talk about it at the end. The rest of the ball continues in much the same manner. Getting shuffled around from circle to circle, shown off to partygoers, offered wine and champagne and some strange little meat things wrapped in what tastes like pickled radish. Orlam is completely in his element, making small talk, jokes, accepting and dishing out compliments, no matter how forced. I run out of energy to keep up with the conversations after a grand total of 2, but he's still running on full steam after the 20th. The way he can just make up things to say, embellish the inanest of inanities, and schmooze even the most glamorous of beauties is impressive, to say the least. Every time the conversation turns to me, the most I can get out is a choked hello. It feels like we're at it for hours. And in the middle of an exceptionally long, yet animated talk with a buxom lady Bovonish and her trio of fans, I managed to slip away and toward one of the far corners, grabbing another flute of champagne on the way and downing half of it in one gulp. My legs shake as I lean up against the wall, and I can feel sweat clinging to the back of my neck. I take one breath, 2. I feel myself start to settle down as I watch the clusters of guests shuffle about. Some of them talking, some of them dancing, all of them sneaking the occasional glance at the short little redhead bobbing in and out amongst the lace and frills. They certainly seem to like him, though I can't help but notice that there's not a plain one amongst the bunch. All of them, every single one of them, could easily pass for a model. It's almost as though they've been hand-selected through some kind of beauties-only casting call. Where are all the normal people? Like me. I gulp down the rest of my champagne.
Enjoying yourself?
I let out an unbecoming eep and jerk backwards, nearly dropping my glass. Carmen. Orlam's right next to me, hands on his hips.
Don't worry. I know this isn't your thing,
He smirks, then loops an arm around my waist and brings a hand up to shield his mouth in an over-embellished whisper.
Shall we find somewhere a little quieter?
I feel my mouth go dry. But he doesn't wait for my response, instead latching onto my arm and tugging me toward the door.
Come.
Once back out in the hallway, the quiet feels almost deafening. Orlam leads me gleefully past bowing guards and attendants toward the grand staircase in the main hall, practically dancing up the steps. where are we going? I ask almost hesitantly.
My room, of course. There's something I want to show you.
I feel myself blanch. But I don't say anything, all of a sudden incredibly nervous. Oh boy. Um, and only a few minutes later, we were right in front of a giant set of crimson double doors, big enough to fit an entire truck inside of them. Attendants manning either side bow in reverence with twin "Good morning," oh,
Good evening, Your Majesty.
before pushing open the doors with a heavy creak. What the? What the bear? Oh, wait, hold on. That stuffed animal, the stuffed husky on the sofa. I swear I've had the same one, and it's from Build-A-Bear Workshop. I think. We step inside, and my jaw drops. It's not what I expect. Well, some of it is. There's an absolutely enormous canopy bed, topped with a deep red duvet, and about 50 pillows. Oh, right, this is his room, right? Oh. 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 The toys make sense now. A giant I don't know. Decorated with golden vines and leaves stands next to a full-length mirror. And above us hang more chandeliers, smaller but no less ornate than the ones in the ballroom. The bathroom. The chandeliers in the bathroom. What I don't expect, however, are the toys. They're everywhere. Stuffed animals of all shapes and sizes, including the biggest teddy bear I've ever seen in my life, lying in the corner. Action figures, puppets, dolls, bats, and balls, model planes, even a miniature train chugging on a track that circles the entire room. I stand there a moment in the doorway just taking it all in, before Orlam gives me another tug, guiding me into the room proper.
This way, this way.
He leads me through the veritable toy stores towards a set of glass doors on the other side of the room. I don't miss the brown stuffed rabbit propped up on the pillows of the bed like some kind of throne as we pass by. He pushes open the doors and pulls me out onto a large balcony. As I step forward, gaze going skyward. It's gorgeous. It's like the whole world had opened up above me, a galaxy of stars just for me. And as I step even further, I see the world down below, a picture-perfect nightscape of the countryside. Tiny dots of light color the nearby town. Purple and blue trees trace the curves of the hills, and moonlight dapples the surface of the lake. It's like a goddamn painting or something. And instantly I feel my anxiety begin to recede, almost as though swallowed up by all that calming blue.
I thought you might like it.
I walk over to the railing, enjoying the coolness of the marble beneath my fingers. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, feel the chills swirling around in my lungs. Then let my gaze go back to the stars in that ever-expanding universe. I could get lost in it.
Even someone like me needs a little alone time now and then. Fortunately, I have the best spot in the kingdom to get my fix.
Orlam steps over next to me, leaning his elbow on the railing.
This could be yours, you know.
There it is again. That offer. I blink. Look down at him. He's got his gaze turned up at me, the same sly grin from earlier curled across his lips. But then he turns away and off towards the scenery. I tug at my collar. This is all a bit much for me.
It's not like you need to do much. As you can see, I've got things well under control myself.
He gestures toward the world beyond the balcony.
But I admit, I want more than this. I want to expand, grow, to turn this into a thriving kingdom worthy of the history books. There's so much of this world left to discover, and I want to discover it all. To take it all.
He snatches at the air, curling his hand into a fist.
And, well, even someone like me can use a little support in such a grand endeavor.
At this, he turns toward me.
A little companionship, shall we say.
I feel my face grow warm.
My mind goes to the bathers, the army of gorgeous partygoers, all of them seemingly enamored by Orlon. Don't you, already have plenty of possible companions? Orlon takes my shoulders in his hands.
Ah, but none of them are what I need. Someone who cares about me, who's been with me through thick and thin. Someone I can truly depend on.
And that's me? I must look completely flabbergasted because Orlon laughs, smoothing down the front of my suit.
Don't think so poorly of yourself. Of course it's you.
I let my gaze turn skyward again, studying the stars as my brain ruminates on this piece of information.
And, of course, it's not like there wouldn't be anything in it for you. All the alone time you could ever want. 5-star meals every night. A lifetime of pampering. Not to mention,
he raises a brow in a sly smirk,
my ample collection of games, right for your pleasure.
My heart skips a beat. That does sound nice.
Just think about it, Our own little world, where we don't have to bother ourselves with the expectations of others, the scorn of others. A place for us, where we get to make the rules.
At this, I feel his hand find mine, his bony fingers curling around my knuckles. I look over with a start, but he's not looking at me, his gaze instead turned up towards the stars. I mimic him, letting myself get lost once again in the swirling abyss as I breathe in the Milky Way. We don't stay out much longer. Orlon must notice how tired I am because he soon steers me back inside the warmth of his room. Tut-tutting the whole way as he smooths down my hair and brushes a few lone speckles of dust off my shoulders. He chuckles, coughs into his hand. Redawns that sardonic smirk from down in the ballroom.
This is a point in the evening where I'd normally invite you into my bed, but...
He dances his finger up my chest to grab my tie, pulling me in close.
As much as I'd love to get you out of that dashing suit.
Or just as quickly letting me go with a snap.
I know that's not what you want, so never fear. I've arranged my finest room for you. It's just down the hall in case you happen to need anything during the night.
He taps the tips of his fingers together with a proud smile. Oh, thanks. The heat's returned to my cheeks. It's like he knows exactly what to say to get the blood rushing to my face. I have a lot of thoughts. Most of them worry, concern, and a lot of like I don't know. This night, sorry for being such an awkward mess. Oh my god. Fuck it. We stay assertive. Or as assertive as we can. It was nice, yeah. Everything, I mean. I look down, to the right, to the left. I can practically feel the awkward heat that must be warping the air above me. Orlon raises a brow, just standing there a moment, staring at me. Then grins the goofiest grin he's donned all night, reaching up to grab my chin and giving my head a little shake.
You adorably socially inept button. I could eat you up.
Now my face must truly look like a tomato.
Of course, anything for you, my dearest friend.
He pulls away with a snap, leaving my brain feeling exceptionally rattled in my skull.
And I do mean anything. No matter the urge that may spring forth within your loins, do let one of my attendants know, They shall accommodate you post-haste.
What? Okay. I thought he got it. I thought he gets it, but then does he get it? I'm confused. Okay, whatever. One hand to my back, he guides me to the door, where a rabbit attendant is already waiting to take me to my room.
Do get some sleep, yes? And think about my offer.
Then the door closes behind me, leaving me alone with the attendant in the right hallway.
This way, sir.
The attendant bows, then starts forward. We pass another attendant on the way, this one leading what looks like a man and a woman from the ball towards Orlon's room. Both of them are trying to suppress twin grins of excited mirth. I don't have the time to let my thoughts linger on them, though, because the attendant has already opened up a door on the left and is currently holding it open for me. I dash forward so as not to keep him waiting, and find myself in a wonderfully elegant room. While not as big as Orlum's for sure, it's still equally ornate and far grander than anything I've ever stayed in before. And this one has a blue theme to juxtapose Orlum's red. The duvet, the pillows, the rugs, and curtains, everything's a different shade of blue. I don't know what you're talking about, Iggy. This looks purple to me. It's wonderfully calming.
We prepared night clothes for you on the bed, sir, and if you need anything during the night, simply ring this bell.
The attendant gestured towards a small brass bell hanging on the wall by the door. Oh, thank you, I say clumsily before the attendant bows and walks back out, leaving me alone. Ah, the sweet serenity of isolation. I took a short jaunt around the room to get my feel of the place, ending up at the bed, where I find a set of blue silk pajamas awaiting me. How luxurious. I slip them on quickly, loving how irresistible they feel on my skin, then climb up and onto the duvet. It must be down. It must be down because okay. Yeah, because it sinks delightfully beneath my touch. So soft I could get myself lost in it. At the top of the bed, I find a single pink rabbit resting against the pillows. I stare at it for a moment, blinking, then grab it and hold it against my chest as I lie back with my gaze toward the ceiling. I try to think back to the real world, to my apartment in Brookside, to the work I still have left to finish, even to my parents, but all of it seems so far away, and ridiculously unimportant. I run my thumb across the soft velveteen head of the rabbit in my arms, eyes drooping. My thoughts drift to Orlong, to the expanse of stars overhead, to the feeling of his hand in mine, gangly and rough. Something pings in the back of my mind. I close my eyes. What? Oh, and when I open them again, I'm outside, standing on the sidewalk, watching as my classmates trickle out of the building. After prom. Well, after prom. What time had it been? Had to have been around 6 in the morning. What? You were out that late at night in high school? You stayed. Wait, what? Okay, sorry. This is what gets you. Okay. I'd lost the others somehow. Even Gidget, despite her practically refusing to leave my side the latter half of the night. I don't spy any of them now amongst the surrounding exodus, so I figure they must either still be inside somewhere or left earlier. I run a hand through my hair. I'm tired, exhausted. Time to go back home and sleep until noon. I start down the path away from the school and toward the bus stop. It clears out quickly, to the point that I find myself alone. Most of my class... Oh. Sorry. Most of my classmates have cars, or at least know someone who does. I don't even have my learner's permit. Shoving my hands into my pockets, I count the cracks in the sidewalk as I shuffle along. It's still dim, no longer pitch black, but dark enough that you can still make out the stars in the sky. And the chilly morning air is making the hair on my arms stand straight up. I glance up upon rounding the corner, and stop. Orlam's standing beneath the light at the bus stop. He looks so small just standing there, staring at the ground. The overhead light is casting harsh shadows across his shoulders and arms, emphasizing the protruding bumps of his bones. Hey, I call out as I start towards him. Then feel my feet slow as he turns around. His face is dark. Eyes turning toward me vacantly. Face in ashy gray. Just staring. Staring. I feel goosebumps pop up all along my neck and arms. He looks like some kind of ghost. Hey, I try again, slowly falling into place beside him at the stop. Everything okay? Was wondering where you went. Suddenly felt like I was all alone in there. I smile. He doesn't return it. Nor does he say anything, just staring at me with that same look of almost confused emptiness. Now that I'm closer, I can get a better look at him. His eyes are pink and puffy. His hair is a scraggly mess. And his clothes look like they've gone through a wrestling match. I notice the buttons of his shirt no longer match up. Did something... I start, looking back and forth from his face to his bedraggled appearance. Did something happen? At this, his face seems to curl in on itself. His brows furrow on his eyes as his lips pull back in a distraught cringe. And his gaze falls as what appears to be a renewed burst of tears. Uh, and his gaze falls as what appears to be a renewed burst of tears begins running down his cheeks. Shit, shit, shit. I reach forward out of instinct, then simply stand there awkwardly, one arm around his shoulder, as he cries in silence. Hey, it's okay, I finally say, giving him what I hope is a reassuring squeeze. I can feel him shake, hiccups racking his frame. He sniffs. Everyone always abandons me. My face twitches in concern, but I don't say anything, waiting to see if he'll continue. He gives another sniff, a phlegmy cough. But first Brownie, and Mom, and now even... He clenches his eyes shut, and I see him bite down on his tongue. He brings a hand up to wipe at his face, but all it does is spread the tears and snot across his cheeks. Finally, he turns toward me, jaw taut. Is there something wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with you, I wince, taking a step back to give him some room as he wipes his snotty arm on his shirt. Nobody cares about me. I'm all alone. His gaze drops back down to the ground. I don't know what to say. I'm not sure there's anything to say. So instead, I reach for his hand, taking his bony fingers in mine. They clench around my knuckles tightly. Desperately, almost. And I return the squeeze, not even minding the sweat and the snot, and the tears greasing his palm. I can still feel him shaking. See his knobby little knees bumping against each other. You're not alone, is what I want to say. But it gets caught up in my throat. Because maybe it's not true. I don't know. I don't know what to do. But if all I can do is be here for him now, in this moment, then, well, I guess I can do that. I turn my head skyward toward the slowly brightening sky. Watch as the stars begin to fade out above us. And stand there holding his hand until the bus comes to take us home. It does remind me that, what do you call it? And I forgot when it was mentioned, but somewhere I forgot who mentioned it. But like I know that Genzo and Orlum had like something happened with them after prom, right? Um, but we don't know what. and like and in my head, I'm thinking now, I'm like, could that be the reason why like Genzo just detests Orlum? But that's but that was prom, so like you know he's been bullying him ever since they knew each other. So it just like I don't know. Whatever, we'll see. I wake the next morning to the sun filtering in through the curtains and painting patterns across the sheets. I feel so comfortable, like I never want to leave. I smile and roll over, still hugging the pink rabbit in against my chest as I bury my face back into the pillow. Just 5 more minutes. 5 minutes turn into 10, then into 15. Finally, however, I push myself up on the mattress with a frazzled woof, running a hand through my hair and rubbing at my eyes. My stomach grumbles through the blue silk of my pajamas, and I realize I never really had a proper dinner last night. Just the snacks after the bath and those meat things at the ball. And the alcohol. Lots of alcohol. I grimace. Then slide off the bed and pad toward the bathroom. While not quite as large as the one I'd bathed in yesterday, this one is still extraordinarily ornate. And it's equipped with both a giant shower with it is equipped with both a giant shower with rainfall shower head and a monstrous claw-footed tub. Okay. Opposite these fineries are the vanity and toilet, which I partake myself of first, staring at the gold patterns on the wall as I released all the liquid I emitted the night prior. Hell yeah, pissing time! Once I wash up using the toiletries provided on the vanity, I head back out, where I spot my clothes sitting on one of the chairs.
By the way, I just have to say, I think it's I don't know, I think it's very funny that like whenever it comes to going to the bathroom, like the description gets like unusually detailed. I don't know. Like could we not just say I just peed and then or I just went to the bathroom or something? Like I went to the flower garden, I went to powder my nose. I don't know. I just think it's very funny that it's like, oh yes, releasing my liquid. Sorry. I head back out, where I spot my clothes sitting on one of the chairs. They'd been perfectly cleaned, not a single hint of blood remaining, and even the hole made by the scissors has been expertly sewn closed. I stare at them a moment, then shrug and put them on. Admittedly, after everything that's happened, this piece of normal feels quite comforting. When I open the door to step out into the hallway, I'm greeted by a rabbit attendant.
Shall I take you to breakfast, sir?
He's asked, slow bow. Oh, sure, that sounds good, yeah. Another bow. Then we're on our way, through the corridors and down the grand staircase, past other attendants, cleaning, dusting, and polishing the castle trimmings.
This way, sir.
My attendant bows again once we reach a large set of double doors. Oh, well, that's different. Then opens them to reveal a grand dining hall with long tables stretched across its center. The table is already piled high with food: eggs, toasts, meats, and cheeses. Bowls and bowls of fruit. My eyes practically bug out of my head as my stomach gives another unsightly growl. I'm guided to the far end of the table, where I'm seated to the right of the grand throne as at its head. I can eat any of this? I ask hesitantly, already eyeing a steaming plate of scrambled eggs.
Of course, sir.
Another bow. Then my attendant steps back and away from the table, leaving me to my feast. Despite his answer, I remain unsure. I sit there a moment longer, hands in my lap, and gaze perusing the table, before finally reaching up with a little waggle of my fingers. The far door bursts open. Ah, you're back. Oh wait, now that I see you again, your cape is actually the same length as before. Okay, never mind. It's still the same. Okay.
Iggy, so good to see you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on this fine morn.
Orlom waltzes in, arms outstretched as though about to make some sort of proclamation. Behind him, a rabbit dressed in kitchen attire wheels in a large cart with more trays of food, their silver lids gleaming in the chandeliers.
I trust you slept well?
Yeah, it was great. I slept great. I returned my hands to my lap. Orlom settles over, hands clasped behind his back, and shit-eating grin practically engulfing his face.
Wonderful, wonderful, yes.
He returns to his tut-tutting, taming my still errant curls and smoothing down the arms of my shirt.
I wanted to make sure you were well taken care of.
Did you have a nice night? I ask mostly because I don't know what else to say. Orlom laughs, bringing a hand to his chest.
Me? Oh, yes. I had an exhilarating evening, shall we say.
The rabbit from earlier catches my eye. He's wheeling that great big cart around the other side of the table and headed in my direction. I glance up at Orlom, then back at the cart. What's this? More food?
It is indeed. You see,
Oh no. Oh no.
I've prepared a surprise for you this morning, Iggy. A special feast, just for you.
Oh? I watch as the rabbit lugs the largest tray up and off the cart, placing it right down in front of me. Then, with a grand flourish of steam, he removes the silver lid and steps back. Oh no. I'm met first with the most delicious of smells, wafting up and around me like a tempting trifecta of fat, grease, and charbroiled perfection. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Then once the steam dispels, I see the meat itself, a giant ham, perfectly cut, and oozing juices into a puddle on the plate. I bring a hand up. Damn, that smells... Oh, girl.
Don't you like it? I carved this one myself, you know. I wanted to make sure it was done perfectly.
He's shaking now, his voice hoarse and crackling with film. His face flushed with ecstasy.
I made the cuts while he was still alive, so it would be as fresh as possible. So I'd still be able to taste this fear.
He lurches toward me, arm going around my shoulder and fingers pushing the veins out of my eyes. I can feel his breath hot on my forehead.
But I'm letting you try first, Iggy. You get the first piece.
I stare down at the plate, stare down at the sizzling fat, the steam curling up and away from the meeting folds.
You'll join me, won't you, Iggy? Join me here in this paradise meant for the two of us?
Welcome. You came in at a crazy time. He pushes his face into my hair, and I can feel his smile press against my scalp. Then, soft as a whisper,
Let's make our own rules. Together.
No, this is suddenly everything is rushing back. 40% of this game is crazy time. That's true. You have a 40% chance of ending up coming in at a really wacky time. Suddenly, everything is rushing back through my head like a high-speed train. The luxurious room, the balcony, the ball, the bath, and the pampering. I'd let myself go too far. I'd let things go too far. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to happen. I bring a hand to my mouth. Already I can feel pinpricks of tears in the corners of my eyes. I'm shaking. Vision warping. A high-heel train. Walls undulating around me. Genzo, I can still see him in my mind. The last time we looked at each other last night in the hall. Back on the boat during our fight. Fuck, this is all my fault. I've gotta do something. I've gotta stop this. I reach forward toward the cutlery on the table, curl my fingers around the handle of the knife. I can barely breathe now, barely see. I focus on the cool metal, grip it tighter and tighter, then whip around and stab it straight into Orlom's gut. He lets out a strangled noise of surprise, shudders, steps backwards. Neat belly button you've got there, bro. Sorry. His eyes are bugging out of his head. Another backward stumble. He looks from me to the knife, then back to me. Blinks. It's at that moment that the guards notice what happened. And in less than a second, they're on me. They yank me out of the chair, throwing me to my knees and fingers digging into my arms so tight I gasp. Across from me, another set of rabbits fly towards Orlom. They look like they want to grab him, hands extended, but ultimately remain a few feet back as he stands there trembling. Orlom's gaze goes back to the knife. He wraps his hand around it, tugs it out. The front of his shirt is red now, a glistening pool forming across his belly. He stares at the knife as though he'd never seen something like it in his life. Then, smiles. Laughs. Impish grin taking over his entire face.
I thought you'd be different, Iggy.
He drops the knife to the floor with a clatter. Then his hand goes to his belly, blood grueling up and around his fingers.
I thought for sure you'd be there for me.
He sticks his fingers into the hole with a squelch. Bro? And when he pulls them back out, stringing tendrils of blood stretch through the air.
You wouldn't abandon me.
He licks his fingers, drags the bloody clots across his chin. His eyes aren't focused. Staring at me, but not at me. Seeing something else entirely. He laughs again, his shoulders heaving with it.
But it turns out you're just like everyone else.
Orlom, please stop this, I choke, not even realizing the tears and snot are flowing freely down my face now. Orlom lurches forward, his neck twisting unnaturally.
Hello? Stop this? Stop what?
He points the tips of his bloody fingers to his temple, then jerks them as though pulling the trigger of a gun. His eyes have gone dark, pupils like quivering pinpricks on orbs of bulging white. And his smile stretches for miles, forming a delightful moon-shaped curve that pulls and strains at the skin.
You wish I would have offed myself too, don't you?
Yes, all these years. You would have loved to see my brains all over the floor. No, Orlum, I would never. I shake my head with a phlegmy cough. Shh, it's okay. Another forward lurch. This one sends him down in front of me, his kneecaps clacking against the floor. He brings his bloody fingers to my lips, as though trying to shush me. It's fine now. I don't care anymore. He slithers up onto my lap, weight sending sharp twinges of pain through my arms, where the rabbits keep firm on their grip. Because I don't need any of you anymore. A laugh. His lips tremble with it. His hands go back to his stomach, fingers digging and scrounging inside the fleshy hole. He scoops another slimy clot of blood out, letting the thick gobs of it ooze between his fingers. Then he mashes it against my forehead, tracing his fingers down my face, across my cheeks. I have a new family now. New friends to take care of me. Ones that would never abandon me. Another snicker. Now his fingers slide between my lips, and I can taste his blood sharp and coppery on my tongue. Deeper and deeper, down the back of my throat. So deep it makes me gag, tears springing to my eyes. Because I won't let them. Then he grabs a chunk of my hair in his other hand and wrenches it backwards. My breath hitches from the flash of pain, thoughts dancing across my vision. He slides his fingers back out of my mouth, across my chin, leaving a trail of saliva and blood that oozes down my neck. I can feel his hand shaking, his body quivering. But don't worry, I won't forget the brief moments of kindness you've shown me. He runs his tongue up the slimy red trail, presses his nose and mouth into my neck, just beneath my ear, smelling, tasting, breathing me in with a euphoric smile. I'll cook you nice and slow so you can enjoy it too, my dear friend. So are you saying, unfortunately you were cooked slowly, are you saying that I have to eat very slowly? But there is one second when you did actually enjoy it. What the hell? The second when you finally blacked out. Oh. Would you like to restart? Girly Pop? Oh my god.
Stop trying to fight it. Don't you get it? This is who you are. Eat it, Iggy. You deserve this.
Yes, I do deserve this. I deserve all of this. Maybe this place is for us. Our own Wonderland. Oh shit, credits! Where no one can tell us that we're wrong. That we don't belong. My lips curl into a smile. And I pick up the fork off the table. Yes, this is our place. Our own special place. And it's time I got to make the rules for once. And so, steam cursing my cheeks, I bring my fork towards the meat and begin to eat. Let our glorious feast begin. Things move quickly after that. Oh my god. Bro, whoa, we're matching. Damn, our cape is that short too? But true enough to Orlum's word, I'm never forced to do it forced into anything I don't want. I get to live how I choose, offering Orlum support and advice from behind the scenes, welcoming him back after his treks into the kingdom or long nights of entertaining guests, but otherwise doing whatever the hell I want. And as for the two of us, we spend our time strategizing, playing, and sleeping. And I take care of him. Every step of the way. To be honest, it's exhilarating having so much power. To be able to enact something into law and watch it play out from our fortified sanctuary. To be able to do whatever I want without someone telling me to do something more productive, or be this, be that, Get out more. Settle down. No expectations. Nobody asking things of me. Nobody wanting things from me. The days quickly blur together. Days turning into weeks, into months. The two of us ruling from our castle on top of the world. I'm not sure how long it's been by the time we decide to move forward with our expansion plans. Our first course of action is the nearby forest. Long haunted by legends of a terrifying beast that's laid untouched, neither Orlon nor his men going near it. But if we're going to have any hope of expanding into the unknown, we first need to be able to conquer those lands close to home. We set out together, the two of us on our first excursion, accompanied by a battalion of our finest guards, to survey and stake the region. Into the forest we march, with the confidence of two mighty explorers, eager to make the discovery of a lifetime. Oh, wait a second. Bucks is gonna be there, isn't she? And she's gonna kill us, and that's how this is gonna end? Holy shit. Deeper and deeper we go, our spirits high, our ambition unfaltering. Through the brush, over the sticks and rocks, where the air grows cold and the trees coil and twist around us like a wooden cage. I can tell the guards around us are growing restless, fidgety. They glance from side to side at every snapping branch or hooting owl. Orlum, however, is unfazed. He walks out ahead, hand to his chin and scrutinizing every rock and pebble.
These trees will need to be cleared out, but that's nothing a few dozen of my men can't accomplish in a week or two. And we can use the wood to build a resort of sorts. A hot spring, perhaps? Yes, that could certainly bring in some tourism. God knows this kingdom could use more destination spots.
I can hear him mumbling to himself.
Sir, up ahead!
The two of us glance forward to see the trees open up, revealing a small cabin at the center of the clearing. So it looks like Bucky Land. Orlum's hands go to his hips.
What's that doing here? I didn't know there was anyone living here.
He scowls.
They'll need to leave at once. This land, all of it. It will all need to be cleared. Sir, yes, sir.
Something twitches in the back of my brain, like a little bug trying to crawl its way out of a deep, dark hole that's been cemented over. I look from Orlum to the cabin, then back to Orlum. I say nothing.
Come, Iggy. Let's go see who's rudely made themselves at home on our land without our permission.
He starts forward, shoes crunching noisily as he storms across the clearing. I dash after him. Falling into step just as he arrives at the door to the cabin. He gives it a quick set of raps, foot tapping an angry rhythm in the dirt.
Hello? Whoever lives here needs to come out at once, by order of the king.
But it's silent. No sound except for the haunting trill of a bird flying overhead.
I demand you come out at once.
Orlum squawks. Maybe they're not home. I can see Orlum's body curl ever so slightly forward. He's getting mad.
Then we shall raze the house to the ground. To think someone would have the gall to build a home out here. They don't even have a building permit. And what about all the taxes they owe?
He reaches forward to knock again. Except this time, he must get a better idea, because he tries for the knob instead. It clicks easily, and he pushes the door open a crack at first, before throwing it open the rest of the way.
Whoever lives here needs to come out right this moment, or I'll send in my guards.
Still nothing. I peek inside at the interior of the cabin. It's small but cozy, sporting not much more than a bed, table, and stove.
What are you doing?
The sudden voice makes both of us jump. We turn to see someone standing a few yards off, seemingly returning to the cabin with an armful of chopped wood. I stare for a second. The woman seems so... Then it hits me. Bucks! I croak, taking a step back.
Well, this is unexpected.
Orlum's look of disdain stays constant.
What are you doing in my house?
Her eyes narrow, looking back and forth between us and the cabin. The glint in her eyes makes my stomach twist, and that tingling ping I'd felt earlier begins pushing again in the back of my brain. Something's not right. Something's not right. I grab Orlum's wrist. Orlum, maybe we should go. But Orlum fixed it away.
Go? I'm not going until we've gotten some answers, and we've gotten this illegal tenant off our land.
Bucks just stares. There's something wrong with the way she's looking at us. Eyes dark, not even blinking. She drops a pile of wood to the ground, and I don't miss the way her biceps ripple with the movement of her arms.
This is my
She kind of has the same. I'm sorry.
this is my land, she says
Simply, but the tone of her voice sends goosebumps up and down my arms.
and you're trespassing. The keeper of the woods! And the legends were true after all.
The hushed whispers of the guards behind us catch my attention, and by the time I glance back, they're already starting to slink backwards.
What are you idiots talking about?
Orlam snaps,
This is nothing but.
but they've apparently had enough. They turn tail and begin running back across the clearing before Orlam can even finish chastising them, leaving the two of us alone with Bucks. My heart drops into my gut. Bucks has a reputation. Yeah. Orlam, please! I reach again for his wrist. But he goes stomping towards Bucks before I can grab it, one hand raised in a comical show of scolding.
Well, I don't care who you are. You're in my kingdom, and those in my kingdom have to follow my rules. Now, are you going to vacate these premises, or am I going to have to...
Her hand on his throat cuts off the last of his threat. It engulfs his entire neck, fingers digging into the skin, squeezing his esophagus. The guard captain. He lets out a squeak that's half surprise, half pain, his crown tumbling to the grass. Then her other hand joins, gripping his neck from the other side and popping his chin up above her thumbs at an unnatural slant. Ruh-roh. I can only stare, eyes growing larger and larger as she lifts him off the ground. Orlam's hands fly to his neck, wrapping at her hands, scratching and clawing and tugging. Ruh-roh, indeed. But his efforts prove futile, and he can only gasp and choke as his legs kick out and fruitlessly beneath him.
This is my land,
Buck says again, right into his face.
and you're trespassing.
Bucks! His voice squeaks. His face is turning red, purple. Then she begins to shake him, in big heaving jolts that send his head flopping back and forth, his body whipping like a snake's tail. Ooh.
Shut up!
Orland's panic squawks cut in and out with each convulsion.
I can't even think with you making all that fucking noise.
I can see the veins popping out in Buck's hands, her arms trembling, her eyes wild.
Why can't you give me a moment of fucking peace?
There's a horrifying snap, and I feel the blood drain from my face. Orlam's gone quiet, his body limp. But still she keeps shaking. Still she keeps wrenching his body back and forth as her hands dig into his throat tighter and tighter. So tight I can see blood bubbling up beneath her fingers. So tight I swear she's gonna squeeze his head right off his body. His body flops like limp spaghetti, his eyes bulging, foam dribbling up between his lips. It's at this moment that I turn and run. I don't even consciously think about it, my body just does it. Running, racing, sprinting back across the clearing, back into the forest. I have to get away. I have to escape before she sets her sights on me. The trees whip at my face, the brush scratching and grabbing at my ankles. But I don't let it slow me. Even as my heart threatens to beat straight out of my chest, I keep pressing forward, sheer panic controlling my arms and legs. I run until I burst out of the trees and find myself at a river. I lurch for it, gasping and wheezing, stumbling towards the bank. I fall to my knees, not even caring about the rocks and pebbles cracking against bone, about the water seeping up through my pants to stain the fabric. I kneel there a moment, just catching my breath. The taste of copper on my tongue as my lungs struggle for oxygen. My head feels so heavy. So heavy, my skull pulses with the weight. Maybe it's the fucking crown. Shut up. I reach up and grab my crown, throwing it to the ground beside me. Then do the same with my cape, wrestling free of it with a frustrated grunt and heaving it into the grass. Fuck. I bring my hands to my face, body curling inward. I can feel a salty twinge just beneath my eyes, but the tears don't come. Won't come. All I get instead is a dull ache in my chest as a throbbing drum pounds away in my head. I lean forward, gazing down into the water, into the river. I can see myself, see my face, my eyes. Twisted.
Why do I look so twisted? Almost like I'm being played on a faulty television. I bring my hand up to check. It doesn't even look like me. Eh? Oh, okay. I was like, what? Yes, there is a smile in there. That's not me. That can't be me. The real me would never.
Look what you've become.
My breath hitches with a start, and I sit back, looking left and right. The voice had seemed to come from right next to me, hissing right into my ear. You're a monster. I jerk again. This time, it had seemed to come from the opposite direction. I can feel my heart start to pick up again. No, I'm not. I'm not.
It's your fault they're dead. You've killed them all.
I bring my hands to my head, fingers clutching in my hair.
You murdered Gidget.
No.
You ate Genzo.
No.
Watched countless people be tortured, killed, eaten, all while you sat back and smiled.
It wasn't me. I didn't.
And now the one person you care about in this entire godforsaken world, the one person who actually cared about you couldn't help him, couldn't save him. You didn't even lift a finger. Just stood there and watched him be killed. Then ran like a coward with your tail tucked between your legs.
I press my head tighter. I can feel my heart beating against the inside of my chest.
He needed you, and you abandoned him. You always do.
There's nothing I could have done. I shake my head, harder and harder, trying to make it stop.
You abandoned everyone, you selfish fuck.
Something snaps inside of me. Oh. And I scream. It starts as a low, throaty groan in the base of my throat, before tumbling out and vibrating inside my skull.
You were never there for them.
I scream and I scream and I scream.
Never there when they needed you.
Pull and tear at my hair.
Never thinking about anything except yourself.
Shut up! Shut up! Up! The last syllable seems to ring out across the clearing, bouncing off the rocks and trees. I crumple, my body shaking, stomach twisting, shame and guilt clocking my heart. For a second, the voice seems to stop. The world's strangely silent around me. Then I lean forward, looking back down into the water. No. I shake my head. No. The me in the water is smiling.
Accept it, Iggy. You're nothing but a sad, selfish little man. Iggy. It's me, I'm back. Did you miss me?
That voice. That fucking voice. I want to snuff it out. I want to rip and tear it apart. It's haunting me. Beating on me.
What do you want, Iggy? I'm only here to help. Don't be so mean towards me.
What do I want? I want that voice to go away. I want it to stop taunting me. Not true. None of it's true. That wasn't me. That couldn't have been me. It was all a lie. All of it.
What do you wish for more than anything else in the whole world?
I wish for that voice to go away. It won't stop. It just keeps going and going. It's driving me insane. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop! My vocal cords crack with the words, and for a second, I don't hear anything else. Nothing except my voice echoing. Then the words fade. And I look back down into the water. That's when I see it. A bubble rising to the first surface, followed by another, and another. It sizzles. Thin layer of foam forming across the top. What? I reach a finger towards it, and whip it back as at the flare of pain that seizes my fingertip. I blink, just looking at it for a moment, then feel the realization rise to the surface of my brain. Huh? Uh-oh, somebody peed in the pool! No! It's the only way to make all the bad thoughts go away. That's right. That's how to make the voice go away. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Smile. Then I reach my hands down into the water, cupping it in my palms. The pain is immediate, like daggers stabbing into my skin, up and down my fingers and palms. But I ignore it. I ignore the fizzling steam curling up and away from my hands. Ignore the way my palms begin to turn red. Ignore the crackle and pop of bubbles as my skin begins to cook. I ignore all of it and bring the water to my lips. Yes, that's right. I need to wash myself clean. And so I drink it. Pain flares up in my throat, coating my mouth and lips, like hot pokers jabbing at my windpipe. And instinctively, I jerk forward with a cough. On fire. My insides are on fire. I choke. Gag. It's coming back up, and I reach for more. More and more handfuls. My hands are turning a deep red now. I can smell them burning and charring. Sizzling steam curling upward as the skin sizzles and pops. And I don't stop. I bring more and more of it to my tongue. My shoulders heave and I puke. It sends the acid back up and through my throat, burning, burning, burning the entire way. And I rinse it down with more. Up and down, up and down. My mouth is on fire. My tongue is on fire. My throat is on fire. More heaves. Bits and pieces of my stomach and throat are coming out with the gunk in them. Ugh. And the color in the river is warring, a horrible greenish brown. My head is starting to swim, visions fading in and out. Everything's steaming and hissing and fizzling around me, inside me, eating me from the inside out. It's searing all the way through my throat now, but I'm clean. Fuck, I'm so clean. And the voice is finally gone, no longer taunting me. In one glorious moment, everything is calm, quiet, and I lose all strength in my arms and collapse into the water. The river turns red around me, flowing away, 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 and taking the bad thoughts with it.
One way to do it. Okay. Yeah. So I have thoughts. um some context for the ending there. So the CGs or like the line art of the CGs are showing up. Basically, instead of Genzo, the morning when we wake up after Act 2, we decide to call Orlam instead and like check in on him, right? And we discover that Orlam is not doing too hot, to really no one's surprise, but yeah. And he's also been drinking bleach and throwing up. Hence the quote from earlier, and us drinking the boiling water. A couple, yeah, a couple things different this time. I don't know if they'll show it. Okay, they are. But like, so I'm not quite sure what takes it off. I think it's just us finding out that Orlam is, you know, a bit, uh, just us finding out that Orlam is suicidal, and that grows into like an overall worry, right? So after we visit him that first day, right? The next day we try calling him again, but like he doesn't respond. And we go to his house again, and he's not at his house, right? Which means that by that time he's already gone down to Wonderland. And but we don't know that, right? We think that something bad might have happened to him, so we go to Wonderland, like trying to find Orlan. And so, but like this kind of anger starts building up inside of us the entire time. And what do you call it? Like anger at everyone, and also partially ourselves, but mostly everyone, for like being a dick to Orlam, which like is understandable because I mean I felt the same way before too, right? Where it's um like anger at like uh at Genzo and Gidget and everyone, right? And this anger turns into like Iggy becoming extremely like really aggressive uh while going through this round. The story this time. Um from yeah. Any extra towards Genzo specifically? Yeah. Like Iggy snaps at Genzo quite a lot actually. Like just whenever Genzo makes any rude comment at Orlam, he's like, why do you have to say that? You know, like why do you have to keep bullying him, etc. To which Genzo does say, he says like there is a reason why. He just can't really tell us. Like he tries to tell us, but he's like, oh, never mind. You know? Which I don't know. Like part of me thinks like part of me is like low key worried. Like I maybe I need to check the website again. I don't know if there's multiple endings, but like I'm just like, have I been fucking up this entire time? But I've only I don't know. Um, but anyway, yeah. So we snap at Genzo a lot. We get angry a lot, and we get angry at like our situation too, right? And like when it comes to the tongue and the eyeball thing, like when it happens, we just kind of get pissed off and we yell at the eyeball, like um just basically telling it to like let go and let us cross, right? And the eyeball's like, okay. You know? Like basically being assertive in Wonderland seems to pay off. We did also fall into the hole with like this thought of uh everything's gonna like something of like living by my own rules or whatever. These endings feel pretty determined, at least I hope so. I think everything like it's been a linear path so far. I'm not quite I'll have to check again, right? But I think everything's been linear so far. I'm not quite sure what I would have missed, but I don't think I would have missed anything like too big. Like because part of me was thinking in my head, I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's like focused on Orlong. Maybe this time around I'll figure out what happened between him and Genzo and why Genzo hates him so much, right? Like the reason that he mentioned. But like they never say anything. So I'm still confused. I still don't know. I still don't know. And so yeah. Anyway, so our assertiveness also leads us to get mad at Gidget too, when we see her, right? And when she goes into her room later, she does the same thing that she's always been doing. But like um what is it? She does kind of she it's like a little bit different. She does kind of break down and admit to us that she doesn't like having her hair long or wearing dresses or anything like that, and that she's doing it all so that Iggy will like her. And then we tell her like straight up, no, I like we don't see you, or I don't see you in that way, Gidget. You know, I don't like you, Gidget, right? Which ticks her off. And then she stabs us with the scissors, but like only in our shoulder. And then we take the scissors and stab her in the neck. And then she falls to the floor and it gives you the options to like finish her off or like don't finish her off. Right? But if you don't finish her off, then she goes and she kills you with the scissors instead. So you have to finish her off. So we end up killing Gidget. And then like this kind of numbness, I guess, settles within us, right? Yeah. And then like Genzo gets us out of there again, right? But then we yell at him. There's like I don't know. Um a lot of things that kind of ticks Iggy off in this arc was like he feels like he's being babied by everyone, right? Like Genzo's always protecting him and like Gidget's always leading him around, you know? Like he's like can everyone just stop telling me what to do and how to react and whatnot? and he's angry at them for it, which is understandable. Um, but it escalates with a fight with Genzo on the boat where Iggy well like okay, well Iggy prompts it. He's like damn Genzo, like why do you keep touching me like that? Do you like me or something? And Genzo's like they punch each other for a bit and he does say yeah. And then things get a little awkward and they don't really talk and they make it over to Orlan's castle and then he gets separated from us in the hall. And then we get pampered like crazy. Like we get a bath and everything, but it's like a way bigger bath than the usual one. And they cut our hair and they tailor a suit for us and shit. Like it's a bunch of fancy stuff. Um and then Orlam takes us to dance in the ball and he says some stuff. He says some stuff basically he's saying like, Iggy, why don't you come and rule the world with me? Yeah. Which leads to the scene that you came in at where Orlam had killed Genzo and cooked him and then we're forced to eat him. Or not really forced because when we don't eat him, we die. So me as the player, I am forced to eat him. Which yeah. The entire time while the ending was playing out too, um like before Bucks, right? In my head I was like, how the fuck is this gonna end? Because I have to die somehow. Because it seems like I have to die or disappear or something in order for the whole thing to restart. And I know it's gonna restart because there's no way this is the end game. And like the whole time I was thinking about that. I was like how the hell is this gonna end until we find Bucks again? I was like, oh yeah. Um I have some thoughts about Orlov. Um the thing is, like, I don't know. It didn't end up really being this way, but like one of the things I was really worried about, because when we showed him like some general kindness, right? Like checking up on him and worrying about him and stuff like that. Orlom's like, "Oh my God, what someone worries about me. That's wild, man." Like right? Which leads him to like, offering like, "Oh, Iggy, you should come and be the person to rule the world with me and such." And the thing I was worried about is that like I don't know, like stuff happening in like a romantic setting rather than just like a friend helping out a friend. Cause it happens that I don't know if this is like a reoccurring theme in the stories you read at all, but at least in the part of town that I frequent, it feels like a lot of times when there are characters like Orlom, right? And someone reaches out to them um with like and shows some kindness, it always leads to like somewhat romantic or like end game like partnery sort of thing, right? Rather than just a friend helping out, which which kind of makes sense given like Orlom's situation where it's like this is like the one person that's helped me out in all my life, you know? So yeah, it's a big deal, but like but it ends up kind of like Orlom just I don't know. I don't like I say Orlom, but I don't really mean Orlom. I mean like characters that are similar to him just like ending up having that one companion forever. You know, like I don't know. The dependency thing just doesn't really sit right with me. And that's one of the things I was really worried about. Though it didn't really turn out that way, which I'm really relieved for. Um, but but yeah, I was like in the back of my head, I was getting a lot of like oh god, feelings. Because I feel like ideally, when you help someone in that situation, like the of course there's a feeling of gratitude and stuff, but like it, I don't know, like you should be. I don't know how to put this. I don't know. Like the goal is for you to be like independent, you know. uh, but yeah, it's interesting that like I don't know. It seems like Orlom does understand Iggy, at least like his aversion towards sex, right? But he also like I don't know. He also ridicules him for it. I don't know if ridicules is the right word, but he also like maybe ridicules is the right word. I don't know. It's like he's two sides of the same. Like he knows that Iggy doesn't like it yet, and yet he still says some stuff sometimes. And I'm like, bro. At the end there, though, when like the all the cutscenes and whatnot, it seems like he does really understand Iggy, which is nice. But yeah, or to be super cool and respected and feared by everyone. Ugh, yeah. Um, I don't know. I I don't know. Maybe things have to continue getting worse before they can get better. Because in my head, I was thinking like and I said this already. I was thinking like, oh man, great! It's an Orlon focused chapter. Cool. We can finally talk to Orlon about what happened, and maybe like, and maybe he and Genzo can make up, and that would be great. But that did not happen. Ah, man, I don't know. Orlon too. It's like it's very obvious that all his confidence comes from the fact that he's like king, you know? The fact that he has a bunch of stuff, the fact that he can do a bunch of things and such. Where like in reality, when you visit his messy apartment, you know, he's so much more uh reserved. Man. What am I gonna do? Okay. Um so so yeah. Uh other than that, Iggy hi. Welcome. Iggy's behavior like uh throughout this arc too. There seems to be like a second voice in his head. I didn't realize until like the end there that this voice in his head was like was not just a one-off thing. um but it does seem like there's this evil side to him. Or at least he yeah. Maybe it's time for a Gidget or Buck centered arc next time. I think so. I feel like arc 4 like we've got to be touching on Gidget arc 4, right? Because originally when you have like the three like at the very beginning, there's three people you can call and it's Genzo, Orlom and Gidget, right? And since we did Genzo and we did Orlom, I was like, well then Act 4 must be Gidget. So yeah. Um Saving bucks for the end would also make sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this might be kind of cheating, but like because I've been going to the itch.io page, so like the game page, quite often, uh, I couldn't help but notice some of the screenshots that I haven't seen in game yet. And there's like a particular screenshot where there seems to be like multiple clones of Iggy or like two two Iggy's or something. And um I can't help but wonder, uh could it be possible that all these restarts, all these versions, all like and acts and whatnot have been like they've been keeping score and all these Iggy's, right? Every time it restarts, it's not our Iggy like resetting, but it's a completely new Iggy clone instead. um which would be wild. I I don't know. I feel like it's cheating because I looked at the screenshots I haven't that haven't happened. Uh but yeah. Maybe something like something happening in Wonderland. Yeah, right? Man, alright. Well, alright, let's at least get to the trash can noises. I'm sorry, Orlom. I'll find another way to save you. Yeah. See, it seems like, but like, yeah, it's just a Delulu hallucinations. Save? Why are you asking me? I can. Oh, no, to save Orlom. I thought it was asking me, the player. I was like, dude, I can do that myself. You don't have to tell me. No, you don't have to tell me to save. Mm. Um, yeah. Because, okay, now that I think about it with the Iggy clone thing that was based off the screenshots, I feel like the deja vu feeling and like the remembering parts of what happened before wouldn't really make sense if it was a bunch of clones. So, yeah. You should save. Shiz is getting real. We highly recommend you save. Save who? My brows furrow in my half asleep days. And why do I feel so the dull scratch of okay, we're back. We're back. Hooray! Oh my god. Alright. So Act 2 and 3 are done. Act 4 and 5 are both longer. So I guess we'll find out next week how that all goes. um uh off-topic reminder that uh movie night is happening tomorrow at 7 p.m. PST, and we're gonna watch Alien on the Discord server. Um, and if you're not in the Discord server, wow, there's a link on Twitch somewhere. You're a grown up, you can read. Next week, same sheet time, same sheet place, different sheet day. That's right. Or it's a clone of me. After all, I've been ending each arc. I've been ending the stream, but like, oh my god, I can't form words correctly. Each stream has been an arc, so essentially, I've been streaming the same thing for 3 days straight. So, so there is that. I can come later. We could probably over by then, sadly. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Only if you only come if you can. Yeah, no pressure. Um, yeah. What else? Oh, I wanted to post. I made a thumbnail for the first VOD, and I wanted to put it on Twitter, but like um when I started uploading it, I had forgotten that it was 6 hours long, and I was like, why is this taking so long? I'm like, oh right, right. What alien type of voice have you seen it before? I have not seen it before, which is exciting because it's one of those like movies where I feel like everyone has seen it before except me. So okay. By the way, this is the thumbnail. Wow, look at it. And like, what do you call it? Uh, can I turn this? Yes. So when I drew Iggy here, right? I realized too late that I liked the angle better this way, like so you can see his face kind of more properly than like him being kind of completely upside down. And now I kind of regret it because I was like, oh no, it would have looked kind of better if he was angled this way, and I wrote the title differently. But the ears aren't though. Shh, it's an art style thing. But yeah. Um Yippee! Uh but what do you call it? The red text I'm using is the same as the one I used for uh the other the the marriage one, the married in red thumbnail. I'm like I've gotta stop playing horror games or else this red scribble brush will never fade away. Good bloodlust levels. Yes. Graphic design is my passion. All right. Okay, that's it then for me. Thanks for popping in at the last second and and um getting to see me commit cannibalism. uh, I'll see. I'll be streaming again next week, starting from Monday. Thank you. Um, and yep. All right. Thanks for watching. All right. Bye bye.